welcome to NBC's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Miami. It's the Ford Ecoboost 400, the final race of the year. And of course, the breaking news coming out even after the cars were gridded, the 48 looked as though there was something wrong with the car. What did you guys find out?
So basically the process, Rick, all cars have to go through pre-race inspection, then they get pushed to the grid. NASCAR then does a visual inspection. During that visual inspection, the 48 car didn't look right, so NASCAR here pulls the 48 off the grid back to inspection, where NASCAR feels they made modifications post the initial inspection. Because of that, they will lose their 14th starting position. Will have to start at the rear of the field, Jeff.
This is a consistent penalty we've seen. We saw with the 4 car at Chicago, the 20 at Charlotte, the 41 at Kansas. All had to start it back for similar infractions.
So Steve O'Donnell was the NASCAR official that you talked to about that, got the description of what took place. They will start at the back of the field. All the drivers are strapped in. That means it's time for the command. Let's go trackside for those most famous words.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshal, star of NBC's hit show, This Is Us, Justin Hartley. Drivers, start your engines!
Justin Hartley, what a heartfelt command there. The star of This Is Us, great new show on NBC. What a command, what a way to start it off, to kick off the final race of the season. 4 drivers fighting for a championship. Who will end up in victory lane, and will it be the title champion tonight? Four drivers fighting for a title.
Yes! Wait, shut up. Welcome back to Homestead. Great job, brother. Let's go defend this thing.
Everyone brings their A game when it comes to winning championships.
Each year, it's amazing to watch everybody's talent increase, the garage get more competitive, and how hard we all have to race one another.
Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway. As the cars are running, fired up on pit road, getting ready for 267 laps, 400 miles of racing to determine a champion here at season's end. Let's take a look at the starting grid brought to you by Ford. Up front, Kevin Harvick, 40-year-old out of Bakersfield, California. Former champion, finished first and second last 2 Miami races.
Row 2, we have Ryan Newman starting next to Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin started in the top 10 in 33 of the 36 races this season.
Row 3, we have 20-year-old Chase Elliott in his rookie season, starting next to Martin Truex Jr.
Back in row 4, it's Matt Kenseth, 44-year-old out of Cambridge, Wisconsin, 2003 champion, won here back in 2007.
At row 5, Joe Gibbs Racing teammates both competing for a championship, Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards.
Row 6, we have Tony Stewart and A.J. Allmendinger. Tony Stewart making his 618th career start.
Back in row 7, it's Joey Logano and Jimmy Johnson, 2 chase contenders fighting for that title. Joey Logano won 2 of the last 4 races this season, and of course Jimmy Johnson going for that 7th championship, but has to go to the back of the field after modifications once the car was on pit road.
Row 8, we have Jamie McMurray starting next to Kurt Busch. Kurt has 1 Homestead win in 2002.
Row 9, we have Austin Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Back in row 10, it's Alex Bowman and Trevor Bayne. Alex Bowman, the 23-year-old out of Tucson, Arizona.
Row 11, we have Greg Biffle, who's the 3-time Homestead winner, starting next to Brian Scott, starting his last career race.
Row 12, we have Casey Mears, and he'll start next to the 24-year-old Kyle Larson.
Back in row 13, it's Eric Almirola and Michael McDowell. Florida native, Almirola out of Tampa, Florida.
Row 14, we have Chris Buescher, who's making his first Homestead start, starting next to Paul Menard.
Row 15, we have the 5 of Casey Kane and the 10 of Danica Patrick.
Back in row 16, it's Matt DiBenedetto out of Grass Valley, California, and Landon Castle from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Row 17, we have Clint Boyer, who's moving to Stewart-Haas Racing next year to take over Tony Stewart's car, starting next to Ty Dillon.
Row 18 makes up Regan Smith and David Reagan.
Back in row 19, it's Reed Sorensen and Jeffrey Earnhardt.
And in row 20, we have Dylan Lupton starting next to Michael Annette, who's making a move to Junior Motorsports next season in the Xfinity Series.
Cars just beginning to roll off of pit road, and they'll make their way onto the mile-and-a-half track. Today's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. It is a gorgeous afternoon for racing here in the Miami area, just a little south from Miami in Homestead. Want to chat with one of the 4 championship 4, and let's tune up the 19 of Carl Edwards.
Hey Carl, Jeff Burton, NBC booth, you with us?
Hey, I've got you, Jeff.
Well, Carl, a few years ago we saw you and Tony Stewart battle it out for a championship. You came up a little bit short. Tell us about your emotions trying to get that first championship.
Man, I woke up this morning ready to go. I actually drove over to the track early. I'm just so excited for the opportunity. I can't thank everybody enough for putting me here. We got a great crew, got a great car, all the Aris folks, Dave Rogers, a bunch of folks from Missouri, Cessna flew them here, so really going to be a fun race.
Well, you have 3 people that you're competing against. They're all very good. What is it going to take to come out on top?
I think you're going to have to win the race. I mean, these guys are the best, and it's you know, it's been just a lot of fun to hang out with them this week. I know everybody's pumped, though. It's going to be serious competition, and if we can beat them, there's going to be a lot of pride in that.
Well, Carl, on behalf of all the fans, thank you so much for taking time. We know it's a stressful time for you, and we appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Reminiscent of what happened when Dale Earnhardt finally won the Daytona 500. All the crew members have come out on pit road, and they're letting Tony Stewart know they appreciate the fact that he ran in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Everyone out there acknowledging this, the last race for Tony Stewart. 3-time champion of the sport. Let everyone know that this would be his final year. He got a win at Sonoma to put him into the chase. Wasn't able to make it all the way through to the championship 4. But Tony Stewart, very special to this sport.
Tony's been an unbelievable competitor. Remember, he's a 3-time champion. Has brought his heart and soul to racing, not just in this form of racing, but since he was a little kid, he's loved to do nothing but race. And I know it's a tough decision for him to step back, but we're going to still see him around the racetrack as a car owner. Remember, he owns part of Stewart-Haas Racing. He's part owner, so he'll still be around.
And that's the key when you look at what he's accomplished already in his career, both in open wheel and in NASCAR. It's really just a new chapter. We won't see him behind the steering wheel, but there's no doubt that Tony Stewart will continue to have a huge impact on all of motorsports in the U.S.
So he'll catch up to the back of the pack, and he'll end up seeing the 48 of Jimmy Johnson back there because of the infraction that they have already had before the race even started. So Jimmy Johnson's going to have to dig himself out of a hole if he wants to win the championship. Tony Stewart's going to make his way not only up to his normal starting position where he qualified, but he's going to go all the way to the front. Ceremonial lead this field all the way around the racetrack in front of the grandstands for a parade lap. And the Homestead Miami Speedway crowd will be able to applaud Tony Stewart one last time. You see the thank you smoke banner making its way around just in front of Tony. It's been an incredible run. 49 wins for 45-year-old. That was Tony on the radio. What a great tribute to a great champion. Jeff, when you call it quits, it has to be difficult. That final time you go out there to race against your friends, your competitors.
Yeah, and this is when it hits you. You know it's coming for months, and you've talked about it. You've made a decision, but when you get ready to climb in that car, what's going to be the last time? That's when it all comes crashing down on you. And it is, I think everybody has a different range of emotions. I'm sure that Tony has found this a little bit harder than he would have thought. You make a decision for all the right reasons to go and do something else, but it still is a difficult decision.
He's let everyone know he's going to continue racing. He has a passion for dirt track racing, so that's the direction that he'll be spending most of his time. Owns a dirt track, Eldora, and will continue to operate that, but will step away from the driving side of the Sprint Cup Series. We saw the eyes of Tony Stewart from inside the car. We have an opportunity to ride along with a few other drivers today. Guys, take us through it.
Yeah, we'll be riding along with 6-time champion Jimmie Johnson, going for his 7th with the Sprint onboard camera. Was supposed to start in row 7, Rick. Now he'll be starting for the rear of the field, but he's won twice from the rear, both at Charlotte, the last time coming back in 2005. Joey Logano will carry the Ford onboard camera. He'll start in row 7 in the 13th position.
And we just saw Tony Stewart. He started in row 6 and 11th, and he has a Coca-Cola camera. And one of our championship contenders, Carl Edwards, row 5 and 10th position. He has a Subway camera.
The defending Sprint Cup champion Kyle Busch will carry the Sunoco camera starting in row 5 in the 9th position.
And the guy with the best view of all, starting on the pole, Kevin Harvick.
I want to take a closer look at Homestead Miami Speedway with today's GE track facts. This one, 267 laps, 400 miles, 45 miles per hour on pit road, but 55 to 60 laps for the fuel window, Steve.
Yeah, the fuel window is something that we may see stretch to finish this race, but all day long, the crew chiefs are going to have to really work that strategy. Come to pit road perhaps earlier. While these Goodyear tires are great for the surface, they do lose speed, do lose grip. Pit strategy will come into play even under green. Before the green flag flies, let's get some updates from pit road. We start with Mike Massaro.
Well, Rick, when the news came down that Jimmie Johnson would have to start at the back of the field, there was very little reaction in the 48 camp. In fact, crew chief Chad Knaus had a stoic expression on his face. Didn't crack a smile, but didn't grimace either. Afterwards, he huddled up his team and had a very quiet pep talk in which they chanted "win" at the end. Doesn't seem like they are phased at all by starting at the back. As for Jimmie Johnson, I spoke with him before driver introductions. He admitted there were a little bit of nerves, but mostly, he said, excitement, and pointed out earlier in the season we didn't expect to even be competitive, let alone be here in the championship race. He's happy he's got a shot at title number 7. Kelly?
5 years ago today, Carl Edwards came here to Miami to clinch a championship. He won the pole. He led the most laps. He did everything right, except he finished runner-up in that race and lost in a tiebreaker to champion Tony Stewart. Carl told me it was the hardest thing to lose that way, but that a championship today will mean just that much more given the defeat back in 2011, Dave Burns.
Kyle Busch usually lets the haters be the motivators. Last year, sidelined by injury from February through May, some actually questioned his championship based on the partial schedule. So this week, Kyle let everyone know he intends to repeat and become a, quote, full-time champion. Marty?
Dave, you can run about 60 laps on a tank of fuel here at Homestead Miami. That doesn't matter. These two tires will be the key today. And a phrase you'll hear all day long, short pitting. But how aggressive are you when you short pit? Todd Gordon, Joey Logano's crew chief, told me we're going to be very aggressive with it. We might pit 30 laps into a run. It may pay huge dividends, and it might also win you a championship, Rick.
Thanks, Marty. So tires obviously are going to play a key role in where you run on this racetrack. But the good thing about Homestead Miami Speedway is there are multiple grooves.
There are multiple grooves, and the one that seems to be the most advantageous, especially on a long run when the tires are old, are right against the wall. That is the fastest line. The problem, when we say right against the wall, we mean 2 inches from the wall. When you run that close to it, eventually you're going to hit it. So who can run that close and not hit it for the longest portion of the day?
Getting ready for the green flag, but first let's listen into the 48 radio. A little pep talk just moments ago.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get ready to rock and roll. True grit determination is what put us here tonight to be able to battle for the championship. I thank you very much. Everybody that you contribute. All the fans sitting at home, sit back, relax, and enjoy the race.
How about that? Chad Knaus, he knows people are listening in. All the fans back home, sit back and enjoy this race. That's exactly what we're ready to do. As the Pace truck is going to make its way onto pit road, the field now in the hands of Kevin Harvick. Pole winner on Friday. He has chosen the outside line for the start of this race to kick off the final race of the 2016 campaign. Green flags in the air. Kevin Harvick out front. He'll lead lap 1. When it's speed, these cars will enter the turns at nearly 180 miles an hour. Their average speed over 170 around this racetrack. We'll be keeping our eye on the championship 4 like Carl Edwards in the 19. And as he tries to move forward, currently in the 9th spot, just behind him Kyle Busch. Joey Logano is 11th. And then all the way back in 28th, Jimmy Johnson after lap 1. Chase Elliott, the youngster in the 24, making the move on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to go by the 31 of Ryan Newman. Battle for second brewing now as Denny Hamlin dives into turn 3. Down on the low side of the track, trying to get by the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski up on top of the racetrack. There's more banking on top of the racetrack. The car makes more grip. Obviously on the bottom it's a shorter way around, but there's less grip. Even though it's shorter, the car does not drive as good on the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, but the other thing the top of the racetrack has is more danger. While they're only 2 lanes up right now, when they get 3 and 4 lanes up, inches from that outside wall, Rick, that's where the speed is, but that's where the danger is. Contact with that wall, damage your car, slow it down, take away your chance of winning.
Yeah, you say inches. We have seen cars all weekend long get into that wall, but it doesn't do enough damage that it slows the cars down. It just scratches the wall, and we've seen them scrape the wall a few times. Some will hit a little harder than others, but we will see cars rub up against that wall all afternoon long.
Yeah, nobody's against the wall yet. Now you see Martin Truex in that 78 car. He's halfway up the racetrack. That's nowhere like they're going to be. They're going to eventually be right against it.
We would expect to see the 42 of Kyle Larson be one of the first to head up that direction as we watch the 48 of Jimmy Johnson making his way toward the front, now to 24th, trying to take 23rd away from Brian Scott. In the 44, Brian Scott retiring after this race.
And Jeff, this is that moment where the 48 knows he's better than these cars, but he has to show some patience. He can't panic, can't show an unrealistic sense of urgency. You talked about how dangerous the top of the racetrack is. Well, also 2 and 3 wide. You have to make sure the cars around you know you're there, not put them in a position where their mistake could collect you into an accident.
And Steve, talking to various members of the 48 team and people surrounding Jimmy Johnson, almost to a man, they will tell you his strength, mental toughness, being able to stay focused. And you can see that right now on the racetrack. And also, if you listen to the radio, you can also make that out. All you hear is Earl Barbin, the spotter. Jimmy hasn't said a word. He's focused on getting to the front.
Well, there's one of those decisions right there. He probably had a run to get to the left side of Paul Menard, but it's unnecessary. He feels he could get through these 2 cars on his own, taking time. But this is just the first curveball of the day, Rick. These other 3 championship 4, perhaps Jimmy Johnson will have more curveballs throughout the day. How do you recover? Jimmy's the first one to be tested. He won't be the only one over 400 miles.
And the big issue is you don't know when the caution's coming out. You don't know if you're going to get these long green flag runs. If you do, Jimmy Johnson, I know it sounds crazy, he's 21st position, but he has to, in the back of his mind, be thinking track position and not getting lapped. So you have to push hard, but you cannot push too hard. It is a real balance between aggression and patience.
Again, it's 267 laps over 400 miles as we look at the 18 of Kyle Busch. He is just in front of the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. has been the best on mile-and-a-half tracks this season, has led more laps than any other driver on this type of a racetrack. But Kyle Busch making his way up front. He's currently 8th. Dave.
And right now, Kyle Busch is definitely not the best. Here's what he just said on his radio. His spotter, Tony Hirschman's keeping a close eye on that and telling his driver when he does things that pick him up time. And after the last couple of laps after that radio transmission, something he was doing off of turn 4, Hirschman said, you leave them when you do that. Keep doing that.
Yeah, that's so important. You know, that spotter giving the information to the driver, because the driver coming off turn 4, that's not a time he can look at the mirror. He's got to wait till he gets on the straightaway to look, to determine if he had a good corner or not, because you're basing it off the car behind you and in front of you. That spotter can give you that information without you ever having to look. So it just takes one more thing the driver has to do out of his hands.
I'm sure Adam Stevens doesn't love what he's saying over the radio, but I think he loves how he's saying it. Still very calm early in the race, Rick.
Kevin Harvick's out front of the field. Carl Edwards in front of the championship 4. Over on NBCSN and the NBC Sports app, you can catch Lee Diffie and Parker Kligerman with the play-by-play dedicated coverage of the Championship 4. So you may want to tune over to NBCSN and the NBC Sports app for a little tighter look at that Championship 4 as we continue on with the Ford Ecoboost 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway. Kevin Harvick out in front. The Championship 4 has Carl Edwards currently 4th, Kyle Busch 7th, Joey Logano 10th, and Jimmy Johnson has already made his way all the way up to 15th. Again, whichever one of these 4 finish in front of the other 3 will be the champion today.
Yeah, and Jimmy Johnson, as you mentioned, all the way up to 15th. Those other 3 Championship 4 have got to be noticing that, you know, basically the 48 had to spot them the field, and he's recovering before we've even seen our first pit stops, only 16 laps into the race.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make that 14th, because he just, you know, he just got by another car to get himself to 14th. Another car on the move is Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards has looked really good going around Denny Hamlin right now. So Carl Edwards started 10th, and he's right now in 3rd place.
Those 2 are teammates, Denny Hamlin and Carl Edwards, both racing for Joe Gibbs Racing. And currently Carl Edwards has taken the advantage away from Denny Hamlin. Kelly.
And Carl has been able to work his way up through that field, mostly working the low line. I talked to his crew chief, Dave Rogers, who told me we don't want to put it up against the fence right away, and we think we have a car good enough to run that lower line. He said it's an awful lot to ask a driver to run up against that fence for 400 miles, and this is a treacherous track. If you get too close, they call it wall glue. It's kind of a term they stole from the 78 team. They said it'll just kind of suck you right up. But right now, Carl Edwards said his car started out a little bit tight in the center. His biggest concern now is that he's just a little bit too free through turns 3 and 4.
Kelly, you know, it's funny, a lot of these championship contenders brought brand new race cars here to Homestead Miami. Joey Logano and his team brought literally the oldest car in their stable. It was built in January of 2014, but it has wins in its history, and that's what Todd Gordon told me. He said, I wanted a car that I knew the history on, and I knew I could count on that. Logano started 13th, up to 10th right now. He said 1 and 2, he's pretty good, but right there in 3 and 4, Rick, a little bit too tight in the middle, a little too loose off the corners.
And right now, Logano 3rd in the Championship 4. It's Edwards, Kyle Busch, Logano, and Johnson. That's the way they run. You see on the left of your screen the Champ 4 as they run. That will keep you updated constantly where the Championship 4 are on the track.
And we heard the report about Carl Edwards' team not wanting him to run against the top. You know, try to have the car where it's good enough where you don't have to run the top. But if you watch all of the guys racing for a championship, none of them are running right against the wall. We're seeing some other competitors start to move up against that wall, but the risk right now on lap 21 is just too high to try to do it for another 240 laps. So right now, they're taking a little bit of conservative route because they can. As this race develops and moves on, then that risk is going to have to become more public.
Well, Jeff, you said it. Yesterday, we saw a great Xfinity battle between some young up-and-coming stars. Daniel Suarez, the Joe Gibbs Racing driver, wins the championship, and really one of the only cars in the field with no damage on his right side. So that conservative approach worked yesterday in that Xfinity race. Will it work again today in the Sprint Cup race?
Dave.
Checking in on the 18 of Kyle Busch. I talked with Adam Stevens this morning about their averages in practice yesterday, Saturday. 13th and 10th in 10-lap averages. Do you have any concerns? And he said, yeah, I definitely have some concerns in that final practice. We just weren't able to get the tightness out of the race car. But that's sort of been normal for us lately. And you remember how they battled back in recent weeks, Texas and Phoenix, with a race car that wasn't good. This one right now, to me, guys, actually looks a little bit better, like they have a better handle at the beginning, and they did some good homework overnight.
talk about running that top and the risk of doing it. But watch Dave Blaney in the 21 car. Has that car right against the wall. I'm sorry, talking about his dad. He has that car right against the wall, and that's really where you want to be. That's where the speed is, but the risk, again, is getting into the wall and doing damage. If you hit it hard enough, it will do damage. It will hurt your performance.
24 of Chase Elliott right up against the wall. That 20-year-old also has a father that was in the sport, Bill Elliott, Hall of Famer Bill Elliott. Chase Elliott still looking for his first ever win. Kyle Busch once again on the path to go back-to-back as far as Sprint Cup championships. Want to listen in on some spotter communication from the 19, Carl Edwards team.
I think the leader's cruising out there, but he is struggling across the center in 3 and 4 a little bit. Struggling with tight or loose? I think he's a little bit tight. He's really just kind of stopping down there, just across the center. Tight, snappy loose. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. An overall grip thing for him. As good as anybody right now. So just keep racing that racetrack. You're doing great. Slow ones up top.
That was spotter Jason Hedleski for Carl Edwards. That spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less. One of the things about these teams, and in particular with Jason Hedleski and Carl Edwards, Jason Hedleski was a racer himself. Used to race quite a bit. Was a driver that really enjoyed being behind the wheel, but at the same time was working with Carl Edwards as he was coming through the ranks of the Truck Series on up into the Xfinity Series and now in the Cup Series, and once again going for a championship. But the two have been together for quite some time. That experience giving him some eyes from up above to help out on the line. Carl Edwards looking for his first ever championship, Sprint Cup Series.
Caution flag out at the Homestead Miami Speedway for Ryan Blaney. Meanwhile, cars on pit road, among them Jimmy Johnson, saying the balance has been good. He started at the back of the field, but has driven all the way up to 11th position. A 4-tire change in fuel for Johnson. Kelly?
Carl Edwards in the 19 said he was just real loose, especially getting off the turns, and especially in 3 and 4. Chassis adjustment, 4 tires, Dave.
Clean pit stop so far for 6th place Kyle Busch. His car swung to the loose side, Marty.
Joe Logano said, I'm really bad in 3 and 4 compared to some of these guys, losing a lot of time through there. Tight in the center, loose off. Rick, Denny Hamlin wins that race off pit road, Rick.
Denny Hamlin had issues on pit road. That's why he didn't take tires. He missed his pits, and the 21 of Ryan Blaney into the wall early. Cup winner isn't the only champion being crowned today. Earlier this afternoon, Smithfield hosted their Whole Hog Challenge, another staple here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Hoisting the belts. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion. You can select your in-car video or camera angle, access integrated driver stats, lap-by-lap commentary, and social conversation, all in real time. You won't miss a lap when you visit NASCAR.com/drive on your personal computer now. Take a look at this replay. This is Ira Joe Hussey, the front tire changer for Tony Stewart.
Yeah, you want to know what a 12-second pit stop looks like? Here you go. 5 lug nuts off, new right front tire installed, 5 on, didn't miss a lug nut, comes around, same process. 5 off, didn't have to hit an extra lug nut. Nice exchange, no rotation of the tire. Simple as that. 12 seconds, Rick. How hard could it be?
11.2 seconds from the time that car stopped in the box until it took off. That's incredible. 4 tires and about 18 gallons of fuel. They didn't have to put all 18 in there because they had only gone about 28 laps. As the field 2x2 once again, Kevin Harvick has chosen the outside line. This time he has to contend with Carl Edwards on the inside. Fan out as they go into turn number 1. We saw the 18 go to the outside of the Ford. Kevin Harvick blocked, and that opened the door on the inside. Here comes Carl Edwards.
Oh, that's going to get tight. Kevin Harvick tried to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Carl Edwards was there. You saw when Kevin pulled down, it made him really loose. Carl took the air off his rear spoiler.
Utilizing the move, he got all the way up to the back bumper of the 4. No contact was made, but that loosened up the 4, and now Carl Edwards fighting for the lead down the backstretch.
Like Kevin Harvick's answering the question, everyone wondered how the other 36 cars would race this championship 4. Kevin Harvick's proven he's going to race them just as hard as he always would, trying to get the win.
What a strong move by Carl Edwards on the bottom of the racetrack. He cleared Kevin Harvick by a solid 2 car lengths. That was impressive.
Carl Edwards leads all drivers in laps led here at Homestead.
Steve, we saw in practice yesterday, I think everybody was afraid of this 19 car. He looked like he had the fastest car on short runs, on long runs. I think he forced the hand of his competitors to have to make changes coming into today's race.
It was the talk of the garage without a doubt. The 48, though, also people a little bit of buzz about the 48. He's recovered nicely up to the 8th position. So currently all 4 of the championship 4 inside the top 10.
Edwards out front, but for how long? Here comes Harvick. Dives to the bottom of the track, trying to take that top spot away. As strong a move as we saw out of Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick has returned the favor back out front here at Homestead.
I like this. And Kevin Harvick, you know the bull tweet. He sent it at the start of the chase. This is how he's going to race through the chase. It doesn't matter that he's eliminated. He's still here to win a race for his team, his sponsors. You see right here, though, trying to lead this race, the 19 of Carl Edwards right on that left rear bumper. Looked like the 4 is a little unstable. Drives to his inside, completes the pass.
Yeah, right here. With
no
the
contact.
19, the 19 that close to the 4, it just pulls the air right off the spoiler, and that's why you saw the 4 car lose.
Once again, Harvick dives to the bottom of the racetrack. Carl Edwards keeping the momentum up, running a little bit higher around this track. Progressive banking, 18 degrees, right up against the white line down at the bottom of the track and the apron, all the way up to 20 degrees of banking up against the wall.
And remember, this is the first time that Kevin Harvick and his team have come here since he joined Stewart-Haas Racing, not contended for a championship. The first year in this format, they've been eliminated, so they have a point to prove.
Let's listen into the 19 radio. I'm just playing around at 185 miles an hour. And he sounded calm on the radio, too. That's another thing that we've been listening to all these championship 4 drivers. How are they handling the pressure?
Listen, Carl Edwards, to me, has been exceptionally relaxed through this whole time. Even pre-race, he was standing by his car, shaking hands, laughing, having a good time. He seems to be enjoying this opportunity. And he just seems so right. Even when we interviewed him before the race, he's like, just laughing, having a good time. I really have liked his approach.
Well, all the way back to Texas. Since the moment we spoke to Carl Edwards in Victory Lane in Texas, when he knew he was going to be in the championship for Miami, it seemed like there was a pressure lifted. Where everyone else talks about the pressure being on, he was relishing in the opportunity to get back to this stage to win a championship as he works inside the 4 car once again, Rick.
Tried that inside line. Through 1 and 2 down the backstretch. He's right up to the left rear quarter panel. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack again. Kevin Harvick up a little bit higher.
I mean, think about Carl Edwards. In 2011, came to Miami with a chance to win the championship. Race against Tony Stewart, who's retiring today. They tied in the points. It had to go to a tiebreaker. It wasn't this format. It was a point system format. Had to go to a tiebreaker. The closest points battle we've ever seen that has to eat away at a driver and a competitor to come that close to a championship.
You mentioned the fact that Carl Edwards said been a runner-up. It's happened 2 times. Presented by Sprint. Sprint's network reliability now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today, save 50% on most current Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. 2 runner-ups for Carl Edwards back in 2008 and most recently 2011, where he tied Tony Stewart in points, but the tiebreaker went the most wins, and that was Tony Stewart. Marty.
Well, guys, as if Kevin Harvick needed a little more motivation. He had an interesting quote this week when he said, sometimes losing makes you better. He said, not being in this championship 4 is certainly motivation to us. That's what I love about competition. In terms of how the car is handling, he said it was a little too tight on that run. They decided not to make a change on that lap 28 pit stop. Now Harvick said the car way too tight, taking off that time, just not where he wants it, Kelly.
Talk about the strength of Carl Edwards. Carl, remember, he won at Texas just just 2 weeks ago on a very similar worn-out racetrack using the exact same Goodyear compound tires as crew chief Dave Rogers told me that had him feeling very confident, as well as the test they took part in ahead of the Talladega race. They were the only one of the championship four to participate in that test. He said although they've shared their notes with their entire team, including the 18 of Kyle Busch, he said that just being there, seeing the look on his driver's face, taking his own personal notes, may have given him a little bit of an advantage here today. Rick?
Kevin Harvick out front, 38 laps. He has led the championship four, all inside the top 6.
Tony Stewart takes the checker flag at Daytona. His dream comes true. Tony Stewart wins the Brickyard. Three-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion, Tony Stewart wins it.
Go to @Coca-Cola Racing on Twitter to see Tony's thank you message to you, the fans. And also join the conversation on Twitter and send your own thanks to Tony using the hashtag #CheersTony. Marty.
And Rick, you see that helmet that Tony Stewart is wearing. He's had a new helmet every week, and that's sort of been his exchange this year. He's wanted a new helmet every week because he loves to get other drivers' helmets. In fact, 25 drivers in today's race have walked up to him voluntarily and said, hey, you can have my helmet in this race, and I'll give it to you, and I'll exchange a helmet with you. So Tony certainly has a ton of respect in the garage area. In fact, Kevin Harvick and I were talking about it. He said that I think Tony should have had more fanfare this year, and Tony said, I didn't want more fanfare. I just wanted to be another driver this year. Certainly going out with a lot of respect, and Tony going out the way he wanted to go out, Rick. Just another driver in the field this afternoon.
Currently Tony Stewart running in the 24th spot. Still up front, it's Kevin Harvick. And a great battle for the lead continues between Harvick and Carl Edwards.
Well, look where the championship four are running. Second, third, fourth, fifth. Someone didn't let Kevin Harvick know there's a championship battle here. He's leading the race. But Jimmy Johnson started last on the field, has worked his way up in the 5th position. That puts all 4 championship contenders inside the top 5.
Kelly.
Well, we just heard about Tony Stewart's collection of helmets. Well, how about this? Carl Edwards last week at Phoenix gave Tony Stewart as a retirement gift the helmet that he wore back in 2011 when they had that unbelievable battle for the championship right here at Miami. Tony Stewart saying it shows just how thoughtful it is, and Carl Edwards has admitted that fire suits and helmets have special significance to him, but he felt like it was the right thing to do to hand that one over to Tony.
That's one of the things that Carl Edwards does. He doesn't keep any of the trophies. He gives the trophies away. Normally it's to kids that he's met, maybe people that are suffering from something or another. But Carl Edwards has been very generous as far as the trophies. He always gives those away, but that's the first helmet that I've heard he's
You have to ask a little self-motivation. Maybe that was the most important helmet he had, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to give this away because I know next week, this Sunday in Miami, this helmet I'm wearing today could be more important. Maybe this will be the one I win my first championship in. Mike.
Rick, it took fewer than 50 laps for Jimmy Johnson to make his way from the back of the field all the way up inside the top 5. That speaks to his determination, something that he had demonstrated as early as 8 years old. I spoke with his younger brother, Jarrett, earlier this week, who told me a story of Jimmy Johnson when he was racing motorcycles in the desert. He said he was 8 years old with a broken leg. All he needed to do was complete 1 lap in the final race to win the championship. So what did Johnson do? He propped his leg up over the handlebars and drove that 1 lap, got last place points, and won the championship. And oh, by the way, the leathers he was wearing that day, they were donated by his racing hero, Ricky Johnson. Certainly a determined driver who's been determined his entire racing career, Rick.
Yeah, determined to get up to the front, and he's done it in very little time. After starting at the back of the field, he's made it all the way up to the 5th spot now. Let's listen into some spotter audio for the 48 team.
That freeze ran pretty good, isn't he? Yeah, he is. I haven't seen what lane he's in. Entering the top, all the way on the top. Yeah, entering against the wall, staying against the wall.
It's Earl Barban, the spotter for the 48 team. That was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less.
Still a little vibration coming on, maybe from the right rear. Pretty faint, but slowly starting to show up.
Vibration in a car, never good.
Listen, it's worrisome, but if it's just a tire, sometimes the tire can just be a little unbalanced, and it makes this vibration. And remember, you're approaching 190 mile an hour entering these corners, so just a little bit of off balance can make a huge difference in the way the car feels, and that can change throughout the run. So the fact that he kind of identified it as a right rear, that makes me not too worried.
Well, this is the car that Earl Barber and Chad Knaus were having a conversation about. This 3-car, bright white with the red 3 just passed through the screen there. They want to know, hey, he's running pretty good. Where is he running? Well, guess what? We've had our first taker, Jeff. This 3 of Austin Dillon is running. You see right here, enter, right against the wall, middle of the corner, right against the wall, and stays there on corner exit. We wondered how long it would take. We saw Ryan Blaney got into the wall. Austin Dillon figured it was time to go up there. He's running in the 6th position.
Yeah, when Earl the spotter said he's running the wall and he's staying against the wall, that's what he was referring to. He's not running against the wall, then turning left and getting away from it. He's staying against the wall all the way through the corner. Risk versus reward. Austin Dillon is trying to win his first Cup race. He's not in a point race. He just wants to win, so he's willing to take that gamble early in this race.
Because of the time of day of this race, the sun beginning to set on the racetrack, and so the turns 1 and 2 racing surface now they don't have the sun beating down on it. Those turns are in the shade, and then at the opposite end of the racetrack, 3 and 4, still full sun on that part of the track. Does that determine where you're going to run on the track because of maybe a little cooler temperatures in 1 and 2?
I think the cooler temperatures help, but remember, we're starting to get, toward the middle of a run. We run 25 laps so far on this run. Tires are starting to wear out a little bit, so that affects it as much as the sun. These tires wear out quickly. The car is not going to drive as good on old tires.
Jimmy Johnson, what a move he has made from the back all the way up to the 5th position. Johnson has never won here. It's one of only 4 tracks without a win for the 48 team and Jimmy Johnson. Welcome back to the Ford Ecoboost 400. Homestead Miami Speedway still out front. Kevin Harvick. The championship 4 is Edwards Logano, Kyle Busch, and Jimmy Johnson. A beautiful sunny afternoon, and our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. On the left side of your screen, you'll see the championship 4 as they run and the order that they are in on this championship Sunday. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now, all running together toward the front of the field, and Kevin Harvick continues to lead. Carl Edwards leading the championship 4, but in the back of the championship 4, running 5th, is Jimmy Johnson. Mike.
And he's had his share of adversity today, Rick, as well, starting at the back of the field, but he was able to make his way toward the front. But he just radioed in saying he has a slight vibration on the right rear. That's where he believes it is. Chad Knaus telling him just keep them posted. They're going to try to ride it out all the way until their pit stop, which should be somewhere between the next 10 and 15 laps.
This has been the longest green flag run of the race at 33 laps and counting. One caution came out early for the 21 of Ryan Blaney after he got into the wall. Did some pretty serious damage to the right side of his car with right side tires going down. But again, different lines being run by the different championship contenders. We just saw there the 48 of Jimmy Johnson running right at the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, watch behind him, the 3 of Austin Dillon. We talked about him running the top of the racetrack, and Jimmy Johnson's been passing everybody. It's really not been passed by anyone yet, but this is the first time that someone's going to put pressure on Jimmy Johnson and go by him.
So the question is, when these non-chase drivers like Austin Dillon take the risk to go right up against the wall, right here you see him entering turn 3, right up on the edge of the wall. Jimmy Johnson looks underneath him. The 3 is going to be much faster. He's going to drive away from the 48. Is the 48 okay with that? Does he have enough confidence to let that 3 go? No, he's not racing him for the championship, and just stick to his guns running down the bottom of the racetrack.
Marty, how about the 22 and Joey Logano?
Well, here's the interesting thing, Rick. We're 39 laps into this run now. When we talked about at the top of the show, how brave do you get coming in and calling it short pitting, getting tires on quicker than other cars, because those tires are worth 3 seconds a lap for this race team. So if you put them on early, it will gain you some track position, Steve, but how early are you willing to make that call as a crew chief?
Well, I think it depends on when you are on the racetrack. We see the 22 of Joey Logano. He's going to try to hit pit road right here. This is early in this run, about 37 laps on this set of tires. I think this is awful aggressive. We're going to see who comes with it. Remember, he's racing 3 other cars for a championship. He's not really racing against the other 39 cars. He was about 7 seconds behind the leader.
If he has enough speed and they're afraid, he can force the issue and have other people on pit road. Marty.
That's exactly right, Jeff. That's what Todd Gordon told me this morning. If we come to pit road and we can catch them by a lap, we gain 3 seconds. We catch them by 2 laps, we gain 6 seconds. So a strategy move early on. Sometimes championships are won very early. Joey Logano, Todd Gordon trying to win it here on lap 69. We'll see if this move pays off and how quickly the other cars come down pit road. There's your answer. They're all coming down pit road, Mike.
And that would include Jimmy Johnson, whose right rear vibration had been getting progressively worse. The call from Chad Knaus, a 4-tire change, and also Sunoco Race Fuel. Going to make sure they get that vibration figured out. No chassis adjustments, just air pressure on the 48. The car's been handling very good and has had lots of speed. He's away in 14 seconds, a little bit longer than they would have liked.
Jackman fell down for the 48 team. That's what made that stop a little bit longer. 45 miles an hour coming off of pit road. They can go all the way up to 50 miles an hour. They can't go 50 though, Dave.
Adam Stevens, crew chief for Kyle Busch, said, man, 35 laps on green, that's super early. But you saw it just 2 laps later. Kyle Busch gives up 4th place to come down pit road. His car this time just a little bit loose. He'll get 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles and a fill of Sunoco fuel.
Also giving it an extra lap before they called him down to pit road. Carl saying that the car is really good on the short run. He also felt good about it in 1 and 2. Just a little bit too loose, he said, off of turn number 3. Remember, this is the same pit crew that helped Daniel Suarez win the championship last night in the Xfinity Series under 12-second stop for the 19 crew.
Great stop as the championship 4 working their way off of pit road. Before the green flag pit stop started, it was Kevin Harvick who was out front. He has regained the lead as they have cycled through. Take a look at the Jackman here.
Yeah, big fall by the Jackman. Good recovery, gets a hold of the jack, comes around, jacks up the left side of the 48. It's the same issue we saw on the 7 of Justin Allgaier last night. Same pit crew, same issue with the Jackman falling.
Yeah, then when he's leaving pit road, you can see that the 2 car actually pulls up to the 48. I think the 48 being ultra conservative on pit road, making sure that he's not speeding. But as they exit pit road, they have an access road that they have to go out together. And there's a decision that's going to have to be made. They almost get together. You can see the pit road gets very narrow right here. They're both accelerating at a high rate of speed. The 2 car lets the 48 in right there, giving a little bit of courtesy.
And a lot of times they will spray a sticky substance like a soda, Coca-Cola or something down on those pit boxes to have a little bit of grip when they come and try to run around the cars. And once again, we've seen an issue on pit road with the Jackman slipping. That cost him probably a second, maybe a second and a half on pit road. And in this sport, a second and a half is huge. Kevin Harvick out in front. He has a 6-second lead over Carl Edwards.
The pride of Monterrey, Mexico is free and clear. All by himself, looking for the checkers and the championship.
Daniel Suarez wins.
Daniel Suarez from Mexico, the first Latin American driver to win a NASCAR National Series championship. Daniel Suarez had the whole country behind him. Kelly had mentioned that the team, the pit crew, was pitting Daniel Suarez last night that also is pitting the 19 of Carl Edwards. It's the team for Carl Edwards that actually went and did that stop, or the stops, for Daniel Suarez last night. And what an incredible feat for Joe Gibbs Racing, Daniel Suarez, and that Latin-born driver.
Yeah, what a nice young man. Works very hard, puts a tremendous amount of effort into it, and has made vast improvements over the last 2 years. Good to see a young man that works exceptionally hard realize a dream.
Interesting, I mentioned that they normally put a sticky substance on the surface, but when the surface is a little uneven for a pit stop like we saw here with the 48, take a look at what he actually stepped on.
You see Jackman goes to make the step. Well, here's the lug nuts off from the right front tire. They're on the 2 lug nuts, as a matter of fact. right underneath his left foot, and I can't explain how much this hurts. That is some hard concrete down on his left knee. He jumps up, does a nice job as we have a caution on the racetrack.
Caution comes out for the second time now. We're looking at the 83. Jeffrey Earnhardt had spun on the track in turn 4, and so that brings the caution out once again. Now the teams were just on pit road, varying anywhere from lap 67 all the way up to lap 70 as we take a look again at what happened here with Jeffrey Earnhardt.
You can see he just got really loose. Sure, maybe he was trying to come on pit road.
That's what I think. It looks like
his speed wasn't up, so I think he was trying to get on pit road, and just this is a very difficult road to get on because it's hard to see the entrance of pit road, and then there's this huge difference in banking on the racetrack versus the apron. So it looked like he had trouble getting on pit road to me.
He's running a couple laps down. He's been put 2 laps down. And so, Steve, crew chief, 10 laps. They have put on their tires. Everybody will come in. Will they get 4 tires?
Well, I think that everybody will absolutely pit, and I expect that most of the leaders would take 4 tires. It would be a big gamble to take right sides. We've just seen tires mean so much. We saw it last night in the Xfinity race. We've seen it all weekend long. We've seen it in past races here at Miami. So I would expect to see everyone on pit road and on pit road for 4 tires.
Kevin Harvick will lead the lead lap cars. They are able to come to pit road first when pit road is open. Let's go to Mike.
And Jimmy Johnson said the car was getting a little bit more loose over the course of that run. Jimmy's crew chief, Chad Knaus, asked him if he had changed the Panhard bar at all inside that race car. Jimmy said no. Chad advised him to start working on that and perhaps helping the car. 4-tire change in Sunoco race fuel on the 48, Kelly.
Carl Edwards said he was on the splitter a little bit more than he'd like to start. Otherwise, pretty happy with the car. They made a chassis adjustment to the left rear. 4 good years, Dave.
Little tight at the 1/3 mark for 4th place, Kyle Busch. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, wedge adjustment, Marty.
Joey Logano said the car was better off of the turn 4 exit, but I needed a little bit more, about half of what I needed. You got me last time. They gained another spot on pit road for that 22 bunch, trying to tighten up that car a little bit more, Rick.
Logano gains a spot. Edwards loses a spot. Newman grabs 2 spots to get into the top 10 on pit road. Gear up with the pit crew and get the latest NASCAR t-shirts, hats, and diecast at the NASCAR.com Superstore. Visit NASCAR.com/Superstore today for all your favorite drivers' gear. Welcome back to the Ford Ecoboost 400. Riding along with Tony Stewart. And he's making his final start as we take a look at the championship 4. Joey Logano running 2nd. Carl Edwards 3rd. Kyle Busch 4th. Jimmy Johnson is 6th. Let's listen in to Jimmy Johnson's radio.
These guys running the top are coming pretty strong, so we'll have to pay attention to what's going on there. I think I like what you're doing. I like where you're running down the bottom. Just make sure that if you're getting down there, you're getting down there and driving it the way you were at the beginning of the run. Don't get halfway, because I think that's where we get messed up a little bit, okay?
"12 drivers are going to take the wave around. And what happens there is when pace car comes out and catches the leader of the race, drivers that want to stay out onto the racetrack will end up in front of the leader of the race. And so those cars have the opportunity to go all the way around past the pace car and go back to the front. They just cannot come to pit road for fuel or tires. 10 of those cars waved around to the lead lap. So that now puts 29 cars on the lead lap as Harvick and Logano bringing the field out of turn 4 for this restart. Harvick held him a little bit longer in the restart zone. And now it might cost him as Joey Logano is going to take the lead at the bottom of the racetrack and go right by the 4.
That was really impressive by Logano. I thought Harvick did a nice job of kind of slowing him up and then accelerating. He actually got the initial jump on him, but somehow Logano was able to overcome that and actually beat him into turn 1.
And this is the first time under green flag that we've seen a different leader out of this championship 4. Joey Logano in front of Carl Edwards.
First lap led by Joey Logano. And Carl Edwards giving chase. So now it's Logano who's leading the championship 4. for that title. Logano and Edwards, the two drivers looking for their first ever championship.
And you said it, Steve. Carl Edwards has been looking at the back of Kevin Harvick. He's not been looking at the back of another guy trying to win the championship. So a different mindset now. Does this push their patience?
Terrific restart by Joey Logano. And it's funny, Todd Gordon and Joey had a conversation this morning, and Todd told Joey, I think it's going to come down to a late race restart. I want you to concentrate all day long on your restarts and make sure that they're perfect. Jeff, it's something you do as a driver. You kind of make a book as you go out throughout the day, and that's what Joey does on every restart. How the other guys restarted, what they did, what they tried to do, and maybe they tried to snooker him a little bit as well. So Joey making a book as he goes along about restarts that could be key late in the race.
Marty, I think that's a really interesting point, because on the initial start of the race, we saw Joey Logano pick up a spot immediately. He was 3 wide getting into turn 1. We've seen his pit crew perform on pit road, picking up spots. So restarts and pit road, Joey Logano and his team have done a great job. See right there, Kevin accelerates and gets moving, but right here, Joey Logano kind of turns left. It just makes a shorter way to turn 1. Right here, the 4 accelerates. He's outrunning the 22. The 22 gets through the gears well. I think maybe the 4 had a little trouble, like maybe had a little problem getting into gear, because the 22 just pulled ahead of him getting into turn 1.
It's now the 22 and the 19 out in front of the 4, and then Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson in the 18 and 48 behind Kevin Harvick. And once again, the top 4, or the top 5, have 4 of the championship 4 in it. The best of the best racing for a championship, all inside the top 5, led by Joey Logano. Carl Edwards currently running in the 2nd spot. Kyle Busch is 4th, and Jimmy Johnson 5th. Mentioned at the top of the show, how will the other 36 drivers race against these championship 4? We saw, for the most part of this race, 90 laps complete now, Kevin Harvick has been fairly aggressive. He's wanted to run up front. He hasn't really given anyone any spots on the racetrack. He's raced everyone hard for every position, and right now Kevin Harvick just in front of Kyle Busch. Dave,
when Kyle reported a vibration just after the green, the crew chief goes to work deciphering what he can from the crew. First of all, he checks with all the tire changers, or both tire changers, to make sure all the lugs were tight. Remember, they had one missing at Phoenix last week. That was a thumbs up. And then they reasoned that there's always one set of tires that just may not be the best set. That may be the deal they're working with right now. So no panic in the 18, but there was a report from the driver on a vibration.
so now that's 2 drivers in the championship 4 that we have heard mention of vibration, as Carl Edwards looks to get in front of Joey Logano. Edwards wanting to lead once again to the bottom of the racetrack, and diving into turn number 1, he'll take the lead away from Joey Logano. So Edwards back out front. Harvick's led 78 laps. Carl Edwards 8. This spotter coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. 48 team of Jimmy Johnson has been getting advice from Earl Barban, who's up on top of the spotter stand.
Yeah, so we heard the conversation earlier between Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus about what line he needs to run and watch the cars coming from behind. Well, that's information that Earl Barban on top of the spotter stand is going to have to give to Jimmy Johnson. Kyle Larson behind him, actually just past the 48, running the top. As you watch him down going into 3 and 4, Earl has to give this information if more cars are coming up top. You see the 42 now right against the wall, but the 48 continues to run down the racetrack, Jeff.
Yeah, and Steve, I just want to add here, I spoke with Chad Knaus here early this morning about that particular line on the racetrack. He said, we need to maybe run up at the top, but we didn't practice there. We practiced down at the bottom throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I found that interesting. A lot of people, you know, I noticed that Kyle Busch, he made almost every lap in practice right on the bottom of the racetrack. And I thought that was an interesting strategy, not to try to run the top of the racetrack, but we'll see as this race develops that they needed to. Sometimes it's just easier to go to the top. If you can make your car work on the bottom, then when you move to the top, it seems to drive better. So maybe they just tried to put their car in the worst situation in practice to ultimately get the best handling car.
We know where the chase drivers are running. Let's get an update on a few of the non-chasers. We'll start with Kelly.
Well, Rick, we know that 24-year-old Kyle Larson loves to run that high line. So when I talked to his crew chief, Chad Johnson, and asked him if this track really plays into championship, Ford, but we are going to race these guys as hard as we do each and every week. And you saw right there, he didn't hesitate to make that move on Jimmy Johnson in the 48. Mike?
Kelly, Austin Dillon and the 3 team taking a very similar philosophy, wanting to end this season very much on a high note. Having conversations with Dillon's crew chief Slugger Labby throughout the course of the season, you got a good understanding how there had been frustrations throughout the course of the year, but still optimism that they could score a victory before the season concludes. This was a race they targeted. They tested here just after the Kansas race, and they practiced that high line then. They practiced the high line yesterday. They want to be able to make that work. As you can see right now, they've been pretty fast, although just a little bit loose on takeoff on that last run, Dave.
Mike, at this point, 20-year-old Chase Elliott runs into 10th position and cannot make that high line work. He's been going to the bottom recently just because they said the car will not handle up in the extreme high line. Talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, this morning about his rookie season. And while they didn't get the win, Alan said they were pretty happy with a few things they did this year. Remember, they didn't want to define their season by winning. After all, he was replacing Jeff Gordon, the 4-time champion. But it's been a good year for Chase. Marty?
Dave, this is not Michael McDowell in the 95 car. It's Ty Dillon this weekend, running in the 17th position right now. He's a young guy behind the wheel, but he has a veteran on the pit box in Matt Borland this weekend. They're struggling with a race car that's just a little bit tight, but he's made his way up to the field from 32nd to 17th. When I asked Ty earlier this week, hey, we're going to see you full-time in Sprint Cup next year, he said, we'll see. Maybe an announcement coming soon. So a little bit of a teaser, Rick. Might get to see this young man full-time here next year.
Brother Austin, as we see the 42 running right up against the wall.
And it's simple, Rick. Not only is the 42 a reasonably fast car and Kyle Larson very good at the top, but the top of the racetrack is just faster, much faster than where Kyle Busch in this 18 is deciding to run. You see Kyle Larson is basically taking all the risk right against the wall, the quarter panel, inches off the safer barrier.
There'll come a time that everyone will have to make this decision. I mean, when you see a guy like Kyle Larson, he just passed Kyle Busch, and he just passed Jimmy Johnson and drove away from Jimmy Johnson. So at some point, you're going to have to get up there. That's where the speed's going to be. He's running down Kevin Harvick. He's not a little faster than even Carl Edwards, who's leading the race. He's a lot faster. Carl Edwards ran a 34.10 running the race, leading the race. Kyle Larson ran a 33.70. Close to a half a second faster run on the top of the racetrack.
You mentioned when he went by the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. We've seen the 48 of Jimmy Johnson have his hands full, especially recently. It seems as though that car might be a handful for him as Kyle Larson continues to run right up against the wall. Would that be a determining factor if the 48 goes up there, if he's got an ill-handling race car?
Well, I think that this track, you know, we're 21 laps on this set of Goodyear tires. This track is really hard on tires. They lose grip and lose grip very quickly. And this 48 of Jimmy Johnson, he does not like a tight race car. He likes that car to rotate, especially on the throttle. But a few laps back, we were riding on board with the 48. And see right here, this correction he has to make. He's trying to pick up the throttle and look at the correction, the wheel back to the right. Oh, wow.
That is loose.
And now the sun's coming into play, too. We saw that. The sun will be in their eyes as they come out of turn number 4 and head down the front stretch.
And remember what his crew chief, Chad Knaus, told him. Hey, if you're going to run the bottom, run the bottom. Don't run the middle. It seems like when we run the middle, we're not as good. That was the instructions prior to this long run. So look where he's gone back to. He was on the middle, in the middle of the racetrack. Car was exceptionally loose. Now he's turned the car, got the left sides on that white line, trying to make him find more grip.
And here it is, risk versus reward. How high does Joey Logano dare run? Not as high as Kyle Larson. He's going to easily drive around him on the outside.
How about that? He took away the second spot easily. And Kyle Larson continuing to march toward the front. Joey Logano now has dropped back to third. Kevin Harvick looking to the bottom of the racetrack to try to take that spot. Edwards still out front. You're watching the Ford Ecoboost 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway. On next Sunday, final race of the Formula One season is on NBCSN. Nico Rosberg looks to claim his first championship. A teammate, the defending champion Lewis Hamilton, he's just 12 points behind him in the standings. Find out who will capture the title. It's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix next Sunday morning on NBCSN.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle. It was a crazy race last week in the rain to watch two teammates battle it out for the World Championship.
Logano has dropped back to 4th, Marty.
Says his car's a little bit too free off right now. He told Todd Gordon, have about 3/4 of what I need. I need just a little bit more if we want to get up there and lead. Could be approaching green flag stops here in about the next 3 to 5 laps as well. And Joey Logano's pit crew has been outstanding today. They have gained him 3 spots on pit road, including Jackman Ray Gallahan. He's the same Jackman in 2014. Remember the end of that race and Joey Logano's car falling off of the jack. You think Joey Logano wants to win this championship? This pit crew wanted this shot to have a chance at another title. Today they got it. And Todd Gordon told me right now, our pit crew, top 5 on pit road. I wouldn't trade these guys for anyone in the world. Kyle Busch threatening though, Rick, for that 4th position.
Closing the gap. They're still trying to find different ways around on this racetrack. Logano has chosen the white line at the bottom of the track, and then there's Kyle Busch, who looks for any way around the 22. This time he's going to dive to the bottom of the track and see if he can take an advantage away from Joey Logano.
I thought that was great. They showed the Jackman. They had the problem a few years ago, and you know, one of the things to me that was exceptionally impressive is how they stuck together as a team. They had that problem, took it out of a chance to win a championship, but they stayed together and they were committed to each other, and now they have another shot at it.
Kyle Busch, after winning a championship a year ago, looking to defend that title.
I thought I saw the left hand of Joey Logano come out of the window going down into turn 1. Like maybe he's coming to pit road. We'll have to see. He's running to the bottom of the racetrack, but he was the first car we saw come to pit road before. This is about that same amount of time. I don't know if he was just signaling Kyle Busch what lane he was going to run, but I thought he was coming to pit road.
It wouldn't surprise me to see him force the issue. Like you said, they were the first ones on pit road. They got everybody on pit road, which was the plan, but here comes the 42 on the outside of Carl Edwards.
Kyle Larson making that outside line work as he goes right along the wall, and he will take the lead away from Carl Edwards. Kyle Larson leading in Miami. Carl Edwards now running 2nd. We saw the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. make his way onto pit road. Here comes the 22. Joey Logano has decided to bring his car onto pit road for 4 fresh tires. Marty.
Todd Gordon wasn't lying this morning, Rick, when he told me they were going to play it very aggressive with pit road strategy. Here they are, the first one of the championship 4 on pit road early again. Last time they pitted 1 lap earlier than most of the championship 4 contenders. It only gained them around a second. Logano said, again, as we mentioned, I have 3/4 of what I need a little bit more, meaning he wants that car to tighten up just a little bit. Center off 11-4. Another great stop for this 22 crew.
Dave.
Here comes Kyle Busch, 4th place running. You saw him get around Joey Logano just a minute ago, but he's not real happy with his race car. The left front doesn't seem to be working for me, he said, and we need to get the back attached. The longer we go, the rear goes away. So they'll make a 4 Goodyear tire change, they'll fill it full of Sunoco fuel, and an air pressure adjustment to try to correct that situation for this championship hopeful.
Mike Massaro.
Well, Rick, as we saw from the onboard camera in Jimmy Johnson's car, the car was awfully loose and sawing on the steering wheel. He's been working on the track bar to try to change that from inside the race car. Meanwhile, the team going to work with air pressure and a chassis adjustment here for tire change. Kelly?
Carl Edwards has already completed his service. He said that he was a little bit tight on the short run, but loose off. They continued to make wedge adjustments to the left rear of that car. It was also 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for Carl Edwards. And now you'll see the leader, Kyle Larson, who's made his way to the front of this field, although he continues to say that he needs more grip out of his race car. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, as well as 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
Kyle Larson with a good stop. And he took the lead away from Carl Edwards, who has been very strong here this afternoon. Kevin Harvick's led 78 laps. Carl Edwards has led 33 laps. Joey Logano has been out front for 6.
And you wonder why the 22 would pit early. It's a little bit risky if you pit early and the caution comes out. But the reason why, remember, we just saw the 18 of Kyle Busch get by Joey Logano. But that one lap, Steve, made this difference. Now Kyle Busch is a second and a half behind Joey Logano. So that's the difference in one lap on old tires.
Well, Jeff, you talk about the risk. If the caution comes out, there's really not a risk. If you draw everybody to pit road in 1 or 2 laps, at some point, I don't wonder if the field is going to continue to let Joey Logano come. One of these times, Jimmy Johnson back there in the 10th, 11th position, he might say, you know what, I'm just going to stay on the racetrack and maybe catch a caution. If you can't beat them on the same strategy, you have to get off strategy. Sometimes that's just not coming to pit road and running out the other 15 laps of Sunoco fuel.
After the green flag pit stops, Carl Edwards has jumped back out up front ahead of Kyle Larson. Carl Edwards, the former substitute school teacher, now racing for a championship. Today's Grand Marshal, Justin Hartley, is one of the stars of This Is Us, the fall's breakout hit drama. Don't miss an all-new episode of This Is Us. It's Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on NBC. What a great command he gave to fire the engines to get this one underway. Carl Edwards has lost the lead to Kyle Larson. Edwards now about a half a second behind the 42. Take a look at how it happened. Larson once again has been utilizing that high line. This time he dove right in between the 83 and the 19 for the lead. What a run we have seen out of Kyle Larson. We continued to say race after race, it was just a matter of time before he ended up getting to victory lane, and it happened this year at Michigan. Enabled him to be a part of the chase with that win, and now it looks as though it's given him confidence. And when you come to a racetrack where the preferred line is right up against the wall, that really suits his driving style.
Yeah, everybody talked about Kyle Larson when he made the chase after winning that race. If he could work himself through this format and come here as one of the 4, he would have a great shot to win the championship, because this racetrack suits what he does so well, and that's right there. Lay the right side on the wall all the way around the corner. Now listen, at some point he's going to hit it, because that's just what he does, but he is willing to take the risk because it's so much faster.
Well, you say at some point he's going to get into the wall. We talked about the 3 of Austin Dillon earlier in the race and how much speed he had found up top. Well, here's the dangers. You see right there, a couple times into the wall, kind of pulls you in. You can't really fight your way off from it. Has to ride the wall for a little bit of distance. Another good shot of it here. You just see how much it slows you down when you get into the wall too. Damages the right side of your car. Aerodynamics plays such a role, Rick. You really need to try to keep that whole outer shell, the body of the race car, as pristine as possible. But that's a major test when you run right up against the wall.
Yeah, and not every hit against the wall is the same, right? I mean, you can just touch the wall, no big deal. But if you get in the wall and the wall kind of sucks your car up, and that's what it does. Like if it hits the right rear hard enough, then it'll slam the right front into the wall, and then it's hard to get away from it. That's when you do significant damage.
And Mike, through the green flag pit stops, we have seen Jimmy Johnson and that team fall all the way back to 10th.
Yeah, and that pit stop was a little bit slow for the 48 team, 16 seconds in fact. Nothing went wrong, but they took a little extra time. They had to adjust a right rear shock. That was the chassis adjustment they made on that race car to give Jimmy a little bit better balance in the car.
Basically, Rick, what you do is you prepare these shocks. They have adjusters on them, but you basically put pull cords on them, basically like a zip tie. So the tire changer reaches in, grabs the pull cord, just pulls it off, and it adjusts the shock basically on its own. So that's the preparation you do before the race. An adjustment obviously Chad Knaus thought he was going to make, was prepared to make. They make it an under green flag. Why that seems odd, and you wouldn't want to have a slow pit stop while everyone's running at full speed, but you actually lose the least amount of positions under green because the cars are spread out. You have the same adjustment under caution. When cars are nose to tail, you could lose 10 or 15 spots in those extra 3 seconds.
Yeah, in this case, though Jimmy Johnson did have a slow stop, he's all the way back, just got by Dillon for 9th. But if you watch the right rear, when the right rear comes off, he goes in, very quick adjustment, tire gets put back on, but look how long it took to get the lug nuts tight. So the adjustment was quick, but getting the right rear wheel was not quick, and it looked like maybe the gun switch, something happened to the gun, but that little bit of a holdup put them back in 10th position.
Yeah, the tire changer hung the tire on there, and it looked like he had the gun in reverse and was taking the new lug nuts off. You don't want to do that.
And look how close it is now for the lead. Here comes Carl Edwards once again, trying to take it back away from Kyle Larson. Drives right by the 42.
I think Kyle Larson's gotten loose up there. We saw the car moving around a lot with Carl Edwards underneath him. And when you're loose right against the wall, meaning the back of the car wants to spin out, it's hard to lay that right rear quarter panel against the wall. You're better off being a little bit tight running that high line.
Dave.
Kyle Busch was right in the middle of an explanation of how his car was handling, and then he started shouting, "Coming to you, coming." Actually, he was very calm. He said, "Coming to you, coming to you." The crew rifled out of their sitting positions and onto the pit wall, and the right front appears to be down. Kyle reporting it himself. He felt that at 180 miles an hour. He knew what to do, which was get to pit road and let the crew change these 4 tires.
Almost everybody was on pit road around lap 120, 119. And so Kyle Busch has to come to pit road. He's going to lose a lap to race leaders. He was running 5th. He goes a lap down now as he has pitted on lap 136.
Jeff, we've talked about this. We talked about at the top of the show. There are going to be moments that define this championship run. Well, this moment for Kyle Busch looks like a negative because it had to come to pit road. But look how close it was. Up the racetrack, he's out of control. The right front tire's down. That is a remarkable job of driving. You know how that is, Jeff. You can't get on the brakes. If the right front tire is soft, it's just going to turn right. So he goes in. How quick the driver felt something was wrong with that race car. That could be the difference. If that happens 50 feet farther into the corner, he makes contact with the wall, could have been the end of his day.
And we've been having this conversation about how close do you run to the wall. If Kyle Busch drives into the corner the way that Kyle Larson has been driving into the corner, and he has that right front tire failure, he makes major contact. So that is the risk versus reward. It's not always a driver error. It can be something, another car shoving into the wall, you have a tire problem. In that case, them being a little bit safe was able to help them not be in the wall.
Very close call early on now for one of the championship 4. And is it early enough that he can battle back from this?
Well, now Kyle Busch's goal is he has to run that 41 down. He's currently in the free pass position. Get himself in that position in case a caution comes out.
And welcome back to the Ford Ecoboost 400. Sun getting lower, closer to the horizon here as the laps continue to wind down. Only 122 laps remaining in this championship run. Kyle Larson back out front, but a big run by the 19 of Carl Edwards. He'll try to take the lead back away.
Larson got pretty loose getting off turn 2. Just lost all of his momentum. Carl Edwards probably could have made that move to the inside of Kyle Larson, but he knew Kyle Larson had such a good run on the outside, he just decided not to push it.
So once again, Kyle Larson has taken the lead away from Carl Edwards. Edwards has led 45 laps, and again, the championship 4, they do not get bonus points. This is how the lead changed hands.
Carl trying to get by the 47 of Allmendinger, and on the bottom of the racetrack, he just could not carry any momentum off the corner, and 42 working that top. Now, look where Carl Edwards did that time. Carl Edwards went to the top of the racetrack. Let's see if he continues that.
He's not going to go right up against the wall like we've seen out of Kyle Larson. He goes down to the middle of the racetrack and gets door to door with the 42.
Well, it's important for Carl Edwards in this 19 car not to get caught up in the moment. He has a 12-second lead on his next nearest championship 4 competitor of Joey Logano back and forth. So as much as he wants to outrun the 42, I think we saw last week with Matt Kenseth on that next to last restart how you can get caught up in the moment, decide to race one of these cars, how much it can cost you.
Sunset scheduled for 5:30, and it is definitely in their eyes when they come out of turn number 4. Different though from Phoenix a week ago, where it was in their eyes when they entered turn 1. it's not as big a problem once they get to the turn.
That's correct. Here it's more of a problem off of turn 4. And it doesn't last long normally. Normally it gets away pretty quick, gets behind the grandstands.
See, once again, the 19 running just a little lower line than the 42.
See that 42? See how the front of the car turns to the left in the middle of the corner? That's loose. That's the back of the car wanting to spin out. And as I said earlier, it's just difficult to run against the wall this many laps, lap after lap, with a car that free.
Carl Edwards continues to chase, but is out front of the championship 4, running for that title.
Back at Homestead, Miami, green flag pit stops have begun. Joey Logano once again the earliest on pit road of the championship 4. Todd Gordon coming even earlier this time, kind of doubling down. 34 laps into the run. They put on 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Mike, we'll see if that drags everybody else down pit road.
And Jimmy Johnson is one of the guys on pit road. He's been fighting a loose race car throughout the day. This time they're going to go to the wedge adjustment to try to help Jimmy get the car a little bit more tight. 4 tire change there, along with Sunoco race fuel.
The advantage between Larson and Edwards and Logano was about 14 to 15 seconds. That was the gap between first and second and where Logano was running. When he was running about 4th, he decided to make that move onto pit road. Right now, there are only 3 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Larson, Carl Edwards, and Kyle Busch. And here comes Carl Edwards. Kelly.
You see the 42 of Kyle Larson, who's just been struggling to find some grip. You see the wrench go in. They're going to make an adjustment there to the right rear of the car, along with 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. Meanwhile, the 19 of Carl Edwards, they've been making gradual wedge adjustments to tighten him up. Well, they're going to go back on that adjustment just a little bit. Carl saying that he was just a little bit too tight on the short one speed. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and the 19 is away.
Kyle Larson and Carl Edwards holding their position coming off of pit road. Kyle Busch was still trying to get a lap back.
Well, basically, this is a big break for Kyle Busch. We documented how he thought he had a right front tire issue, came to pit road. We had to come very early, basically about 19 laps ago. So now that it's cycled down, he's not trying, or cycled around through the pit stops. He's going to easily be passed by Carl Edwards, who's blending on the racetrack right now because Carl's tires are so much fresher. But this puts the 18 of Kyle Busch back on the lead lap. He just needs a caution now before he either A, loses a lap on the racetrack or needs to come to pit road again.
Kyle Larson back out front. Carl Edwards running in the 2nd spot. He's 2 seconds behind him on the track.
Yeah, we were watching the 42 had problem on their pit, but the 19 I thought was going to beat them off pit road, but they didn't. Watch the right rear. Can't get the right rear tire off. Takes a while to get it on. That little bit of slow exchange, the door was open to get in front of Kyle Larson, but they made a mistake at the same time. Kyle Larson and his team made a mistake.
Yeah, the difference I see, though, is I think that's a small mistake. I feel of the championship 4, the 19 has the strongest pit crew. The pit crew won him Darlington. Really, the pit crew won him Texas. That's where the pass for the win happened. The 19 got a little bit of reps yesterday, winning the championship with Daniel Suarez, so a little hiccup there, but I still think that's the strongest crew on pit road.
Still giving chase to Kyle Larson, but out in front of the other championship 4 contenders. So Carl Edwards, driver who used to sleep in his car before he got a full-time ride with Roush Fenway Racing, is still leading the championship 4. Kelly.
We were just talking about the strengths of this pit crew. Well, crew chief Dave Rogers would agree. He said that they're the best on pit road. They step up when they have to. He said they're a great bunch of guys. They're all veterans. They don't need pep talks. They understand this game, and they tend to perform better under pressure. He said all these pit crews get reps throughout the weekend, but it was great to have them get theirs in an actual game scenario last night with Daniel Suarez.
They're closing in on the final 100 laps, 150 miles in this 400-mile race. Larson still out front. Race leader Kyle Larson continuing to run right up against the wall unless there's somebody in his way, which right now is Tony Stewart. So he ducks down and will try to go by Tony Stewart. Carl Edwards running second, almost 3 seconds back though, 2.7 seconds now. Kevin Harvick running third. Kyle Busch running in the 4th position. Dave?
And Rick, remember, he pitted about 20 laps before these leaders did because of a tire. He thought he had a right front tire going down. They reasoned afterwards that it was okay, but he felt something because we saw that car shoot to the wall. Recently, he had this radio to his crew.
Ride it out for a few more. Good if we ride it out all the way through. We got to somehow get closer to back on cycle. Because I know it's going to hurt us, but I don't know.
It'll hurt them in the sense that he is on older tires, but only about 12 seconds behind the leader right now. And as he said, needs to get back on cycle. Wasn't it Dale Jarrett he talked to in the countdown to green? And he said, adversity motivates me more than winning. Well, they've got a little bit of it right now. Kyle very calm as he tries to figure out how to get this 18 back in contention.
Well, and they're absolutely right. Their only option right now is, even though they're slower than the leaders because their tires are older, the advantage they have is the leaders have proven they come 18, almost 20 laps early versus when they need Sunoco fuel, they come for fresh Goodyear tires. So the 18 of Kyle Busch, as Dave just documented, is only 12 seconds behind the leader, losing about a second a lap. Rick, there's no reason for this 18 to come to pit road. It's frustrating, but just stay out all the way until you need fuel. He might even be the first car 1 lap down, but he can't pit at this point. He has to get back on cycle, which basically means gets back in the same pit rhythm as the leaders.
And listen, it's frustrating the situation they're in. But it's even more frustrating that when he came on pit road, they did not find anything wrong with the tire. What happened? What was the problem? It had air in it. So that is concerning to me as well, because as a driver, you know you felt something, but the tire was up. Puts a driver in a very difficult position the next time he feels something.
One of the things that 3 seconds. Harvick is back 9 seconds from race leader Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch back there 15 seconds. Joey Logano 16 seconds.
Yeah, as we talk about Kyle Larson leading the race, remember Kevin Harvick in the 4 has led the most laps at 78 today, and that's something that his car was good early. It took a little bit of time for Kyle Larson to kind of get back towards the front. But who's going to be the next car as we see Joe Logano easily pass the 18 of Kyle Busch on those newer tires? So you watch the 4 of Kevin Harvick make laps around this racetrack, and you see right here he's in 3 and 4 in the sun. You see the shadow of the car on the racetrack in the bright sunshine. As he goes down to turn 1, you see shade all the way through here, especially it's obvious on the onboard. You see Harvick's running that clear shield. You can see his eyes. Well, all the way through 1 and 2. It's shaded, and if you look up above the racetrack, the lights are starting to come on, Jeff. And that was my point. With 97 to go, the sun continues to set. This race should end, as the yellow comes on the racetrack, this race should end under the lights. Who is going to be able to adjust their car for the cooling track?
Some debris on the racetrack in turn number 1. And so now, will that put everyone on the same cycle? Because now, with Kyle Busch being on the lead lap, all 4 of the championship 4 on the lead lap, will they all come and change 4 tires?
Absolutely no harm, no foul for Kyle Busch. They reported that the right front tire didn't go down. Maybe something broke inside the tire. Maybe it just gave him a funny feel, but really no penalty for him. Currently in the 5th position. Really, we keep pointing out Jimmy Johnson, Jeff. We look at him back there in 10th. He just doesn't have the pace of the other championship 4, so they have remained calm. But either the sun setting is going to have to help this 48, or Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus are going to have to start making bigger chassis adjustments.
They're going to have to make big chassis adjustments. That run right there, Jimmy Johnson was a solid half a second slower than Kyle Larson. And that, in the racing world, a half a second is an unbelievable amount. So they're going to have to make a big swing.
And Kyle Larson, can't talk enough about this youngster that has been able to be out front for 41 laps. He runs right up against the wall. He's been able to get by Carl Edwards to take the lead away from him, and looking for only his 2nd career win in the Sprint Cup Series. But coming at the last race of the season, what that does for a team is gives them momentum and confidence going into the next season. Even though he's not in the chase and doesn't have an opportunity to win the championship in this race, it gives them that confidence as they go forward and look to the 2017 season, which will start in February at the Daytona 500. The last person to win the race in 2016 gets to enjoy the spoils all the way through the offseason into February. Let's listen in to the 18 radio.
Do you feel like we need Packer to take off? Because if we do, we need to do it now. I kind of do feel that way. I feel like left front. I don't know about right front, but this one, we'll take our medicine here. We got a lucky break.
So basically that was crew chief Adam Stevens saying, listen, There's 95 to go. Do we need Packer? What that basically means is we're going to add a little bit of shim to both front bump stops to get the splitter off the ground, because on low air pressure, we don't go fast enough. We need to go faster, and perhaps the splitter's hitting the racetrack, but if we're going to do it, we need to do it now. There's only 15 cars in the lead lap. Kyle Busch is 5th. There's a bunch of lap down cars that have a gap on the racetrack, so they're going to have a little bit of a cushion. If you're going to make the adjustment, now's the time.
Well, you could win one of the cars that we race. Go to NASCAR.com/Chase promo now and enter for a chance to win a new Chevy, Ford, or Toyota.
And I misspoke, Rick. There were only 12 cars in the lead lap. So Kyle Busch, if you're going to make big chassis adjustments, now is absolutely the time.
Get the lead lap cars. All 12 of those cars will be making their way onto pit road now. Let's go to Mike.
Jimmy Johnson saying his car this time too tight in the center, and he didn't like the exit either. They're going to make a 4-tire change here, and I also expect a wedge adjustment. You can see the wrench going in there as well. Kelly?
Carl Edwards has had a car that's been a little bit too tight. They continue to make chassis adjustments to the left rear of the car, as well as 4 Goodyears, Dave.
Wedge adjustment as well as that left front suspension adjustment for Kyle Busch. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Joey Logano said his car is tight in the center now, which is what they wanted to get it to. He said, I can also move further down the racetrack as the sun is setting. I think the track coming to us 12-0 on that stop, Rick.
Some quick stops there. Larson, Edwards, Harvick, Logano holding their position. Keselowski gains 1. Truex Jr. gains 2 spots on pit road. Welcome back. We are on lap 175 of 267 of the Ecoboost 400. Let's take a look at this week's Ford Drive to the Championship, and we see where the Championship 4 are currently running. Edwards is 2nd, Logano 4th, Kyle Busch 8th, and Jimmy Johnson 12th. Some big adjustments made on pit road. We'll be right back for the restart. Eastern only on NBC. Once again, expecting the sunset around 5:30 this evening. Big swings on pit road.
Well, everything's on the line, right? A championship's on the line. Carl Edwards is out here leading laps, dominating the race out of the championship 4. So you look at the 48 of Jimmy Johnson right here, the right front tire changer. He's going to remove the tire, reach in here, make a Packer adjustment on the right front bump stop. Looks like he pulls a Packer, trying to get this 48 a little bit lower to the ground. He does the same thing on the left front corner.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're changing Packers on both sides of the race car. That means they made a much bigger change. They also made changes on the back of the car, as opposed to Kyle Busch's team. Remember, Kyle Busch is the one that suggested, let's just do the left front. So the crew chief listened to Kyle Busch, let him make that call. They only made a change on the left side.
Well, it took longer on the 18 because he added a Packer. All that really is basically, you hear about bump stops. Well, that's what limits the front car. That's what, or the front travel of the car. That front splitter we talk so much about, you want to have it right against the racetrack. But if you have too much travel, it bounces on the racetrack. It can't go. The 18 at Kyle Busch, it's just really a piece of plastic. You put it in the left front bump stop. The splitter can't get as low to the racetrack. It's going to help them on newer tires. The 48 looks like they removed Packer. They must want their splitter a little lower.
Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson, they've both been chasing after the 19 of Carl Edwards. He's on the other side of the spectrum. He hasn't made some big changes. This is what they had to say on the radio.
Having fun, Dave? I'm having a blast, man. You having fun? Yes. Really cool race on the 4 and the 42 there. That's a good time. I love this place.
Once again, that voice, calm, sounds like he's having fun. They come back into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Larson's been running that hot line all day. And he shoots out in front of the 19 as they go down the backstretch. Now the 19 has the 22 of Logano on his outside, trying to take second away. Great battle for second. Logano's going to take it away from Carl Edwards.
Logano's done a really good job on all these restarts we talked about early in the race, how they put an emphasis on that. Just like last week, though, at Phoenix, it doesn't seem like his car is as good on the long run, so he needs to take advantage of these short runs.
Well, look at Kyle Busch around the outside of the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. It looks like that bump stop adjustment is helping this car on new tires. That's as aggressive as we've seen him on a restart today.
Just 88 laps remain in this race. The championship 4 led right now by Joey Logano. Carl Edwards running behind him. Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson, the last of the championship 4.
And this is what we've been waiting on. Under 100 to go. The sun is set. It's almost completely down. The big adjustments have taken place on pit road. The 18 looks more competitive. He's up right close to the bumper of the 19. We'll have to see if the 48 of Jimmy Johnson has made their car any better.
18 got a big run on the 4 car. He's going to use that down the back straightaway. He'll clear the 4 car. If he doesn't make a mistake in 3 and 4, he'll get by the 4 car for sure down this front straightaway. But Steve, in a racer's mind, something about 100 to go. That's like the light switch. That's when you go see the aggression level pick up.
3 of the championship 4 running nose to tail now. Logano, Edwards, and Kyle Busch, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Here comes Kevin Harvick once again. He's been racing hard, even against the championship 4. He wants to end the 2016 campaign on a high note.
Those guys in the front right now, they're watching Kyle Larson. You have Logano, Edwards, Kyle Busch racing for a championship. They've been watching Kyle Larson run that top line. Who is going to be the first one to go? Who's going to be the one that takes that chance on older tires to get against that wall? They've been patient so far. Time's ticking. I don't think they can continue to be patient.
Well, in the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, the last lap drove around the 20 of Matt Kenseth. This lap going around his teammate, the 24 of Chase Elliott. This 48 looks better already, Jeff. He just needs to get that track position now. A few more positions, he'll be up with the other championship 4.
See that orange tape on the front of the car?
Action here. 6-10-4.
They put that tape on. The temperatures are coming down, so they'll keep adding tape. They want to maximize the front downforce. When you put tape on that front, it makes the engine run hotter, but it also adds front downforce. Temperature of the racetrack's coming down. They can afford to put tape on the car.
How about just relishing the opportunity? You heard Chad Knaus say, all right, let's go make something happen here. Calm, to the point. They've won 6 championships. They're trying to win their 7th. They're behind the 4th out of the championship 4, but it still sounds like they're having a great time trying to do it, enjoying the moment.
And Steve, remember what Jimmy Johnson said this morning. I have nothing to lose. I only have something to gain. So that mentality is, hey, it's not desperation. It's excitement. It's an opportunity to make something great happen.
Championship 4 continue to fight. You won't miss another lap of racing as we go NASCAR nonstop the rest of the way.
Coming up on
Tonight's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods, giving you a bird's eye view of what's taking place here on the racetrack. You could win one of the cars that we race. Go to NASCAR.com/chase promo right now and enter for a chance to win a new Chevy, Ford, or Toyota. Ford Ecoboost 400 continuing as Kyle Larson is out front. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Marty.
You know, Rick, when I asked Joey Logano earlier this week what it would mean to win this championship, he brought up the 2012 season, his last season at Joe Gibbs Racing, and he described it as miserable. He said all Joe Gibbs Racing was going to offer me for 2013 was an Xfinity Series ride. I knew I'd never get back to the Sprint Cup Series. I thought I was done. Then in August of that year, I got a phone call from Brad Keselowski. He said, hey, call Roger Penske. He said, do you mind giving me his number? I've only talked to him once in my life. He said, I had one offer, one ride. This was it, and it couldn't have worked out better for me. Today, Joey Logano trying to bring the captain a Sprint Cup Series championship. Kelly.
Carl Edwards trying to reel him in. It hasn't been that long since he had a variety of jobs, from fixing cars in his driveway, substitute teaching, attending college part-time, all the while handing out business cards, trying to get a job as a race car driver. He told me it was a huge adventure, and although it was a struggle, he said it was also a lot of fun. Well, he compares this moment, this championship race, to those days when he was trying to get a full-time ride. He said everything back then was a make-or-break moment, but he's been having a lot of fun with it this week, Dave.
Kyle Busch has said all week how winning last year's championship, one race by the way, this one in the chase, made them stronger for this year, gave them the confidence that they could do it again. And they've had a great chase. Finished second in both of the transfer races except for Talladega, which was by choice. And now on the cusp of a victory here. They know how to get it done. Remember, they only won one race last year. It was here in the chase. And they will try to do it again, Mike.
You know, Dave, since the 48 team's inception in 2001, there has been one team, one sponsor, one driver, and yes, one crew chief. Of course, that crew chief is Chad Knaus, who's hired 25 years ago by another great crew chief, Ray Evernham. I spoke with Evernham this morning about Knaus, and he said, look, I remember the very day I hired him. I asked what his 5-year plan was, and Chad Knaus didn't blink and said, hey, I want your job. Evernham said he has worked diligently hard to become the best crew chief in the garage. And Evernham, who is regarded as perhaps one of the all-time greats himself, looks up to two crew chiefs, he says. Dale Inman, who gave 7 championships to Richard Petty, and one other guy, Chad Knaus, trying to give Jimmy Johnson his 7th title today. And Knaus has had his work cut out for him. They threw a ton at this race car on the last stop, trying to give him the car he needs to get to the front and get that title. Rick?
Thanks, Mike. Great update on our championship 4, and as they run on the track, it's Logano that currently is in front of the other 3 as we see Jimmy Johnson diving to the bottom trying to get by Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, now it's all of these individual battles. Jimmy Johnson, I believe, has a better race car. We see him more on the offense, Jeff, but he's trying to get around traffic as you see Brad Keselowski right there giving a little shove down the straightaway. 48's getting better, but only up to 7th. Still has Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick to pass before he reaches Kyle Busch in 4th position.
This is where it's advantageous that they worked on making their race car work on the lower groove, because as the groove moves up and people start running the middle of the racetrack or the top of the racetrack, if you can run in the lower groove where people are not, then aerodynamically your car is so much better. So that work put into practice was a big advantage. And that lap right there, Jimmy Johnson ran the fastest lap on the racetrack.
As we continue to focus in on the championship 4, take a look at Joey Logano. What an incredible run he has had as of late. The last 5 races, 4 top 3 finishes presented by Sprint. Sprint's network reliability now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today, save 50% on most current Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Marty.
Rick, lap 197 on the board right now, 70 to go, and here's the debate. We told you at the top of the show, as you see the battle for second with Carl Edwards and Joey Logano, that the key word for the day would be short pitting. They've done that here on the 22 car. They've been very aggressive with it. If they keep with their math, lap 208 is when they will come. That's 10 laps from now. But Steve, at some point, you're running up front here, the 22 car with Joey Logano and Todd Gordon. Do you continue down that road, or do you back off of that strategy now with only a couple of stops left in the game?
Well, if that's their strategy and they're going to continue with it, I think the most important thing is they get past that lap 208 number. That's the last fuel window. You cannot pit and force yourself to pit in extra time. So make sure you can make it all the way to the end of the race. So I would expect them to pit probably with 59 or 58 to go.
Great battle continuing. You'll see it all as we go NASCAR nonstop. Welcome back. You have not missed a moment of this battle between the 19 and the 22. Here's what the 19 had to say on the radio.
Next time you're going to have a flat side. I don't say anything there. The next time 22's going to have a flat side. Get you in the back.
A little bit of frustration now, or maybe the anxiety is ramping up as there are only 62 laps to go in this race, in this championship run.
I think that's what it's all about. Is this championship means so much, and doesn't take a whole lot to push you from excited to anxious. And you're racing the guy that you might have to beat for the championship, and you heard that in Carl Edwards' voice.
So again, Carl Edwards is running second in the race, but right now leading. There you have it. So again, you're hearing Carl Edwards aggressive as the caution comes out again. We saw earlier Ryan Blaney in the 21 have a tire issue, got into the wall, and it looks as though another tire issue for Ryan Blaney brings the caution out. When the caution came out, 13 cars on the lead lap.
And we had a few more than that, but Martin Truex Jr. pitted from the 7th position, working on that short pit strategy that Marty's been talking about all night. Well, it caught him a lap down with this caution.
See a lot of damage to the right side. Again, that's twice now, but the 21 has had a tire issue and gotten up into the wall, so the damage compounded.
And that one there looks like it perhaps could have some suspension damage. You see the wheel moving around maybe a little more than it should.
And it just blew.
Yep.
Take a look right up against the wall.
He gets in the wall and it's just going to ride the wall.
So they go to work on the right side of the 21.
Disappointing year for this team. It looked like they were going to be, they had a lot of speed, but they were never able to really put it together.
So this is going to be a stressful situation for the crew chiefs. There's no doubt you're going to come to pit road, put on 4 new Goodyear tires. They should have enough Sunoco fuel to run 59 or 60 laps to the finish. But the issue is the longest these leaders have run on tires tonight are 40 laps. So if they can go 60 on tires and fuel, what adjustments do you need to make to your car to be good for 60 laps, Jeff? Do you adjust your car? Do you just wait and see if this last run gets split up by a caution? You know, I mean, we saw this race before run long to the finish. So what do you do? The longest you've run is 40, and now there's 60 to go.
Yeah, and already we heard a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of pressure start coming out of Carl Edwards. And guess what's going to happen on this restart? You know, after these pit stops, you're going to have to be aggressive on these restarts. It's championship winning time now. That's what this is. You're going to have to see, and we've seen Joey Logano every restart pick up spots. He's going to try to even pick that intensity up. So now they're going to start rubbing each other. They're going to start getting mad at each other easier because someone's going to be trying to move in front of you, take your spot. And the anxiety of a championship is starting to come into focus. There's only 59 laps left.
Rick, this is a team championship, not just a driver championship. And this is why, with 59 to go, there's no time to recover. A bad pit stop, a loose wheel, drop lug nuts, poor execution on pit road could end one of these championship hopefuls. We saw this back with Joey Logano in 2014. A jack problem on one of the late pit stops ended his championship hopes. 59 to go. Any problem such as that will end their run.
Only one of the last 9 races here had more than 2 restarts. This is going to be the first restart after lap 200. But there was one in the last 10 laps in both here under this chase format. So the last 2 times under this chase format, there has been a restart inside the last 10 laps.
I've learned that whatever strategy I wanted to play, I could find a stat to support it, but then we had to see how the race fell.
Pressure goes on to the pit crews now as the team's entering pit road. Mike.
Rick, the big swing that Chad Knaus took at the 48 on the last stop appeared to pay off. Jimmy Johnson saying the car was much more competitive that time around. Still, lots of work to do. Wedge adjustments on both sides of that car, along with a 4-tire change. Kelly?
Carl Edwards said he was just a little bit free that time. They put half a round of wedge back in the left rear 4 tires, Dave.
Kyle Busch took off tight, but got a little bit loose at the end. There will be a 4-tire change, air pressure adjustment. Marty?
Joe Logano was about to come to pit road under green when that caution came out. Very well timed for them. He said, I need a little drive off, and it gets freer the longer I go. An air pressure adjustment to tighten up that race car.
All 4 of the championship contenders within 0.8 of a second of each other as we go NASCAR nonstop, waiting for the restart. There are just 56 laps to go in the Ford Ecoboost 400. Under the lights as this 2016 championship winds down. Not a great pit stop for the 19 as we look at the pit road comparison.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like much, but a second on pit road is at least 2 positions, and now Carl Edwards will line up in the 3rd row on the bottom with Jimmy Johnson to his outside.
Yeah, they had 2 problems on pit road. Great shot overhead. Watch the right rear. Takes him a little while, get the tire off. His tire's slow coming off. They get the right rear on. You can see the right rear is slow around the left side of the car, but now watch the left front.
Yeah, so there was a few tenths of a second beat over there. Well, now the front should be ahead, but see, slow taking the left front off. That's what happens when you have a little issue on the right and a little issue on the left. They add up to over a second.
And the problems have added up for this 19 on pit road tonight. They just, to me, doing everything that needs to get done. As we start to wind down, you're going to have clean pit stops.
1.1 seconds on pit road doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is spots on the racetrack. Let's see how it affects Carl Edwards. This is the lowest the 19 has been tonight among the four. 42. Kyle Larson right up against the door of the 22 of Logano, and he takes the lead. Here comes the 18 of Kyle Busch. When the sun goes down and the lights come on at Homestead Miami Speedway, Kyle Busch shines. Now it's Kyle Busch in front of the other three. Kyle Busch, Logano, then Edwards and Johnson.
Remember those big changes that the 18 made. They put that Packer in the left front, and since they made that change, it surely seems to help that race car.
Here comes the 48, looking to the outside of the 19. That's for position. Not able to keep the momentum up.
And you have to wonder now, Chad Knaus, that 48 made a big adjustment. It looked like he removed some front Packer, got the splitter lower to the ground, and now he just doesn't seem to be able to keep up on new tires. But we're only a few laps into this run. If it goes all 60 laps, that might be just what the 48 needed.
And this is the first time all day long that Kyle Busch has led these four championship contended drivers. Still 53 to go.
And Rick talked about it at the drop of the green, how when the lights come out and the sun goes down, here comes Kyle Busch. All evening long, he's been describing his race car, comparing it to last year. Remember, he won last year and won the championship. Things like, hey, I didn't have this last year, or this was in last year, let's get that back. So he has something really good to compare with, including that his car came on great at the end of the race last year.
And Dave, remember this racetrack, we only run here once a year. Once a year we come. You don't run here twice. A lot of times we go to racetracks twice a year. This one we only come once.
And you got to go back to that moment where Kyle Busch thought he had an issue with the right front tire, hit pit road. The pit crew was ready. They made adjustments. The crew chief, Adam Stevens, was wise enough to let him run on those old tires a little bit longer. Caught the caution to get himself back on the lead lap.
Kyle Larson still out front, as Larson has run a great race tonight. 84 laps in front of the field. Kevin Harvick's led 79. We mentioned this is the first time that Kyle Busch has been in front of the other championship 4 contenders leading into that battle. And for more on Kyle's teammate, Carl Edwards, let's go to Kelly.
Well, Rick, even though that 12.5-second pit stop cost them a few spots on the track, this team's not too concerned.
Plenty of time here. 58 to go. 58. Yes. Oh, no worries. Get position on driving stuff now. Yep.
And now it's 50 to go, and everyone should be good on fuel.
Fuel shouldn't be an issue, but we have seen virtually everyone short pit or come way before they need fuel. We've seen them come as early as about 35 laps on a run. But with 49 to go, can you chance that and potentially come early, or do you now have to stretch it all the way till the checkers?
Well, I think these teams are forced to stretch all the way until they either get a yellow or a checkered flag. The real question is what happens after lap 40? Whose car has the best handling? And we've still yet to see the championship 4 run right against the wall like Kyle Larson does. If it goes over 40 laps, Jeff, I think they're going to have to move up there on those old tires.
Yeah, I think they will too. And you know, heard Carl Edwards, very optimistically saying, "Hey, I'm just going to do that driving stuff now." But the problem is, now he's behind more race cars, and the car drives completely different the more cars you get behind. So the adjustments that they made, expecting to come off pit road second, third, weren't the right adjustments when you come off pit road in fifth.
And you have to throw in also the 4 and the 42. They are definitely fighting for the win in this race, but they're right in the middle of the championship battle that's going on.
And we talked about how aggressive you're going to have to be on these restarts, with Joey Logano trying to take advantage of what he's done all night, have a great restart. Kyle Larson in that 42 car, he puts his left side right beside the 22, pulls the air off the side of his car right there. You see the 22 car get loose. He loses momentum. That allows the 18 car to get a run and ultimately get by the 22. So that's the aggressive restarts that we're going to see from this point on.
If we have another restart. Marty.
Rick, it's going to be interesting. You talk about that pit strategy. Todd Gordon and Joey Logano were talking about that a moment ago. He said, we can go all the way on fuel. I think we're coming again at some point. So, see, this is where you really make your money as a crew chief. If you follow the math all night long, you would pit with about 17 to go. You don't want to do that. But what you may do, split this window in half. Maybe run about 30 laps and come in, hit pit road. You got plenty of tires to make it work. And you also throw in the element of a caution flag that might come out as well. So, Mr. Crew Chief, how do you play this the rest of the race and try and win a championship?
Well, the problem you have, Marty, is I think if you pit halfway to split it up, you're not going to draw the whole field again. There's going to be 5 or 10 cars that say, nope, nope, we're going to stay out. We're going to try to make it on fuel. And I think that way when the caution comes out, you perhaps could be a lap down. So while I liked the strategy most of the day, at times it was a little aggressive for my nature. Short pitting here would be a pure gamble. I'm not sure with the situation they're in, the second car out of the championship 4, that would be a wise decision. All they have to do right now is to try to outrun the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Kyle Larson out in front of the field, but it's Kyle Busch right now that is in front of the championship 4, looking for his second Sprint Cup Series championship, wanting to go back-to-back after battling through adversity a year ago for the championship. He's looking for a full season for the title this year. Following race coverage on NBC, tune in to the NASCAR America post-race show on NBCSN, presented by Advance Auto Parts. And following the post-race show, be sure to catch Victory Lap live from here in Miami. Between NBC and NBCSN, over 2.5 hours of post-race coverage to end the evening and the season. Let's talk about strategy as we're now under 43 to go, brought to you by Smithfield Foods.
Well, we're under 43 to go for the entire season. The championship's on the line, so the pressure is mounting, Jeff. If the caution comes out, the pit crews are going to be tested, the drivers are going to be tested on the restarts.
Yeah. Pit stops are going to be huge, restarts are going to be huge, and as you said, there's so much on the line, people are going to be able to risk it all.
Championship out in front of 4 drivers. Kyle Busch right now has the best look at it. He's in front of Joey Logano, Carl Edwards, and Jimmy Johnson. But Jimmy Johnson has been able to battle back. He's just behind Kevin Harvick. The 4 championship drivers running 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th.
Well, a decision has been made by Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards, they got themselves back with a poor pit stop. They're now 2 seconds behind Kyle Busch. And as he's run Joey Logano down, he's moved his line. He's moved his line up the racetrack to get to Joey Logano. Now he's got to try to find his way around him. So he's been right against the wall. When he called Joey, he wasn't against the wall as much, but it has worked to get to him.
That time he entered a little bit lower into the turn, but then moved all the way up to the wall.
So right here, he's going to try to get underneath him. He got that big run on corner exit, running to the top. Now he's going to try to slide up in front of Joey Logano. I think he'll be able to pull that off easily. Let's see where he goes now. He's cleared Joey Logano. What's he going to do when he enters turn 1? Is he going to keep working that top, or is he going to go back to the bottom?
And Rick, we still have 35 to go. This is only 20 laps on the tires, and we have mentioned a few times, you know, the longest they've run is 40. So they're going to be way past that if this thing runs all the way to the finish under green.
Do you wear less tire when you run up against the wall?
I think potentially you do, yes. Depends on how your car is handling, but Carl Edwards is running down Kyle Busch at a big rate of difference. I mean, Kyle Busch ran a 33.70. Carl Edwards ran a 33.38. So he's coming.
0.4 of a second better for the 19 as he continues to race against his teammate. Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards both racing for Joe Gibbs Racing. And the gap closing every lap. Want to get a few updates, and we'll start with Kelly with Kyle Larson.
Yeah, this young kid out of California leading this field and doing just what they set out to do, to run that high line but not get into the wall. You see how clean the right side of that 42 car is. He's looking for his 2nd career Sprint Cup victory, and what a way it would be to close out this season, Dave.
Kelly, ahead for the championship right now is Kyle Busch. He knows Carl is coming, but he may have saved a little bit with his race car. Listen.
Run our race, just what we need. Don't let them beat you to use it any more than you have to. There's no press coming out back.
if he didn't let himself get baited, the very smart reigning champion may have enough to hold off his teammate, Cal.
And after long laps, we have now seen Carl Edwards finally move up to start racing that high line. The team telling him, you still got plenty of time to go. When he got around the 22, they said, just one more to go. Carl, go reel him in.
Kelly Joey Logano told me earlier this week, I love how we race under pressure. We had to win at Phoenix. We did it. In fact, they've won 2 of the 3 elimination races in this chase this year. Can they win the biggest elimination race of them all tonight? Right now, Logano says his car's a little bit too tight. And also, they slapped tape on the grill earlier. Now his water temperature's a little bit over what they would like that to be. Kevin Harvick having a fantastic race tonight. He told me so many reasons for us to want to win tonight. The last run was Chevrolet. It's Tony Stewart's last win, and he told me last time I checked, there's a trophy at stake tonight. We would love to get to victory lane, Mike.
Marty, Jimmy Johnson has never won at the Homestead Miami Speedway, but then again, he's never had to. So I asked him what the reality is for him at this track, and he said, look, I actually like this track. I feel like we've had some pretty good runs here. Tonight, well, it's pretty good, but not good enough to this point. He struggled with handling problems throughout the evening. Chad Knaus has done a lot. He told Jimmy to go to the top of the racetrack. That's where he is now.
As the laps continue to wind down, Jimmy Johnson running 6th. In front of him, Logano in the 4th position. The gap closing between the 19 and the 18, and we've seen this before, and these drivers know exactly what the other will do in this situation, especially if it's for a race win. It was earlier this year at Richmond when Kyle Busch in the 18 was leading and the 19 of Carl Edwards was battling for the lead. He decided late in the race he would put the bumper to him, moved his teammate out of the way, and went on to win the race. After the race and before this championship, both have said, I know how the other one will race me. We saw that at Richmond. Now they are nose to tail for a championship. Kyle Busch is in front, Carl Edwards is behind.
There wasn't much said about that until last week. You know, right before this race, Kyle Busch brought it up. No one asked him about it. He just brought it up and said, hey, I remember what happened in Richmond, and if I'm behind Carl Edwards, I know what I can do because Carl did it to me. So right now it's reversed. You know, Carl Edwards has first got to get by Kyle Busch. See Carl right against that wall.
Well, you mentioned earlier in the race how Carl was leaving those last few feet to the wall. Now's the time to use every bit of real estate. If there's an advantage to run higher, he needs to do it. The risk is if it pulls you into the wall, you can damage it and give up a bunch of time. But with 28 to go, this is where the 19 actually looks to be better than the 18. As they go through traffic and they get to the bottom of the racetrack, the 19 really closes in.
But I think Kyle Busch, if he can figure out where Carl wants to run, then Kyle Busch needs to go there. He needs to take Carl Edwards' line away from him, take that air off of his car. Right now, I think Kyle running the high line is kind of helping Carl Edwards.
This could be the battle for the championship. The gap is closed now. Kyle Busch just in front of Carl Edwards. Once again, Carl Edwards goes a little bit lower. Kyle Busch stays up high. He'll try to keep the momentum up and try to stay in front of that 19.
And Kyle Busch, he's got a difficult spot right here. It's obvious Carl Edwards is a little bit faster. What do? Do you try to take his line away, or do you run where your car is the fastest?
And again, closing in on that territory of we haven't gone this far on tires in this race.
This is an opportunity right here. You're going to see Carl Edwards hang a left, get into the corner to try to pull alongside.
Take a look at this. The 19, Carl Edwards, looking to the inside, trying to take away the second spot.
There. On your tight.
Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Carl Edwards, Kyle Busch, side by side as they go outside. Down the backstretch they go. Carl Edwards into turn 3. He has the advantage. He takes second away from Kyle Busch. Carl Edwards once again leading the championship Ford. 24 laps to go. Kyle Busch, does he look to the inside and try to take the spot back? That lower line working for the 18 now as well. Not able to clear him. for the title. Kyle Busch battling back on the inside. Carl Edwards keeps the momentum up on the high side.
You can see the advantage Carl Edwards gets running that top line. It just makes the back straightaway, the front straightaway, makes the speed so much higher.
Remember, Kyle Larson is in front. He's winning this race right now. He's leading the field. He has a 3.5-second advantage over these two. But these two could care less who's in front of them. They know that this is the battle for the championship. Carl Edwards right now in front of Kyle Busch. Carl Edwards looking for his first ever Sprint Cup Series championship. He knows what he has to do. He has to stay in front of the other three competitors.
See Casey Mears going by both of them. He just pitted 5 or 6 laps ago, so he has newer tires.
Now the question is, can Carl Edwards stay conservative? Can he stay a line off the wall? Can he take care of the right side of his car? We're getting to that point. 33 laps on this set of tires, 22 to go. We've seen him run 40. We haven't seen them run past that. As the tires wear, is Carl Edwards using his stuff up? Is Kyle Busch saving some tire right here, or does he just not have enough car to keep up?
How hard does he push it? That's a big question right now for Carl Edwards. He's out in front, and now he's put a big gap between himself and Kyle Busch. Those two were racing side by side hard, but now with Carl Edwards a big gap, does he save a little bit of his equipment in case there is a late run by Kyle Busch?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. The 19 of Carl Edwards really races like this is for the race win. He manages about a 1-second gap back to the 18. A safe margin. Jeff gives him a little bit room for error, but doesn't push those Goodyear tires any harder than he needs to.
Two teammates racing for a title. Out in front right now, it's Carl Edwards. Kyle Busch running in the 3rd position, but just behind Carl Edwards for the championship. We've seen what these teammates will do to win a race. What will they do for a championship? If Kyle Busch is able to get back to his bumper, he made a comment earlier. He said, if I can stay with him, if I can get to his back bumper. When he was talking with Dan Patrick earlier this week, he said, if I can get to his bumper, I know how I'll race him.
And in an effort to get back to his bumper, you've seen him change his line. Now he's running up on the high side. We saw him down at the white line, the corner before. He's searching, trying to find a place to make his car drive better.
And Jimmy Johnson in the 48 back in the 6th position with 19 to go, trying everything possible to try to gain on these front two. You see right here, still fighting that loose condition. A big slide by the 48. I think the 48 of Jimmy Johnson needs to be thinking a caution. They must have a caution. Come in, make adjustments, maybe gain some positions on pit road.
Laps winding down. Under 19 to go. The 19 out front.
Thing is, though, Rick, it's only 0.6 of a second between these two. Lap traffic, we saw this yesterday in the Xfinity race. Lap traffic somehow doesn't know which line they want to be in. They can block Carl Edwards. They can get in his way. This is the line Carl Edwards wants to be in, but as he goes to lap cars, how much time will that cost him?
Joe Gibbs Racing looking to win the Xfinity Series yesterday, as well as try to capture the Sprint Cup title tonight.
Carl Edwards' calmness in that situation, bad pit stop, lost spots. He was just very calm on the restart, climbing his way back up. Never sensed, really, the way he was driving the car. He didn't get too aggressive. He moved around, found the best place for his car, and just methodically found his way back in front of all the guys he's racing for a championship.
So gap between the two about 0.6 of a second.
But staying there, Rick, how is it staying there? Is Carl Edwards keeping it there by driving out of his mirror, managing the gap, or is it Kyle Busch? Did he make a couple mistakes, lose a position, but now just running hard enough to keep him in sight? 17 laps is a long time for these race car drivers.
And if a caution comes out, everyone will dive to pit road because tires are so important at this racetrack. But if a caution doesn't come out, is he conserving some of his tires? Is Kyle Busch thinking, I've got one more run at this?
We could be, because this right here is lap 40. We've talked about it. This lap right here will be the longest that either of these competitors have run on a set of tires today. So these last 15 laps are going to be uncharted territory. How much more does your car fall off? What kind of balance change do you have?
Carl Edwards, the advantage between the two as far as wins. He has won twice at this racetrack. Kyle Busch won here a year ago to win the championship. The caution will come out. A restart.
You see a flat left rear tire on the 32.
And now the pressure slides directly onto the 19 pit crew. They cannot make the mistake that they made a few pit stops ago. With only 15 to go, if you make that stop, you don't have a clean stop, it can cost you a championship.
So much pressure now on the teams, on the pit crews, to not make a mistake. And does somebody gamble? Does someone like Jimmy Johnson gamble because they haven't shown the speed on the track? Could they gamble to get track position?
Well, it's going to be a tough gamble. Jimmy Johnson's in 6th. If he was back in 10th, 11th, and 12th, I think you take 2 tires because you have nothing to lose. But in the 6th position, a good pit stop, restart 4th, you can win a championship from 4th. So I think Chad Knaus has to put on 4 tires. The question is, now it's a 15-lap run. We talked about how's your car going to handle for 60 laps. Put some air pressure in the tires, tighten the car up, put a little tape on the grill right here.
We can do this. Come on.
What do you need? Let me know. Come on, Chad Knaus needs that information from Jimmy Johnson to make good adjustment.
That way he can make the change. But I agree with you. I think what you do is you say, okay, pit crew, I trust you. I trust you to give me some spots. We can't gamble. We can't race these guys on 2 tires. Pit crew, get me those 2 spots. Get me into the 2nd row.
The other thing, do they need fuel? Can they use the gas man to do something different to speed up the stop?
Yeah, as we see here, this is what caused a caution with the 32 in the left rear tire, but that's what it's going to be about. I would put a little fuel in it just in case we saw some NASCAR overtime, so you'll have that extra man to maybe pull a left rear tire. The bigger thing is how much fuel do you want to put in for balance of the race car? If you don't put fuel in, Kyle Busch's wife, she's excited to give Kyle one more shot at this, but if you don't put fuel in, Rick, A, the car's lighter, which is great, but B, it also puts nose weight. The percentage of the weight is on the front of the car, should fire off a little quicker. There are 100 decisions going through the crew chief's mind right now.
How about the driver? What's going through the driver's mind right now, John?
Right now, clean pit stop, do everything I need to do, get closed up to the cars in front of me the best I can, get on the pit road, do everything right on pit road. That's the focus now. We'll get to the restart after the pit stops.
Pit road is open. Here they come. Kyle Larson, race leader, leads them onto pit road. Mike.
Jimmy Johnson telling Chad Knaus he can't rotate the center, needs more drive off. The call has been for 4 tires and more wedge adjustment. We've seen a lot of that from the 48 throughout the course of the day. This is the money stuff for the 48, giving him an opportunity. Kelly.
And the 19 of Carl Edwards said he was a little bit tight to start, but that could have been the dirty air, so I don't see any adjustments, just 4 tires, a little bit of fuel.
You guys made the point. Gas man Tom Lampy went to the front of the car to carry a tire, now grabs the fuel, puts a little bit in. We had a slip at the back at the 18. Jake Seminara is back up, but he puts the tire on, Marty.
Joey Logano's guys have gained him 4 spots this evening. It looks like they will gain him 1 more here this afternoon. Up to 3rd right there for Logano. It said it took off better. Car was a little bit too tight. They took some tape off and made an air pressure adjustment, Rick.
You see the red arrow pointing down next to Kyle Busch. The big mistake on pit road will drop him back. We'll be back for the restart. Definite disappointment on the 18 team as the last pit stop. Definitely not what they were hoping for. Take a look at the rear tire changer.
Well, it all starts with the lug nuts. He gets to the tire pretty good, but then he's in a rush. You see the sparks flying. The tire's not coming off. He's not getting the lug nuts off clean. The front easily beats him. Well, then in the rush, he tries to make up time around the car, compounds one mistake with another mistake, falls, ends up being a little over 14 seconds, 3 positions on pit road.
And those 3 positions most definitely could be a championship. Kyle Larson still out front. Carl Edwards came out in front of Logano, Johnson, and Kyle Busch. The 14 team. Tony Stewart, a 3-time champion, and the laps winding down on his career. It will be 10 to go for Tony Stewart. A amazing career that he has put together, and it all comes to an end tonight.
So now as they line up, Kyle Larson picked the outside. That put Carl Edwards on the inside. The guy that's done the best job all night long on restarts is Joey Logano, starting right behind Carl Edwards. Can Joey Logano lay back a little bit, get a run, get alongside the 19 as they enter turn 1?
Yeah, and the 48, 6-time champion Jimmy Johnson, the car just hasn't agreed with him. Chad Knaus, you heard him before the pit stop. What do we need? Big adjustments on the 48 and to his outside. The 18 of Kyle Busch, a poor pit stop, but now he lines up in the outside. No one's better rolling the top than the 18 of Kyle Busch.
And you can bet Kyle Busch will try to make that happen. He's He's unbelievably good on the outside on restarts.
10 to go. They come into the restart zone. Kyle Larson, the outside. Carl Edwards on the inside. Green flag back in the air. They're blocking. Good go down low. Carl Edwards into the wall. He got tagged by the 22. Big hits by the 19. And the caution comes back out again.
That is exactly what we saw Joey Logano was going to try to do. Big fire of the 78, but that is what we thought was going to happen. Obviously, the wreck isn't what we thought. Martin Truex Jr. needs to get out of this race car.
Very aggressive on the restart. The flames rolling out from underneath the hood of the 78. Red flag comes out. Martin Truex Jr. is out of the car. Huge contact for the 19 of Carl Edwards. First it was the inside wall, then he was hit by another car.
A championship's on the line, Rick. The 22 gets a great restart. The 19 blocks. They make contact. Look at the damage on the 19 car. A couple huge impacts.
And we thought that's what was going to happen. The 22, Joey Logano, has been so good on restarts all night. The 22 gets a big run. Carl sees him coming. He goes to block. 22 does not slow up. Stays in the throttle. Big wreck.
And the 22 really ended up getting a lot better out of that situation, because it looked as though Brad Keselowski laid completely off of him, the 22's teammate.
Well, he wanted nothing to do with it. He didn't want anything to do with the accident or the championship battle. But you see the 48's blocking the 2 to the bottom.
And listen, if you're a Carl Edwards fan, you're upset at Joey Logano. If you're a Joey Logano fan, you're upset at Carl Edwards. That right there is Joey Logano being aggressive, making a very, very aggressive move, but he got a good restart. Carl Edwards had no choice but to block. If he doesn't turn left, Joey Logano's next to him entering turn 1. He's in the middle of 3 wide. Worst possible scenario for Carl. Carl turns left, trying to block a championship on the line. Joey's there in a big wreck, and I don't blame Carl Edwards.
Not at all.
He had to block. That's what he had to try to do.
But I don't blame Joey Logano, because if he lifts with 10 to go, it's over. He's lost the championship right there. He didn't hit the 19 in the bumper. He was inside the left rear bumper cover of the 19 of Carl Edwards. You see, he's walking it off. It's just the frustration. It's the size of the moment. A championship on the line. We knew restarts were going to be crazy. This one was completely out of control. But what a car that Carl Edwards had tonight. That's got to make the disappointment worth. Remember, 5 years ago, he tied here. He came back trying to win a championship.
It's mandatory that when a driver gets out of the car in the race that they go to the infield care center. Normally, they're taken there by the ambulance, but I believe the communication between the track worker, the safety worker, and Carl was, I'll walk over there. I'm going to walk there.
And remember, the 19 car led 47 laps tonight. That was the best of the 4 cars that were contending for the championship. So now that's why they're disappointed. That's why he was so dejected. Now NASCAR, after this restart, they're going to have to go and figure out where everybody lines up. Remember, there's timing lines around the racetrack that lock them in, but there's also the factor that you have to maintain speed. You have to maintain a certain speed. So right now, NASCAR is looking at those scoring lines, and we'll watch replays to determine where to line everybody up.
Let's listen into the 22. Joey Logano, his radio on what took place.
I got damage on the right front and probably the right rear. Came down right in front of me.
Here, Joey Logano. He came down right in front of me. Carl Edwards was trying to block. He did not want to give up that position on the restart.
No, he didn't want to give it up. He didn't want to give a championship up. He was put in a position because of Joey Logano's very good restart. Joey did everything right. Carl Edwards doesn't block. He's 3 wide in the middle, getting into turn 1. His opportunity to win a championship is definitely less in that scenario. So an aggressive move by Logano, but in my eyes, he did everything he was supposed to do, trying to win a race and win a championship.
I mean, this is what's on the line. 4 drivers, an entire season, a championship. Neither Joey Logano nor Carl Edwards have ever won a championship.
Really, Jimmy Johnson and Kyle Busch, of the 2 championship contenders remaining out on the track. Actually, Joey Logano's still out there, but will have a little bit of damage to the car. But those 2 benefit the most from this because they were able to get through.
What a big impact.
Huge.
To be honest, I've been focused so much on that restart, I didn't realize the degree of that impact.
Let's ride along with Joey Logano.
So you hear Joey Logano. He's to the inside. It gets to a point that the 19's pulled on. He's out of the gas. He's not in the gas turning the 19. He's out of the gas because he's so low. On board here with the 19. I mean, that in real time.
Look at Carl Edwards. Look at Carl Edwards. I mean, listen, he's smiling. He goes up. He's having a conversation with everything on a line.
He shook their hands.
Listen, I don't blame him for being frustrated or being upset because it's a championship, but taking time to go to them and have a conversation, I mean, that would have been difficult for me to do.
And Jeff, let me tell you, I mean, and you can speak to this more than anyone, but how difficult is it to get into this position as a driver, to get into the possibility of winning a championship? It doesn't happen very often. Carl Edwards, this might be his last chance to ever win a title, and that happened on the restart to take it away.
Well, remember how close he came. He and Tony Stewart, the closest finish in NASCAR history as far as points. That's how close he came to winning his championship, and he's been waiting since that moment to have another opportunity. And with only 10 laps to go to win a championship, to end up in this situation, he has to be unbelievably disappointed.
Marty.
Walking along with Carl Edwards, and he has to go to medical first and be cleared, guys, just as you know. So he's going to go do that first. But he walked up to apologize to Todd Gordon, said it was 100% my fault. And in fact, he told Todd Gordon, he said, tell Joey, go get it, go win this thing. So that's what he told Todd Gordon when he went up there. Shook everybody's hand on top of that pit box, said, my fault, 100%. I'm sorry that I came across his nose like that. So what a class move by Carl Edwards. And we saw that after the 2011 championship. First guy to Tony Stewart's window, Carl Edwards. Tonight, a big wreck here. First guy up to apologize, Carl Edwards.
Well, Rick, if I'm a crew member on the 19 team, if I'm Dave Rogers, Carl Edwards crew chief, I'm completely okay with this. Those are the moves you have to do. No one wanted it to end like this, but if he allows the 22 to get to his left with 10 to go, stuck in the middle 3 wide, he knows he's ran these restarts all night long. He was not going to be in the right position. He was going to lose the lead. We talked about what would teammates do to one another to try to win a championship? Well, what as a driver are they willing to do to win a championship? Carl Edwards just proved they're willing to do about anything to try to protect the position.
Steve, it's racing.
That's it.
Racing is going to be aggressive. And then when you add a championship on the line, guess what? It's going to become more aggressive. Joey Logano, great restart. Carl Edwards had no choice but to try to block.
And it looked like Carl Edwards said to the fire and rescue gentleman that's walking with him, hey, thanks for walking with me on this. Normally it's a ride. It was a wild ride for the 19. After an incredible race, it ends 10 laps too soon. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway, still under a red flag condition with 10 laps to go. The 3 championship contenders that are still on the track will be right together. 48, the 18, and the 22. Mike.
Well, there's two sides of the emotional spectrum, Rick. Obviously, we just saw the disappointment of Carl Edwards there, but on the other side, the beneficiary, the 48 team. They were looking for a little bit of a Hail Mary, so to speak, to make this happen. This may be the break they need. When that transpired, look at the reaction from Chad Knaus. He wasn't the only one. The entire 48 pit box just exploded. You see Jeff Gordon back there as well. They're pretty excited. They now know they have an opportunity, perhaps, to turn in that historic 7th championship.
The 78, Martin Truex Jr. Driver was treated and released from the infield care center after the fire underneath the hood. The 2 of Brad Keselowski also has been to the infield care center and released. Involved in this accident on 258, Keselowski, Casey Kane, Regan Smith, of course the 2 chase contenders, Carl Edwards and Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Ryan Newman, Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Dillon, all involved on the restart. A lot of cleanup needs to be done. We saw the fire underneath the hood of the 78, so fluid was coming out of that car. He was up against the wall. Also, the 2 had a lot of damage to it as well, so they continue to clean up the racetrack. It's going to be a sprint to the finish, and so they will make sure that the track is clean for anything.
And so really, when we see the 22, he was obviously involved in that, had some contact with the 19. Well, it's hard to see, but if you look at the right front fender right here on the 22 car, there's some damage. It looks like about, you know, what I would say is like 3 o'clock directly in front of the right front tire. It doesn't look damaged above the tire. Up here where we travel and rub the tire, it looks in front of the tire. So I don't think that will rub and cause the 22 to come to pit road, but without a doubt it's going to hurt the performance. This is really a great shot right here. You can see most of the damage is like at bumper line. About right here, it looks like the 22's pushed in. It's going to probably be a little tighter, but I don't think it's going to rub. Let's listen into the 22. They've been discussing this damage.
It's dented at the headlight, but it's not going to rub. I think it's going to be good.
And I agree. I mean, and let's be honest, Rick, even if it rubs, they need to stay on the racetrack. There are too many cars in the lead lap. Pitting and pulling on that fender does them no good. A championship's on the line. So the 22 car definitely not in pristine condition, but not as heavy damage as perhaps I thought when I saw the initial contact.
Let's go to one who was involved in this incident. Standing by with Kelly.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. Right in the middle of that. Your car was engulfed in flames, but what was your vantage point?
All I seen was the 2 coming up the track and nowhere to go. So just one of those deals, wrong place, wrong time, and you know, we got put in the back a few times. Once was our mistake early, and then you know, Harvick's mistake after that, and just unfortunate. We had a really good race car tonight, and nothing to show for it. So it's 2 weeks in a row, and frustrated. So glad this year's over, and we'll go to regroup and get ready for next year.
Thank you, Martin. Carl.
And the 5 and the 19 also were released from the infield care center. So Casey Kane and Carl Edwards. And I believe, Kelly, you're now with Carl.
Yeah, Carl, after walking all the way back to the infield care center, Carl, it sounded like you accepted responsibility for that. Take me through the restart.
Yeah, I think it was shared. You know, I mean, I feel like it was just racing. Haven't seen a real close-up view, but the way I had it figured is, first of all, that was a race of my life up to that point. That was a lot of fun, and Joey was so good on the short run. I don't know how he got that restart. It was a really good restart. I thought everything was going to work out, and Jason told me he was looking low, and he told me basically he was there. I knew what Jason was saying, and I just pushed the issue as far as I could because I figured that was the race there. And so, yeah, here, let me watch it again. Yeah, Joey just timed it perfectly. He moved down. I thought I could feel him a little, and I just thought that that's probably a little optimistic, but I thought I'd clear him or force him to lift. I just thought I'd have just a little more time. But he drove down as far as a guy could be expected to drive down, and that's how it ended. I don't know what the caution was for. I really hope it was something that you know, that we needed to have a caution for, because that was going really well.
Carl, we saw you walk over to the 22 pit box, shake their hands. It sounded like maybe there was an apology. Why was it important for you to go over to that team?
Yeah, no apology. I just wanted to say, hey, that's just racing, and good luck to you guys. There's so much on the line. I want to make sure that, you know, I don't want anything extra to mess with Joey. He's done a good job, and they deserve to go have a good, fair race. I hope Kyle gets it. I just can't thank everybody enough, all of my fans, Eris, Toyota, Subway, everybody that came down here to support me. Comcast, Sport Clips, a little ashamed of my haircut. I need one, and I thought we had it. That was frustrating. 5
years ago, you know what happened. You lost the championship here. You called it the ride of your life. How will you reflect on this race?
It was so much fun to drive up through those guys. This track is just, it's perfect. It's such a blast to drive. The Goodyear tires are great. I'm now sliding around doing everything, having a really good time, and running Kyle down and racing him like that, and for him to race me that hard and that fair was so cool. I just hated to see that caution. That was very, very frustrating. I felt like that was our race and our championship, but hey, this is how racing goes.
Yeah, but it was under that caution that your pit crew really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, they put it in my hands, and that's all you can ask for. Dave Rogers, my guys, everybody, they did a good job, and it didn't work out. This is life. We performed well. We did our best, and I just risked too much. And Dave told me before this race, you know, it's a pretty big reward, and remember, risk gets reward. And I just I had to push it. I couldn't go to bed tonight and think that I gave him that lane. So I watched the rest of the race, and I am telling you, this team is going to be on fire next year. You watch out. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
Steve, I think that's it. He could not sleep, not only the rest of tonight, but all of next year, knowing that he gave that lane. And he said it. Joey Logano get a unbelievable restart as he's done all night, and Carl Edwards had to block. And what a stand-up guy to sit there and look at it, and with this much on the line, and say, hey, look, it was shared, but certainly was optimistic to think I could keep him behind me.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you have to make a decision to do something that's outside of the ordinary, and that's what Carl Edwards decided right there. He went down. Heck, they were in the yellow paint. They were off the racing surface. There's a curb down there for the road course. I'm not sure they were going to make it over the curb if they did get it figured out. But a classy interview. An entire season got him to this point, and one restart basically cost himself a chance at a championship.
Still under red flag condition as track cleanup continues. They want to make this track as good as possible for the final 10 laps of the 2016 season. Listen into his radio.
Have any idea what the 18th plan is here? Gonna be on us and ready to push, or do you think he's gonna bonsai? I haven't seen Earl down here talking with the 42.
Yeah, so there's the question. We just saw Joey Logano make that aggressive move trying to get underneath Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards blocked. Well, what is Kyle Busch going to do right here? Is he going to try to push the 4 car, assuming the 4 car is on the bottom? Is he going to try to push him by the 42, or is he going to try to time it just right and make it 3 wide getting into turn 1? That's the question that Rodney Childers was asking.
Let's check in on the 18, Dave.
And Steve, Adam Stevens would agree with your hurdles comment there about this chase format. I asked him this morning, if you're the first multi-winner in this elimination format, what would that mean? He said, well, it means we can put a plan together, we can execute, but maybe more importantly, it means we had a lot of good fortune because this format is so challenging. One little thing and you're knocked out. They've made it here. They've got a shot.
Rick, we've talked all weekend long. We saw it in the Xfinity race. How are the non-chasers going to race the chasers? Well, what decisions will the non-chasers make that will affect? Kyle Larson in the 42, a dominant race car, has led 124 laps today, the leader of the race. He has lane choice. Why that's important is because when you look behind him, the 18 of Kyle Busch will be on the inside of the second row. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson will be on the outside. Arguably, I would say whoever starts behind the leader is going to have the biggest advantage. Maybe, Jeff, you disagree. Maybe the guy on the inside can jump the restart. But Kyle Larson's decision, and it should be his decision on how he thinks he should win the race, is going to directly affect which one of those championship hopefuls has the advantage on the restart.
Yeah, knowing Kyle Larson and how he races, I would be surprised if he didn't take the top. Unless he looks at the racetrack, we saw that oil dry on the racetrack, but he doesn't feel like that's clean, and he's going to have to run the middle through that. Then maybe he would take the bottom, but I think Kyle Larson will probably take the top, putting Jimmy Johnson behind him. But that's my opinion. That's what I would do if I was driving a 42, but guess what? I'm not driving a 42.
After a 31-minute, 9-second red flag, drivers had a lot of times to think, and 2 drivers potentially could affect the championship. They're out front. We saw that last night, Steve.
We really did. Last night, it seemed it was going to come down to the 4 championship 4. They had run the race, but Cole Witt in the 14 decides to stay on the racetrack. They were out of tires. They feel their best strategy is to stay on the racetrack. He stays out. He doesn't go on the start. Elliott Sadler on 2 tires gets a good start. The 19 of Daniel Suarez easily goes by them. The 19 of Daniel Suarez wins the championship. That choice by the 14 car, although unpopular, he had the right to do it. I didn't agree with it, but it definitely hurt a driver like Eric Jones and his opportunity to win the championship, as well as Justin Allgaier, the 2 cars that lined up behind him in the outside row. This situation's a little different. Kyle Larson has been the best car. He's going to pick what lane gives him the best choice to win the race, but it's the same premise that a non-chaser could inadvertently affect the championship.
But I think this situation is completely different. You have 2 cars on brand new tires at the start of the, with a chance to win the race. Last night we had a car with old tires, way older tires, without a competitive car leading. Here you have Kyle Larson, who's had the best car all night, Kevin Harvick, who's won a bunch of races this year, both on the same tires as the guys behind them. I think the best thing they can do is go run their race. Just go race to win the race. That's what these guys need to do, because that's what they're here to do. They're here to win the race, and they have cars capable of doing it. Kyle Larson has led 125 laps. And second to that is Kevin Harvick. He's led 79 laps.
Yeah, that's the big difference. Those two have run up front all night long, so they have been good all night long. Totally different from what last night, where Cole Witt hadn't run up front at all.
Right. And I'll argue that if they don't go try to win the race, that's more of an effect on the championship than anything else. Just go do what's best for your car. That's what racing is all about. That's what we just saw with Carl Edwards in the 22.
I think the least of our concern is Kyle Larson and Kevin Harvick trying to win this race. I mean, those two guys, they're going to be giving everything they got. That's what they're supposed to do, and that's what they will be doing. I mean, it's winning a cup race is a special thing. It's hard to do. It's difficult to do. Kyle Larson's only won one of them in his whole career.
And
Rick, road's going to be open here. I'm expecting that we won't see anyone take advantage of open pit road other than some guys at the back.
Well, Chase Elliott came with damage. So the only reason why I'm bringing that up is, unfortunately, it's a negative for Chase Elliott. He's going to have a penalty. But more importantly, for the third of our championship four that's still on the racetrack, Joey Logano, that moves him from 9th to 8th. Gives him the outside lane. We still have 8 to go. There's a lot of racing left. So I don't think we want to, close our eyes to the fact that Joey Logano is still on the racetrack. Will be lining up outside row 4.
More than likely, it'll be a 6-lap shootout. They'll go around one more time before they let them know 1 to go.
And Rick, you mentioned all the speedy dry that was put down in turns 1 and 2 required, and we saw fire and fluid all over. But now the question is, Jeff, you think you know which lane is preferred, but is going to be a lane. I mean, look at this mess down here. Is the top lane, the safety workers are going to do the best they can, but nothing cleans off the track like race cars. So is the grip level going to be there? Is it going to be the same grip level these drivers have had all night entering turn 1?
Yeah, that's such a difficult call for a driver right now when they go through that corner. First of all, when NASCAR says, okay, track's good, we're going to go race, Joey Logano on pit road right here.
22 decided to come to pit road, Marty.
It worked out perfect. Todd Gordon was planning that the entire time, and everyone behind them came. That's a game changer for this racing. They're going to work on that right front damage. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. He said the car, not bad. It was a little too tight on that one corner that he had, or actually a little too tight on the run before, but 4 fresh Goodyear tires. I don't know, guys. This could be a big difference for the 22.
The fresher tires are going to be really a half a lap. So, yes, they are fresher tires.
Yeah.
And he didn't lose track position because of the fact everybody behind him came with him.
So let me applaud Todd Gordon understanding the details. A lot of those cars had taken the wave around a little bit before this caution. He knew they had to come down. So while the tires aren't an advantage, tugging on that right front fender is a big advantage. That was definitely going to affect the handling. He got the right front fender repaired. Perfect example, Todd Gordon. You see kind of the smile on his face right there, Marty. I think Todd Gordon continues to race for a championship. Very impressive call.
Continues to be aggressive, no doubt about it. All right, tell me about the call and why to come to pit road there.
I felt like a lot of guys behind us had come. Obviously, everybody came, but had damage on the right front. I want to get that pulled back out. Tail corner had some damage. Wanted to get a cap on that and pump tires up. This guy on a restart with 5 to go, I'll take him any day of the week.
Was there any question in your mind you were coming?
No.
All right, what did Carl say when he came up here?
He said that was good, hard racing. Totally my deal. Go take care of this thing.
All right, there you go from Todd Gordon. So no question in his mind, was he coming down pit road? They did it. We'll see if it pays off.
Interesting thing right there I heard Todd Gordon say is they get the tires pumped up. And what that means is these tires, you know you're going to have a short run. Put up more air pressure in it than you would if you were going to have a long run. So that makes more grip. The other cars, they did the same thing, but they have sat under red flag for a period of time. Quite possibly, they have less air pressure than where the 22 car has of Joey Logano. Joey Logano's tires have no heat cycles whatsoever. So I think there is an advantage. I don't know if it's enough advantage in 5 laps to get back to the front, but I think he has an advantage with tires.
So Jeff, my question is, we see row 2 of the 18 and the 48, but row 3, 2 Joe Gibbs teammates. Is that an advantage that Kyle Busch perhaps won't have to block to his left, won't have to look into his mirror? I can't imagine the 20 of Matt Kenseth is going to press the issue for a top 5 finish. He's going to allow Kyle Busch to race for a championship versus Jimmy Johnson, who's going to have to be aware of the fact that Denny Hamlin behind him, I'm sure would love to jump to his right rear quarter panel, slow him down to help his teammate of the 18.
Well, one thing we know from Joey Logano, he's going to get a good restart. I would be shocked if we don't see him have a really good restart and being able to push the issue getting into turn 1.
It all comes down to this. 5 laps to go. Lights are off on the pace truck. He'll make a hard left turn and come down to pit road, putting the field back in the hands of Kyle Larson and Kevin Harvick. They make up row number 1. Larson has once again chosen the outside line. Behind them for the championship, Kyle Busch on the inside, Jimmy Johnson on the outside. Great restart for the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Trying to get by the 4 now to put a gap between himself and the 4. Here comes the 22. Around goes the 17. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. slides into the inside wall. Caution still not out. As they come out of turn number 4. Caution now will come out.
Caution down. Crash. Safe.
Well, he said it. Joey Logano once again with an unbelievable restart. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with damage on the back straightaway, obviously. Joey Logano with a really good restart, and Jimmy Johnson had a really good restart as well.
Save, save, save. We heard just as that caution came out. Take a look at what happened to Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
See, they're 3 wide, and he was on the very bottom of the racetrack in a really bad position. Less banking down there than on the top of the racetrack. Cars on the outside and pulling the air off his rear spoiler, and it just comes around on him. NASCAR tried to not throw this caution. You see right here, it just spins around. They tried to let this thing just continue on, but not throwing a caution. But this damage right here and him not being able to get moving as quickly as they thought he needed to, they ended up throwing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that 17 can do here, but what a restart by Joey Logano and this 22 team.
And when does the caution come out, and where are they going to line up now? Is the 22, did he beat the 4 car, or is he going to line up 3rd, or is he going to line up 4th?
And remember, just like the last time, it all comes down to the electronic timing lines around the racetrack.
It's Kyle Busch's wife, Samantha. And now we see the 18 on pit road. Dave.
Rick, they want the fresh tires. They want the car to be freed up just a little bit. That's what Kyle asked for as he came to pit road. So he'll get the fresh ones. What about track position when he leaves, guys?
He's going to lose a lot of track position. Only 3 or 4 other cars came to pit road with him.
I have to ask myself if perhaps they thought they needed fuel. They're going to lose just so much track position. I mean, I know it's unlimited NASCAR overtime. If the field doesn't get back to the overtime line, we could continue to do this multiple times, but I'm just not sure that I would give up the track position. He was close to the front while he didn't feel he had the car to beat Logano or Johnson. I'm not sure. We got to remember now, I believe the 22 is going to start right behind the 48. We just saw the 22 and the 19 crash. I'm just not sure I would have given up the track position.
The only thing I can think is that they saw the 22 with those tires just blow by them, and they thought, hey, there's no way we can do this with the 22 having better tires. Maybe they looked at that 22 and the 22 forced their hand.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind right now, Larson and Jimmy Johnson are on the front row. Joe Logano, it appears, is going to line up 3rd. We'll get confirmation from NASCAR off the electronic lines to make sure that's true. But if that is the case, that's going to put him inside row 2, which is really the same situation he was in when the big accident happened. We already know Joey Logano gets great restarts, so I expect to see Joey Logano on the bottom 3 wide. I think Kyle Busch still had options. I'm not sure that tires were needed, but I thought that about Joey Logano, and he just passed 4 cars in the last restart, so perhaps they're feeling some more tire wear than I gave him credit for.
And if everything goes the way we just saw it and Kyle Larson picks the outside, well, it puts Logano on the inside behind the 48. So we set the stage again for an exciting turn 1.
One more time around until the green flag will fly as we are getting ready for overtime. Football night in America, followed by Green Bay versus Washington. That's coming up next on NBC. And following the race on NBCSN, it'll be NASCAR America post-race show. The championship celebration, trophy presentation, all will take place on NBCSN. 2 hours of coverage of post-race. Listen in to the 48s. Here's what they said on the radio.
Hey, make sure NASCAR stays on top of guys laying back on the start. They were definitely laying back that time. Obviously, it would be happening again here, too. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, the problem with that was the 48 laid back more than everybody else did on that restart. But with the 22 behind him, that was the call, saying, hey, don't let that 22 lay back to get this restart. But the 48 on the restart before laid back on the 42 to get the restart he got.
Why? Because this is the same lineup that we saw the 22 get such a great run on the 19. Now we have Kyle Busch starting on the outside, multiple rows back. Will he get fortunate enough to get a couple shots? Will there be an accident? We've seen Joey Logano, probably, he is A+. He has had the best restarts of anyone up through the gears.
And he has dove to the bottom of the racetrack. That's how Carl Edwards tried to block him in this exact same situation. Now, Jimmy Johnson on the inside. Kyle Larson on the outside as we get ready for overtime. Coming back into the restart zone. Great restarts by both the 48 and the 22. Kyle Larson drops back to second, but he fights back on the outside. Here comes the 4. Kevin Harvick racing that 22 hard. Jimmy Johnson out front. They've passed the overtime line. Larson looking to the high side. This time by. White flag in the air one more time around from Miami. Jimmy Johnson has never won at Homestead Miami Speedway, but he's never been in a position where he's had to win for a championship. Down the backstretch he goes. A half a lap away from the championship. Jimmy Johnson through 3 and 4. Make room. Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. There's another 7-time champ. Jimmy Johnson wins his 7th NASCAR Sprint Cup championship.
You are looking at 7-time champion, Sprint NASCAR champion, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson. He's celebrating at Homestead Miami Speedway. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. Steve, you mentioned it. We may never see anything like this in our lifetimes again.
The way in which they did it. They persevered all day long. Perhaps with not the fastest of the 4 championship cars, but Chad Knaus has been on top of the box for all 7. Rick Hendrick has owned for all 7. Jimmy Johnson has driven, obviously, for all 7. They made adjustments. They continued to battle. They won the race and the championship.
He started the race at the back of the field. Methodically worked his way up to the front. Continued to put that car in the right position. Restart. Had the best one of his life. Had to get out front, stay in front of Joey Logano and Kyle Busch, and he did it. He wins the race and the championship. Jimmy Johnson and the Ford Ecoboost team, they're going to head to the championship stage. We will talk to Jimmy Johnson right here on NBC. As he works his way back, the 7-time champion about to celebrate. He mentioned it when he won and knew he was going to be a part of the championship 4. He couldn't avoid thinking about the possibility of winning the 7th championship and joining Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt as the only drivers to ever win 7 championships in the Sprint Cup Series. Jimmy Johnson has joined that elite fraternity. 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson. We return. Coming up next, it's football night in America, followed by Green Bay versus Washington. Right now, we're celebrating a 7-time champion in Jimmy Johnson. Richard Petty won his first title in '64, his 7th title in '79. Jimmy Johnson has done it faster than any other driver. He joins Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt as the only drivers ever to win 7 championships. It's been 22 years since Dale Earnhardt won his 7th championship, and now Jimmy Johnson joins that duo. They're holding him in turn 4 until the stage is set in front of the grandstands for the hardware to be distributed. The championship flag held high by Jimmy Johnson as he makes his way. After seeing guys going out already onto the track to congratulate him. It was Eric Almirola. He couldn't wait. He decided to run all the way to turn 4. Let's go down to Marty.
Rick, we're making an impromptu victory lane down here with Jimmy Johnson. We'll let him climb out of the race car. We certainly want to give 7-time his due. Jimmy gets to get out. And Jimmy, I gotta ask, as a kid from El Cajon, California, did you ever dream this would be possible?
Oh my gosh, there is no way on earth. Just beyond words, and didn't think that the race was unfolding for us like we need to be the champs, but we kept our heads in the game, and Chad called a great strategy, made some great adjustments for the short run. Some luck came our way, and we were able to win the race and win this championship. I wouldn't be here without so many people believing in me and giving me this chance, from my dirt days and my parents, of course, first and foremost, my brothers, my wife and family today, car owners, sponsors, Chevrolet, Lowe's, so many amazing people along the way that believed in me, giving me this chance. Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, all the men and women at Hendrick Motorsports have been working so hard to get these cars fast, and giving me an awesome 15 years at the company. Just thank you. I mean, from the bottom of my heart, I am so thrilled to be here in this moment, so grateful for the opportunity, and so thankful and blessed. I'm lost for words.
Petty, Earnhardt, and now you can say Johnson. What is the significance of the 7th for you, Jimmy?
It's big. It has a lot of different meanings. You know, the number 7 is a very special place in my heart. With Ricky Hendrick, as a lot of people know, for some reason I just felt good and calm today, and things just kind of unfolded at the end for us. And I know it was help from above. Al Schill Jr. also ran the 7 car, good friend from the short track days in the Midwest. We lost him a long time ago. His number was 7. there's just a lot of different things with 7. Even in my younger years on dirt bikes and things like that, 7 was always around. So in my heart, I wanted to believe it would happen, and it has, and I'm just, I can't believe it.
Congratulations, Jimmy.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to let him go celebrate, and Jimmy Johnson with an impromptu victory lane here in turn 4, Rick, and he's going to go celebrate with his team here momentarily.
7 championships. He mentioned the 7 of the late Ricky Hendrick. Rick Hendrick's son, who died tragically in a plane crash. Coming up next, it's Football Night in America right here on NBC. On NBCSN, you will have complete post-race coverage. We'll hear from the champion again and more interviews on NBCSN. And welcome back as the champion making his way to the stage. What an incredible run it has been for Jimmy Johnson. 5 championships in a row. Never been done before. He wins his 6th, and immediately everyone starts talking about, can he get to 7? Can he get to that number that has been so elusive? Only 2 drivers had ever done it before in the history of the sport. 7 championships. He mentioned the 7 of the late Ricky Hendrick. Rick Hendrick's son, who died tragically in a plane crash. Coming up next, it's Football Night in America right here on NBC. On NBCSN, you will have complete post-race coverage. We'll hear from the champion again and more interviews on NBCSN. And welcome back as the champion making his way to the stage. What an incredible run it has been for Jimmy Johnson. 5 championships in a row. Never been done before. He wins his 6th, and immediately everyone starts talking about, can he get to 7? Can he get to that number that has been so elusive? Only 2 drivers had ever done it before in the history of the sport. He had never advanced past the round of 8 in the new chase format until this year. He makes it to the championship 4. He had never won at Homestead Miami Speedway. Check that off the list now. There's only 3 tracks that Jimmy Johnson has not won at. Chad Knaus greeting his driver. Jenny there as well with the kids. Daughters Lydia and Genevieve joining Dad in this ride. What an amazing run. Mom said, no, I don't think you should be riding in the car with Dad on this final little trip. The stage set up at the start-finish line. Amazingly, when the green flag flew to start this race and to start the day, Jimmy Johnson was at the back of the field. When the checkered flag flew, when he crossed that line the last time, he was in the front of the field, winning the race and the championship. It's a familiar sight to see the 48 team celebrating a championship. As quickly as he has won the 7th, I'm sure people will start talking about the 8th. Can he outdo the 2 greatest of all time in this sport?
That's Rick, what I was sitting here thinking is that you see Richard Childress has his head in the window, and Richard Childress, of course, longtime car owner for Dale Earnhardt, who won one of those 2 that won 7 championships. But now that's the talk right now. Before you can even celebrate this, it's about, can you do that 8th? Can you beat can you beat Richard Petty? Can you beat Dale Earnhardt? But to be in that category with those 2 legends of this sport, unbelievable.
Richard Petty was on the set. Countdown to green earlier, talking about 7 championships and how he went about it. how he got there. He mentioned that he thought the 5 consecutive championships was a bigger deal than them making of the 7th championship as Jimmie Johnson climbs out of the car.
The year in which they did it. Not a dominant year. Started the year with some speed, lost it through the summer. Didn't have the competitive fire we have seen out of the 48, but that man right there, Rick Hendrick, rallied the troops, was vocal in the media. They would fix it. They would find what they needed. They would give their drivers the cars they needed to compete. He vowed to do it, and here he is standing in victory lane with a 7th championship.
He's 41 years old. So as we talk about his career, 7 championships, obviously spectacular, but still at an age and obviously with the skill level that he can go out and compete against anyone in the sport. So an 8th championship definitely not out of the question. Let's go to Marty.
Joey Logano chatting it over with Todd Gordon. They came so close, and I got to ask you about a couple of things. One, the restart. You guys took tires there. Were you thinking, I've got this?
Well, Todd made a great call. You know, I think we're about to get run over. Race is over. We're still about to get run over. Yeah, Todd made a great call. I would never have thought of coming down pit road to put tires on and pump it up and tape this thing off and go for it. But had a good restart and was able to gain some track position. And then I passed the 4 off of 2, and I wish I didn't, because that would have gave me the outside lane behind Larson and allowed me to get to the outside of the 48 if that was the case. And just, man, it's amazing how close it comes down to that. And everyone did a great job today. They recovered after the incident and a restart before that, and we gave ourselves a shot to win a championship. I guess that's all you can ask for. Just second really stinks, and there's no real good way to put it besides it just hurts a little bit right now. But it's motivation for next year to come back and get that championship.
Got to ask you about the restart before that, the contact with the 19. He kind of said it was shared blame. He went and apologized to the crews. What was your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard racing. I get exactly what he did. And I assume he understands what I was trying to do. We're racing for a championship, and there's 10 laps to go. That's the race at that point. And I had a good run and got underneath him. And then this is the first time seeing us actually here. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for running me down there, you know, and I don't think he blames me for putting my nose in there. So it's just racing. It stinks because it hurt both of us a lot. You know, it hurt both of our shots to win a championship quite a bit. We were able to recover. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to. But yeah, we just have to suck it up and move on.
At that moment, with a restart with 11 to go and a championship on the line, is there any other move for you or Carl Edwards?
At the end of that one? Yeah. No. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he lets me in there, I'm probably going to pass him, and it's going to cost him. Our car was fast in the short run. I knew what our strength was, as we've been good on the short run all day, and we fell off really hard on the long run. So that's my shot. If I don't get him right there, I don't win the race. So I didn't have an option. I had to do something to try to win this thing, and that was my only play.
How would you summarize this chase for this race team, Joey? You proved time and time again that when your back is against the wall, this team can do it.
We almost did it again. You know, we ended this season with a second, a first, and a second. Or I guess we didn't finish second. It feels like second. It hurts as much as second. But overall, like I said, I'm proud of the way that the team went through this whole chase. We didn't have the fastest cars to start, and we ended up with some really great race cars that were capable of winning some races. And, you know, like I said, just came up short tonight.
You can understand his disappointment. It looked like the championship was right there for the grasp, but Joey Logano will wind up second here in 2016.
Celebration is going to continue for quite some time for the 48 team, Jimmie Johnson and that entire crew. But guys that came so close that won't be able to celebrate, drivers like Kyle Busch. Dave Burns caught up with him moments ago.
Well, there were times tonight when it certainly looked like Kyle Busch had the car and the strategy to win tonight. The last call is the one I want to start with, though. You guys spoke in code. Was it your decision ultimately to want the tires and maybe lose some of the track position?
Yeah, I mean, we got railroaded there on that second to last restart, and I didn't get the best of restarts, but then the 22 came out of nowhere right up through the middle and got me really tight, then really loose down into the corner, just aero stuff. And so then I kind of got behind those two guys, and we were starting to, you know, kind of lose ground to the rest of the people that were around us. So it wasn't going to be worth our while to try to restart up there again and try to take advantage of track position. Really, you got to have tires in order to be able to go up there. But everybody pitted on the previous caution when the 22 did, and so it gave him that track position to restart right behind our teammates there. And then when we pitted, we were so far back that we weren't going to make up that much ground in 2 laps with only those guys having 1 lap on their tires. So I wish we had more, but you know, it wasn't meant to be tonight. It just seemed up and down a lot of the night. But this M&M's team, they had great fight all year long, and we did all the things we needed to do. We battled hard tonight as well too, and we were in position a couple times, and it just wasn't meant to be. It just wasn't our night. So congratulations to the 48 guys and Jimmy on picking up number 7. That's pretty special, especially in this time and in this age of the sport. And you know, one of these days, maybe we'll have another chance to race against them and beat them out. But, you know, we go home this offseason with a 3rd place in points and try to come back and do it again next year.
And you don't feel like there's any way this slows you down for a 2nd championship somewhere down the line here?
No, not somewhere down the line is going to be fine. You know, you certainly wish you could go back-to-back, but there's been a lot of guys that have done that. We came close tonight. We had a couple opportunities. It just kind of slipped away.
Can you describe for us a little bit of what it was like to have Tony in the final race of his career, and then, as you already mentioned, to see Jimmy making history here, or tying history?
Yeah, it was certainly, you know, a little bittersweet to have both Jeff and Tony retire in consecutive years, but it certainly would have been a heck of a lot sweeter for us to go out on top and win the championship in both of those seasons, respectively. But, you know, again, it just was a great fight all year long. I got to say thanks to M&M's and Toyota and Interstate Batteries and Snickers, NOS Energy Drink, Skittles, everybody that's been a part of this team and has fought with us all year long to get us to this point. And, you know, we did the best we could. We didn't have the best car this weekend, but that's nothing to be said that we won't be better and better prepared next year.
Kyle, this was your season to reign. What will you miss about being the Sprint Cup champion?
Well, first and foremost, going to the banquet and having the room that you get out there and having NASCAR at your ever beck and call to take care of you. But, you know, Johnson knows plenty about what that's all about, so he gets it again. But other than that, you know, it's just you're always going to have that nameplate. You're always going to have that title, and feels good to be able to have that. But one of these days, I'd like to certainly add 2 time to that.
Way to fight. We've enjoyed it this year.
Thank you.
Kyle Busch finishing just out of the championship tonight.
Thank you, Dave. And it's time for the hardware to be distributed. Let's go to the stage and Chris Devoto.
Well, Rick, no question, fans need to remember where they were on November 20th, 2016, the day history was made when a California kid who grew up on 2 wheels joined the greatest in this sport on 4. Jimmy Johnson adds his name to the likes of Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. The official championship presentation. It's begun for the last 13 years with the Senior Vice President of Marketing for Sprint for the final time, Steve Gaffney.
Well, we stood on this stage 10 years ago for the first time with Jimmy Johnson. 7 times later, it's still as thrilling for us as I'm sure it is for him. And as Sprint departs this sport, we couldn't be more proud to have you as our exiting Sprint Cup champion and to be synonymous with the Jimmy Johnson era in NASCAR. So thank you so much, and congratulations to you, to the Lowe's team, to Hendrick Motorsports. It is our pleasure to call you Sprint Cup champion in 2016.
Well, now the bad news is Jimmy has to give up his nickname. No more 6-time. He is going to get his 7th Sprint Cup trophy. For the honors, our chairman and CEO of NASCAR, Brian France.
Well, you're making history, number 7. I don't think anybody saw this coming, but you did. Congratulations, Jimmy. You are the champion.
That haven't been asked, but Jimmy, you joined us on our pre-race show and we asked you about head versus heart. That was about 3 hours ago, and you said, my heart is full. That was before you had a 7th one of these. How's your heart right now?
Hey, it is so full, and I had this crazy calmness over myself all day long, all leading into this, and even with us running 5th and the championship not looking like it was going to be there, I just felt something. My heart was full because I was thinking of some loved ones like Ricky Hendrick and his influence, me being in this race car and dedicating the 7 hashtag to him and kind of building up to this. And Man, something happened from above there. Those last few restarts to give us this opportunity, and I'm just so thankful to have Robert Niblock here from Lowe's. They've been with me since day one and have believed in me. Chevrolet, it's the only car I've ever driven. Hendrick Motorsports, it's made home for me. It's been the perfect place, and my family, friends as well. You wish that you could say something really impactful in these moments, but there's just so much swirling going on right now in my head, and I'm just overly blessed and thankful.
What do the girls think of this right now?
They're pretty happy. I'm not sure they understand what's all going on, but their hearts look a little full too.
Genevieve has a lot of stars in her hand, that's for sure. I know after you won your 6th title, you sent Michael Jordan a text that said, "What now?" Do you remember his response?
Go get 7. I do. We got it. MJ, where are you, buddy? We got it now.
I know you have Jeff Gordon behind you. I want to, of course, bring Rick. You mentioned how much he has meant to you. Rick, I know you dream about this as an owner, to be able to achieve what the greats in the sport have done. You've done it all, and now to have Jimmy on stage as a 7-time Sprint Cup champion. Hard to put into words, I imagine.
It's unbelievable, and Jimmy was using the number 7 that Ricky had and dedicating it to him, and that was so special. And to see him tie Richard and Dale, it's unbelievable. So I'm still in shock, but I think it's going to sink in later tonight. But we're so proud of him to do it through all these different formats. It's been so special, and what a great representative of the sport. And for me to go into the hall this year and for him to celebrate. Joey, nice, good, thank you, buddy. I mean, this is beyond exciting. I'm so proud of him. The team, so proud, so proud.
It is. I mean, there's a sense of celebration, but there's a sense of shock as the crew yells out their battle cry. I know Chad's around here somewhere. Did I just miss Chad's going back to celebrate with the crew? But you have Jeff Gordon up here. Every driver, I think, came out to celebrate and congratulate you in some way. What does that mean, to have those sort of congratulations from your peers?
It did mean so much. I mean, we're working away each and every week, and have so many great friendships and relationships in the garage area. I know they hate losing, and they don't want me to win at times, but to see Joey, Kyle, Casey Mears, all of my Hendrick teammates come over, and I have to give a big shout out to my Hendrick teammates, and Alex Bowman for the incredible job he's doing, Jeff Gordon and his participation in the car this year, Casey Kane, Chase Elliott, their crew chiefs as well. We've had a lot of support from those guys to get this 48 ready for today, and I'm so thankful for it.
I found Chad. He's back here as well, so let's bring him in. Chad, congratulations. To have a driver and a crew chief have the kind of success. Tony Stewart just joining the party here on stage. Of course, no, absolutely. Hey, if I'm going to be cut off by someone, it better be Smoke. That's really incredible for a driver and a crew chief to not just have success, but to have this kind of success and to be together this whole time. All 7 have been won with the 2 of you.
What a journey it's been. It's just it's been an amazing trip. Everybody at Hendrick Motorsports worked so hard. It's just been awesome to be able to be a part of 7 championships with a great driver, but I've got a great team, a great sponsor, a whole great organization. These guys behind me, they pour their heart and soul into this. So to be able to come out here and do this and witness this and be a part of it with Jimmy is just fantastic.
Well, congratulations. This party, I think your guys are ready to party.
We're ready. We're ready. We've been working long and hard. There's been last 12 weeks we've been nothing but full focus forward, and it's definitely paid off.
Congratulations. I know you're going to enjoy it. Let's bring Tony's back here talking to Mr. H right now. We've had Jeff Gordon here as well. The helmet, is it the helmet exchange going on?
Yeah, I promised him I'd give him a helmet, and I wanted to wait and see if I could give him this one. He doesn't really want it. He said if I want it back, I can have it back, but I promised him I'd give him a helmet.
That's very special. I know Tony has been exchanging helmets with drivers all day. Tony talking to Mr. H. We said Jeff Gordon's up here. We're going to wait Robert Niblock, who's been with Lowe's, and Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus through all of this. Chad mentioned his family. Jimmy, I don't know if you know either. I was standing about a yard from your dad, Dale Jr. I don't know if we could fit more people on this stage.
Bravo.
I have a video. I'll have to sent you of your dad. I videotaped him on the last lap of yours. I was about a yard from him. He is excited. You mentioned your family. How does a kid, the son of a heavy machinery operator and a school bus driver, get to this stage in 7 championships?
Through a lot of help from people along the way. There's no doubt. We certainly didn't have the funds to do it, but through a lot of help, guidance, people believing in me, that's how it happened. So I'm honestly living the American dream, to be honest.
Wait, got a helmet, Tony. You got a new helmet in your hand here.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest honor you can have as a driver, to get a guy that just won his 7th championship get his helmet like that. So it shows how good of a friend he really is.
Well, this was special. Every driver we talked to today, obviously it is Jimmy's night and Jimmy's championship and Jimmy's celebration, but this is a special night for you as well, Tony, your final NASCAR ride. I know the moment that I'm guessing was really special to you is when all those crew members lined up to shake your hand before you took that final NASCAR ride.
Yeah, it was funny because I told my guys I almost went a lap down before the race started, just you know, the send-off that those guys gave me, but it truly meant the world to me. That's going to be the highlight of my day. It was that one moment and this moment with this guy.
Well, what I can think of no better way for Tony's NASCAR season to end than with Jimmie Johnson tying history with a 7th championship. As they pause for a photo, they're going to continue to talk, but I'm going to grab Dale Jr. if I could for a moment. Dale, I saw you were kind of behind the stage there, just sort of soaking it all in, watching all this. You were kind of hidden back there for a while and then kind of made your way up here.
Yeah, I'm just proud of Jimmy. I didn't know we'd ever see anybody win 7. But if anybody deserves it, it's him. He's the best driver of the sports scene in so long. Maybe he's definitely in the discussion of the best driver ever. Great teammate, great guy. So I'm proud of him. We're going to miss Tony, though.
I don't know if we're going to miss all of Tony right there. But, you know, I know you're up here as a teammate, but I imagine you're also up here representing your dad and the 7 championships, and now Jimmy joining what we've been calling NASCAR's most elite fraternity.
Yeah, I told Jimmy I wish Dad was here to shake his hand. Dad would think he's such a badass. He's such a great race car driver, and, you know, how he won this thing tonight, I don't think a lot of people know, but he just can will himself to get a lot out of the car when it matters, and there was a lot of circumstance that played into it, man, but he put himself in that position. So I'm just proud of him, and it's great to be a witness to it.
Absolutely. Great to be a part of it. And I know Jimmy keeps looking at me like, are we done? He's going to continue the interviews and the celebration, but it's going to go long into the night, I think, up here, Rick.
Absolutely, Krista, and they know how to celebrate, and they know how to party after a championship. They've done it 6 times before. I'm guessing they've got it figured out to the point where they know where they're headed later on this evening.
Pretty sure that guy has a pretty good plan, but I mean, really, what a night. 7 championships in just 15 seasons, I think, makes it even more impressive. Each one had a different signature. Each one had a different feel. This had a different format. You know, it had taken 3 years for Jimmie Johnson to find, first of all, to find the round of 8. But then he wins Martinsville, guarantees a spot in the championship 4. The talk all week was he has never won at Miami. Is that because he never needed to, or because it doesn't suit his style? That was even in question most of the night, as the 48 and most of the time ran the 4th out of 4 championship cars. But they adjusted. We talked about that spot about halfway through the race where Chad Knaus made the big swing. He stayed calm on the radio. Jimmy said it in all of his interviews. He was calm all weekend long. I'm fortunate enough through most of my career, really in my entire career, Jimmie Johnson and Chad Knaus were my teammates. They deserve it. Jimmy behind the wheel, an unbelievable talent. Chad Knaus turns over every stone, looks at every detail. But more impressively, they did it together. You would think over 15 years there would be something that would have derailed these two to maybe quit believing in one another, but it's yet to happen, and they continue to stand on this stage.
And listen, I go back and think about the way Jimmie Johnson has done it. You know, he's a clean race car driver. He does it with speed. He just finds a way to go faster than most people can go. He doesn't knock people out of the way. He doesn't run people out of the way. He's a clean driver. He gives people room. He doesn't spin people out to win races. And a lot of people say, well, he's not as good as some other people because he doesn't do that. What I say is he's fast enough to where he doesn't have to do that. And he has always impressed me in the speed he can get out of a race car And I think his strength from the day he arrived at the Cup level was that he doesn't mind a car being loose, and that allows him to do things on the racetrack that some others can't. It helps him on long runs. The long run speed is better. And I just, you know, whenever you're this good, you don't get the credit for it while you're doing it. When he retires, everybody talk about how great he was, right? Great driver, 7 championships, at least 7 championships. But when you're doing it, people don't acknowledge you because that's your competitors. Right. And your competitors don't want to say, well, he's better than me. Well, guess what? He's better. He's better. The numbers show it. It's quite simple. The numbers show it. He's done it consistently in different formats. And tonight, they didn't have the best car. They didn't have the most speed. Caught a break. No doubt they caught a break. They still found a way to get this win.
Rick, I remember in 2001 when Jeff Gordon walked into the shop showing this kid, Jimmy Johnson, around. Had never won an Xfinity race. Had never even had a chance of winning an Xfinity race. Didn't lead laps. All of us thought Jeff Gordon was crazy. What he possibly saw in this kid, we had no idea. And he told us, listen, I raced around him. I watched his car control. He has it. He can do it. That year, that man, Jeff Gordon, won the championship. The next year, Jimmy Johnson burst on the scene, winning at California. And it's really been a blur ever since. Between the two of them, they have 11 championships, 11 of the 12 for Rick Hendrick. Rick Hendrick now has 12. Only right, it seems, to be the year that Rick Hendrick goes into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So deserving. Mentor myself. And it just what a night, really, for the sport, because what a race we had between 4 great competitors.
You mentioned between the two of them. Between the two of them, over 170 wins between 2 drivers. That's how successful Jeff Gordon and his protege have ended up becoming.
And one of them still doing it.
And
There's
one of them
more to
still
come.
going. Remember, Jimmy Johnson started in the rear under penalty. And then late in the race, the big crash that brought out the red flag for over 30 minutes for the cleanup. It was Carl Edwards trying to hold on to that championship spot.
Somebody blocking the bottom of the racetrack. 22 into the back of the 19. Big wreck, big impact. But this restart positioned everybody. This moved the 48 up. Moved the 18 up. Gave those guys a shot. Carl Edwards got on top of the pit box. Hey, that was just good hard racing. Unbelievable gesture. You got to wonder what Todd Gore was thinking when Carl Edwards first popped up on top of that pit box.
And Jeff, the final 2 restarts. So amazing for Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, so this one, this is not the last one. This is the next to last one. Look at him laying back. He gets a run on the 42. He times it just right. Has to slow up just a little bit, but then accelerates. That clears him of the 18. And now he's alongside the 4. This is the restart. This didn't win him the championship, but this restart gave him the opportunity to win a championship. There he goes. He goes by the 4 car. We're going to see the caution come out. That positions him on the front row. So that restart gave him the opportunity to take advantage of this restart. Now he's on the inside of Kyle Larson. This is a difficult spot to be in. Kyle Larson gets a good restart. The 48 gets a little better one. The 22 hits the 48 right there. That was a big help to the 48. It shot him in front of the 42. And now it's Jimmy Johnson being Jimmy Johnson. Hit your marks. Be perfect. Be smooth. The 42 not able to get the left front to the right rear of the 48. Jimmy Johnson's gone.
He checks out. And Jimmy Johnson wins the race at a racetrack he had never won before. And in the end, again, under this format, the champion has won the race to win the championship. The crowd erupted. The crowd here at Homestead Miami Speedway knew they were a part of something very special.
Well, there's a time in sports, Rick, where greatness needs to be celebrated, and we're all watching greatness tonight. Jimmy Johnson with his 7th championship.
The banner continuing to be pulled down, and so they're trying to put it back up as the backdrop here on the stage. This celebration will continue for quite some time.
You know how to celebrate when you tear the stage up.
And Jimmy Johnson, what an incredible career already. And as you say, at just 41 years old, it's not over. There could be many more wins. He hit the 80 win mark tonight. With that win, 80 wins for Jimmy Johnson. And now he's going to go after his mentor. With 80 wins, pretty impressive company that he joins. Richard Petty, David Pearson, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Allison, Darrell Waltrip, Cale Yarborough, the only drivers with more wins than 7-time champion Jimmie Johnson. For continued post-race coverage, let's go to the stage and Krista, Kyle, and DJ.
Absolute pandemonium down here, Rick. I think that's the best way to describe it, as the celebration is going to continue well into the night, and this is a team who knows how to celebrate. After all, this is their 7th Sprint Cup championship. Welcome to our historical post-race coverage. Chris Devoto with Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett. And I think what got overlooked, I was looking at those numbers, you forget Jimmy's won 80 races because we were focused on the 7 championships. But we talked about this at the start of the show. Jimmy sat right here and said that not only could they get it done, but how much it would be.
Yeah, and to do it in the way they did, all I can say is wow.
Yes.
You know, it's just unbelievable. You think about it, 7. He's raced 15 seasons. Almost half the time he's winning the championship. And I know it's kind of a letdown for you to come over here to 2 old race drivers.
Yeah.
After all of those that you encountered up on that stage.
I didn't know how we could fit any more people on that stage.
How many people did you interview? There's 2 guys that are working the gate down in turn 4 you didn't interview.
No, I
but
talked
you interviewed
to
everybody
them
else.
on the way across over
my
to the
gosh.
stage.
My God, it was incredible. But all you can say is wow.
Yeah.
When you look at it, and you know, that's 7, all right? But he's knocked on the door a couple of other times during the course of that 15 years. So it could be a few more than that.
And I don't think there's nothing that I'm seeing that's going to slow him down. I mean, he stays highly motivated. Yeah. He's in great shape. And you know, winning fuels the fire that's in him to continue going, you know, and to, you know, the next thing's going to be talking about 8, but let's let him enjoy this 7. What a great job of getting himself in position. It wasn't in dominating fashion, but it doesn't say how you do it. We don't look back and see how many the King won by a bunch of points or how he got it done or how Dale Earnhardt Sr. got it done in certain years. It's just a matter that at the end of the year, Jimmie Johnson is a 7-time champion.
And I'm gonna heap a little bit more praise on him here. And I'm gonna say this. He won 6. And at Hendrick Motorsports with Chad Canals, when Jeff Gordon was the team leader. This year, he became the team leader. He became the team leader at Hendrick Motorsports. He's the driver of the bus. He's the motivator. He's the guy that keeps Alex Bowman going. He's the guy that Chase Elliott leans on. He's the guy that Casey Kane comes and talks to in junior. He's the guy that drives their R&D, that drives a lot of directions now. So he's had to take that responsibility. So to come in the first year that he takes that leadership role and really grabs it by the horn and still comes out, focuses on his racing, is able to do what he does and have a performance like that team had tonight. The first part of the race when he came from last up to the top 10 or 15, right along there, that was impressive. Then he just kind of went away, and circumstances played into their hands at the end. And on that last restart, that's Jimmie Johnson. He just went to another place and made that restart happen.
Yeah, that was greatness in another form. To take a car that wasn't the best and passed the car. You know, not only did he beat the other competitors, he was racing for the championship, but he passed the guy that dominated the last half of the race and did it on a restart where Kyle Larson was the driver that was in control of that restart.
These images, I mean, you're seeing right now, I mean, here's what you're talking about on that, but you're watching a husband and a wife say, what's going on around us right now? I mean, the greatest of the sport are circling them, and he's got his daughters and his wife there to share it with. But yeah, I'm talking about the result. You guys are talking about the journey and how he got there.
Yeah, but and we watched that restart. Jimmy gets that last restart of his life, I think, and he's probably going to say different that it's just a normal restart because it's just a normal restart for Jimmie Johnson. How many times this week did we talk? Run up next to the wall. That's the fast way around this racetrack. We're going to see him running up there. And we saw Kyle Larson do it all night, and we saw Kyle Larson get beat on the bottom of the racetrack. That's how Jimmy came from 40th up. That's how he ran the last few laps of the race, was back to the bottom of the racetrack and making it happen. I'm going to go back to the family thing right there. When it's all said and done, they're the ones that matter. They're the ones that know what Jimmy's been going through in that bus. They're the ones that talk to Jimmy in the middle of the night. And when he gets up and he walks around the bus because he can't sleep or he's nervous, she's there to calm him down. They're there to sit on his lap, and he's there to hold them. And that's his safe place. And that's something that they're able to share personally in the middle of all this chaos. That's their moment that they'll always have.
Yeah, they got that, and that means the world to Jimmy. And as a part, Kyle, we know that having family around, because we were fortunate to have that, it means a lot. But it's that entire family that we're seeing there in those uniforms too, that Jimmy heaps a lot of praise on for giving him the opportunity to do the things that he can do inside the race car. And it took a huge effort, because I mean, we all said for June, July, and August, we weren't even counting him as somebody that was going to get through, maybe the first round, but certainly wasn't going to get through the second round. I was right there with you, Kate.
I picked him out of every round.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the chase starts, and here they've got all of this speed starting in Chicago and managed to win their way through each of the rounds and get here and have a chance.
Yeah, I remember we stood in Bristol under maybe a 6-hour weather delay, and talked about how Mr. H had gone to the wind tunnel and stood there for 24 hours to rally the team. And Mr. H, Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson, they're all going to come over here to talk to us, as we will be with you for post-race coverage here in Homestead Miami Speedway until 9 p.m. Lydia, his youngest of 2 daughters, joining Daddy for quite possibly the most historic ride ever.
It's every athlete's quest to be the last man standing. Homestead Miami Speedway serves as the land of opportunity for 4 drivers who believe it's their time. The final race of the 2016 campaign. Green flags in the air. Keep our eye on the championship 4. It was all on the line.
Tony certainly going out with a lot of respect.
Joey Logano is going to take the lead and right by the 4. Carl Edwards looks to get in front of Joey Logano. Kyle Busch coming to you, right front now. Green flag back in the air. Carl Edwards into the wall. He got tagged by the 22. Jimmy Johnson on the inside. Gasoline higher. White flag in the air. Down the backstretch he goes. Jimmy Johnson wins. 7-time champ.
Sense I had standing on that stage, it's really, Mr. H said it, shock. For Jimmy, it was disbelief. Yes, they are celebrating Jeff Gordon, you see there, Jimmy's crew chief, Chad Knaus. But it's just, I mean, Jimmy said, I was a kid that grew up in the desert. How did I get here among NASCAR's great? Of course, he joins Dale Earnhardt and the King, Richard Petty, now as 7-time champions. Here is what the King had to say. Records are a mark, and they set something for everyone to shoot at. Jimmy and his team have done that tonight. They set a goal to get where they are. Circumstances and fate made it a reality. They did what they needed to do. Now they are at 7 championships. Congratulations to him and his team. Jimmy is a great champion, and this is really good for our sport. I don't know if I read it in the King vernacular, Kyle.
Should have read a little bit there. No, but let me say this. All right, obviously that's a PR press release. That somebody called my dad because he's not here right now, and they wrote it that way. We did a deal, and I talked to him last week when we were in Phoenix. And obviously, knowing how he is, he's not a man, just as your dad probably is not, that gives out compliments and gives out credit a lot and acknowledges what other people do, because they did such great things. It's almost like if I acknowledge what somebody else does, I'm belittling what I did. But my dad said, okay, he was blown away at 5 in a row. Could not believe that 5 in a row didn't get any more publicity or any more credit than it did.
Are you seeing what they're doing there? He can't hold the trophy and hold up 7 championships, so Jimmy was holding up 5. One of his crew members had to add 2 fingers to be able to make 7.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you there. I was just, the images are just so strong.
Yeah, let's just watch it then, because I mean this is what it's all about. This is about Jimmy Johnson right here.
Dale, what you see too, I mean, I know, like you said, we talked to the King, and we talked to Dale Earnhardt Jr. actually yesterday about this, about what it would mean for Jimmy to reach the mark set by his father, and Dale talked about that on that stage.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the one thing that you continue to hear from a lot of people, the King included, is that Jimmy doesn't get enough credit for what he's been able to accomplish. And so many times, you know, when Richard was doing it, as he said, you know, and I think he said it in y'all's conversation last week, you know, we were just doing it. We were just winning. It wasn't something that everybody talked about, but it became the standard. And then Dale Earnhardt Sr. came along, and he was able to tie that standard. And now Jimmy is here doing his job. So it's different times, different eras. They've gone about it in different ways, but they're all tremendous champions that have moved the needle in our sport.
Yeah, and I think when we look back on it, that's when you know it. That's when you'll see this. You'll see the greatness of tonight. You'll see the greatness of Jimmy Johnson, of the Hendrick organization of this team. It's great right now, but I'm telling you, when you look back, look at Jeff Gordon over there to the left. Remember when Jeff Gordon was a big deal?
Yeah.
And I'm joking when I say that. I am joking when I say that. But Jeff Gordon, we thought when Jeff got to 2, he could get to 5. When he got to 4, everybody said he's 8 or 9. He's the guy. And along comes Jimmy Johnson. And it stopped. And Jimmy Johnson continues on. And there's really not anybody that's broken out and busted out of this young group of drivers that we talk about that has 2 or 3 in the bank right now at 24 or 25 like Jeff and like those guys did, that I see coming. It's going to be another 20 or 30 years maybe before we see this again.
If ever. Will we ever see 7 championships again?
Well, we said the same thing when Dale did it. You know, would this ever happen again? And you know, I don't think that any of us, when all this started in 2002, thought that this would be the man that we would be talking about, actually, at that time. But you just never know when that's going to click, and you get that everybody in the right positions and everybody staying together and making all of this happen. So, you know, it's just tremendous. You talk about Jeff Gordon. He's a 7-time car owner champion.
Yes, he is. Yes, that's right. We don't give him credit for that. But I am going to say this. I think this year, once again, proves in the winner-take-all format, it's hard to repeat. Yeah. It is hard to repeat. It's hard to make it back to be that 4 going for the championship in Miami. And once you get here, we saw how this race was. We saw how the Xfinity race is. It's tougher to repeat now than I think it's ever been.
And what was really classy, you know, all the drivers coming up to congratulate Jimmy. One of those was Joey Logano.
Yes.
And I know you could see the defeat that, you know, on his face in that he wanted to be there, but was one of the ones who came up. And we saw class personified with the way Carl Edwards handled everything tonight.
You know, yes, we knew whenever this night was going to be over with the 4 champions that we had, we were going to have another good champion. There was going to be another good story to come out of this. This is the one that we got with Jimmy Johnson doing whatever it took at the end of the race to get himself in a position to do that. But just as we've seen all the 3 years that we've had this, you got to win this race. You've got to be up there battling and take advantage of opportunities and situations, and Jimmy did that.
Yeah, I think, you know, from what we saw from Carl, from what we saw with Joey Logano and the disappointment in his face and the way he took it and walked down the victory lane by himself and went through that crowd to shake Jimmy Johnson's hand. If you play any sport, I don't care. If you're a parent out there and you've got kids, or if you're a kid and you're watching this, we saw sportsmanship on so many different levels tonight, so many different levels. And that is what's always made this sport, to me, such a great sport. Yeah, we can argue, we can fight, we can go at it, and we see guys throw punches, and we see what guys say. But in the end, when it's all on the line, these guys, they seem to just rise above that. They rise above it. The championship and this opportunity is such a huge opportunity that everybody kind of rises above the sport. And I think tonight was a big night for the sport in a lot of ways. I think we're going to look back and what Carl did, what Joey did. We look at some of that stuff, and we look at this as 7 championships. This is a big, big moment for our sport.
And you see the thousands of fans who are still hanging around just to be a part of this historic night. And we're going to be with you again till 9 p.m. Some of the members of that championship team will come over here to join us. I talked to Dale Earnhardt Jr. on that stage. He said wishes his dad could be here because he would want to shake Jimmy's hand. Here's what Dale's sister, Kelly, just tweeted a few moments ago. Very deservingly, Jimmy Johnson joins 2 other great racers with 7 championships, echoing really what Dale said. My dad, if here, would happily welcome him to the elite.
No doubt, no doubt.
We're going to be talking a lot about how Jimmy got here. And you know, look at, they're probably texting their family saying, look at, we did it. It's amazing. Jimmy Johnson, a 7-time NASCAR champion. Jimmy Johnson, 41 years old, from El Cajon, California, becomes just the 3rd man in history to win 7 NASCAR championships. The team continuing to celebrate, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., of course, Jimmy's teammate, says great year for Team Hendrick and the boss man. Happy for everyone in the 4888 shop. Let's celebrate the offseason and get back here in 17. Great news for all the Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans. Jimmy on the stage. And hey, yeah, it was great. Not just Jimmy's championship, Dale, with that tweet. Chase Elliott wins Rookie of the Year for Team Hendrick as well. We see Lydia, Jimmy's daughter, celebrate. You know, she was only a few months old when Jimmy won his last championship, so she's celebrating this one a little more. There you see the results from tonight's Ford Ecoboost 400. And I think, guys, in any other race, these kind of get lost because we focus so much on the championship.
Yeah, but great runs. A.J. Allmendinger there in 8th. Michael McDowell with a top 10 there to finish off the year.
And Kyle, you see Kevin Harvick in 3rd. You know what that means. Kevin Harvick finished in the top 10, which means Monday is a Bloomin' Monday at Outback Steakhouse. Mention Bloomin' Monday or a Harvick top 10 to your server for a free Bloomin' Onion with your purchase.
Yeah, and look, Joey Logano ends up 4th. A valiant effort. That next to last restart was great. Kyle Busch makes it back to 6th. And you and I were watching as he pitted there. It's like, whoa, 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 what are you guys doing? That's one caution too late to pit. And he still made it back to 6th. One more caution. If they had had something there, they played, that was not a bad strategy move for those guys.
Well, no, it was really their only move at that time. You could say, I mean, it's easy to second guess and say, well, they should have done that at the first. Well, they were in a great position after that, the big crash down there. So they had to take that chance, but to come from 13th all the way to 6th, like you say, if we had the same scenario where somebody gets sideways off a 2, then he's got a chance at it. But you know, they all made a great run. They were all in that position of being in the championship position at some point in time throughout these 400 miles.
It was, you know, when they dropped the green flag and they all got up within the top 10 or 12, it's like, oh my gosh, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those days. And then we saw the 18 car have an issue, and we thought he was going to get lapped, catches a great caution. We saw Jimmy and those guys kind of have their issues and fade a little bit. Then we see the restart with Carl and those guys, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what's this thing going to come down to? And it just kept circling, and it was like musical chairs. You get to the front, and there's a seat. You get to the front, the seat goes away, and that's the way it was all night long. And the way it cycled out was pretty spectacular. And you know, these guys took advantage of it. They never gave up, and this is a team that you never see give up.
It's pretty crazy when you think about, you know, series sponsor Sprint saying goodbye after this race. When they joined the sport in 2004, the chase began. Jimmy has been a part of every single chase in some way, shape, or form. He's the only driver to make the chase every season.
Yeah, Sprint's done a great job of coming in and creating different things, and it's been great for the sport. They've done a good job of helping promote NASCAR racing all around, especially in the Cup Series. And yeah, Jimmy's been the one. He's been the face of it since all of this started.
What are you laughing at?
I laugh because of this. I look at Jeff's championships and some of that stuff, and your stuff with the Winston Trophy, and it looks like it looks dated. And we're getting a new sponsor for this series. There's going to be somebody else that comes into this series. We're going to look at this Sprint stuff in a couple of years and say, that stuff's dated right there, man. How long ago has it been since 2016? Well, that's not too long ago, you know what I mean? But it is funny, and Jimmy has been the guy for the Sprint Cup. As we look at this and the championship guy, I mean, when you talk about the amount of years, the amount of championships, the looks he's had at championships, I don't think, if you go back and look at Dale's numbers, if you go back and look at my father's numbers, that they've got this many looks at championships in this quick a period of time. It's amazing.
It's a long night when you're the champion for Genevieve. It can get really loud. It was really loud up there, too. She's being a trooper because the chants continue. So let's see if Rutledge can cheer us up. Rutledge, what else does Jimmy get for winning this title?
Well, Christy, you know, a lot of people think for a guy like Jimmy Johnson, the reason you want to win another championship is to make history, you know, to be in the record books, to win again. A lot of people don't know that's not the truth. It's actually to win this, the beautiful 25-foot contender Bayboat. That's right. He gets to win this, too. I mean, all he does is win, win, win. no matter what. This beautiful thing made just down the road. You can see Kevin in here. You can't even tell he's holding this big novelty check. Nice work in there, bud. But this thing, it's got a 250 horsepower Yamaha engine. It was designed, the wrap on here with the tarpons, by Eric Estrada. Not Eric Estrada from Chips, but an artist whose name is Eric Estrada. That guy's the luckiest guy in the world. You look really good up there. But yeah, he gets his beautiful boat now. He may eventually change that wrap so it doesn't say Ford on there since he doesn't drive for them. But wow, I think when Genevieve realizes that she gets to take this home, she's going to put a smile on. But as a parent of 3 beautiful girls, I think it might be bedtime for those 2, so she may not stop crying anytime soon. That's what I've learned, Kyle.
I'm sure you have learned that, Rutledge.
And we want to point out, he gets that boat because he won the race, not because he won the title. He just happened to do both tonight as well. Oh, Genevieve's feeling better already.
She's good. Celebrating's hard at times.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's hard to play all day and play all night, too. Believe me, I know.
There you see.
I've tried, man.
2016
I'm sorry.
champion Jimmie Johnson, again, if you're just joining us, wins the race, the season finale here in Homestead, Miami, and also wins the title. But, you know, what we did our pre-race 3-4 hours ago, and this is what, there was drama to start this day for the 48 team.
Yes, we walked into the garage area coming out for our pre-race show. We noticed that there were a few cars, KP, that were over there still going through inspection, and the 48 was one of those.
Yeah, and this is the 48. After they put it on the line and rolled it back, they were taking tape off the left front, off the A post there. And I don't know what the issue was. To this time, I don't know. I think Marty reported on it earlier and what they did. But he had to start at the very back. He drove from the back all the way up to 12th or 13th. Didn't quite make it all the way to the top 10. But obviously, and here he is on the high side, but we saw a lot of him running on the bottom of the racetrack, and we talked all week about how those guys needed to run on the top. We saw some pit stops, a little bit slower, but we saw these guys make adjustments too.
But look, check this out. The Jackman will actually get tripped up by these lug nuts, and I mean, he's really lucky he didn't turn an ankle.
Yeah, or break something right there. I mean, that's a hard fall. If you haven't ever been doing that and on concrete, he did a great job getting back up, getting the job done, and not losing any more time than what they did.
And I think we saw more guys. We saw it with Justin Allgaier last night. We saw it with a couple other guys. More issues on pit road for Jackman running around the car than I've seen in recent weeks.
And we know a lot of these guys here in the garage each week, but I think when Chad Knaus makes his way over to our stage, we're going to ask him, you know, I know he's mentioned the fact that this isn't the same group that was with Jimmy when he won the championship in 2013. Definitely not the same guys that were with him when he won 5 straight from 2006 to 2010. So no wonder they're continuing to celebrate well into the night. And this one is different. It is historic. It's a 7th straight. Only the King, again, if you're joining us, the King, Richard Petty, and Dale Earnhardt Sr. have done that before. We will continue our post-race coverage here in Homestead, Miami. The season finale, Jimmie Johnson lifting the trophy, fulfilling a dream. More to follow. Let's take a look at today's Advanced Auto Parts back on the road moment. The final race for Tony Stewart. Hanging up his NASCAR helmet. He's still going to be racing, probably at a lot of dirt tracks all across the United States, but this was his final ride, and thank you, Smoke. No question the sentiment here at Homestead at Miami Speedway. Dave Burns talked to Tony right after the race.
Tony Stewart has climbed out of the 14 Sprint Cup car for the final time. Tony, what are the emotions right now?
I'm ready to finish this ice-cold Coke and then go back and get an ice-cold Busch beer.
You've been thinking about what life will be like the days forward here?
I know exactly what it's going to be like. I mean, I'm still going to be an owner at Stewart-Haas Racing. I'm still going to be at the Cup races. I'm still going to own Eldora Speedway, the Arctic Cat All-Star Circuit of Champions, Donnie Schatz's World of Outlaws team. I'm still going to be doing 90% of the things that I've been doing. Just, you know, when I'm at a Cup track, I'm just not going to be driving a car anymore.
And you told Rutt before the race today that the driving of the car was what you'd miss about this series the most. So what was it like one final time?
It was fun. I mean, this is one of my favorite tracks anyway, and you know, I pray that they don't ever repave this place, because we're all sliding around all day having a good time, and you know, that's what makes this place fun, is because you actually got to drive. The drivers make a difference here.
Tony, a lot was made of your final season. You asked a lot not to be made of it, but today the crews lined up on pit road before the start of the race. What did that mean to you?
It was the best part of my day. You know, it it was cool because I saw a couple guys come out, and I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I looked down, and we're the last car still, and it's just a solid line of guys down through there. And that it brought back a lot of memories when they did that with Dale Sr. when he won the Daytona 500. So it was truly humbling and honored to see those guys come out there like that.
You'll never be forgotten as a driver in this sport. How would you like to be remembered?
However you want, bud. You pick. It's for you and the fans to pick. And I'm excited to go see that guy. It's man, what a cool day that your last race in this series is a historic moment like this, where a guy gets his 7th championship and joins a very, very, very elite group. So pretty cool.
Thanks for giving us a lot of history over the years.
Thanks, man.
Right, Tony Stewart, the final ride in the 14.
Tony did exactly what he said. I'm not talking about the Coke and the beer. I'm sure he's doing that right now. But he went right over to congratulate Jimmy Johnson. And this is the moment he was talking about. Before the race, crew members coming out to give him a high five. And I asked him the same question that Dave did. You know, what did that mean? And he said this was the coolest thing, definitely the best part of my day to see that. He was worried he's going to go a lap down before he even started because it took him so long.
Yeah, took him a while to get. But, you know, here's the thing. Whether you are a Tony Stewart fan or not, or didn't like the way he went about things, or what he might have said at some point in time, or if you had an argument with your favorite driver, Tony Stewart gave everything that he had every time he got behind the wheel of a race car. He was good for the sport, and there's nothing better than when you have something like this to show. This is the best thing that you get, is the respect from that garage area. That's all that you can hope that you've earned throughout a career, and Tony Stewart certainly earned that.
Yeah, and we heard Tony say, you know, when he said, how do you want to be remembered? And it's like, how do you want to remember me, man? It's about the fans. It's about how the fans remember him. But for Tony, and I think for anybody that works inside that fenced-in area, over there where the trucks are and the cars are, the respect that you have from the other team members and from the other drivers, that's what you strive for. That's what you live for. That you want to be respected. You want to be liked. You want to be a part of that group. And this is Tony being a part of that group. And the acknowledgement from other guys that never touched a car Tony ever worked on. It was not in the sport probably when Tony started driving Cup cars. A lot of these guys weren't. The acknowledgement that Tony Stewart had meant such a great deal to this sport and to that garage area, coming out and waving and touching his car and high-fiving, and like he said, almost going a lap down before the thing even started because it took so long. That is huge for any individual driver.
And this was the moment when Tony came up on stage to congratulate Jimmy, Rick Hendrick, and Jimmy Johnson gave Tony, you know, Tony collects helmets and has been exchanging helmets with drivers. Jimmy gave Tony the helmet, I mean, the helmet he wore to win championship number 7.
That's cool. He should have given you something for doing all those interviews up there.
Well, the problem is it's Tony, so he gave me something.
Yeah. Oh! We're not going there, Chris.
Well, anybody who is in the sport knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, there we go.
So there you see Jimmy continuing. Man, their pictures are going for a while.
On beer goggles. Yep. Those are beer goggles they're putting on people. You see those,
so
those
this
green
is when
things?
It's going to get good.
This is when it's going to get ugly here in a minute. Okay. Of course, after 7, I don't think they're beer goggles. I think they would be more champagne goggles and caviar goggles.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rutledge, do you know what's going on, right? What's happening where you are?
You know, when you say you know what's going on, that's kind of a strange lead. What I can tell you, 2 cool things. Number 1, I'm here on the front stretch, and I'm pretty sure I can see Carl's tire marks from that restart, which is insane. They weren't kidding. I mean, you really saw it on the TV. They got way down here, but when you're standing here, you go, oh, man. Neither of those guys had a shot to make it out of that. But what we do have a chance is to get some cool merchandise because the Fanatics are here. You can see the 2016 champ. So right now, all the crowd went over here. They already bought all the shirts. There's almost no 48 stuff left. Hey, do you guys have any, let me think, for Jimmy Johnson, like a 48 corn dog holder? What about 48 ice cube trays because he's ice cold? No. What do you have here? Shirts. Okay, well, guess what? Kyle, I'm going to get you, what about that Jimmy Johnson, that one in the long sleeve? That's a nice number, right?
Give me a long,
get in the onesie.
Give me the long sleeve, but rip the sleeves off, baby, for the gun show.
You know I will.
Yeah.
You know I will. But you know what I think I should do, you guys? I think we should go up there. I want to show you guys what it's really like to be a part of that hat dance. So we're going to try to make our way up to the crowd in just a minute.
Okay, go, man.
And you just talked about Rutledge. You're going to go up to try on hats. So what is the natural thing we're going to ask you?
No.
What?
I don't know. I'm going to let you ask him. Hey, this is what I love about NASCAR. You win a championship, and they pull a souvenir rig out on the racetrack and start selling stuff. Welcome to NASCAR, ladies and gentlemen.
It hasn't happened since 1994, a 7-time champion. Richard Petty won his 7th in 1979, Dale Earnhardt in 1994, and now Jimmy Johnson in 2016.
I don't know. The look on Rick Hendrick's face there was like Jimmy just asking for an extension of his contract. You think Rick said he needed a minute to think about it, or?
Yeah, I don't think he needed any time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think Jimmy got that in 2015, so he's in good shape. And Rutledge was talking about those tire marks. Let's go ahead and.
Yeah.
Wow, that is far down there. Yeah.
That is, and just look going into the first corner here. Look how far down they are.
And this was the moment that really changed everything for Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, and Carl Edwards.
Well, it's set up for different things to happen, and this was just a product of drivers racing for a championship on a late race restart. They both understood the meaning of this, the opportunity to get themselves in that championship position. Carl Edwards had it, Joey Logano wanted it, and Carl wasn't wanting to give it away easily. And so can we look back and say, well, maybe Carl should have just stayed to the outside and side drafted Joey and he would have been fine? That's easy to say. They're on a restart trying to get their cars up to 180 miles an hour and making things happen. This is Carl, after it was over, walking back, telling Todd Gordon and those guys, hey, man, I was just racing hard. Good luck to you.
Yeah, you have that split second to make that decision. Do I take him another 3 feet? Do I let him go right here? Do I give up this position? And when you're going for a championship, and we know what Carl went through in 2011, we talked to him this morning about redemption, about coming back, about being stronger. But he was not going to give it up. And you know what? Joey Logano was not going to give it up either. And these are two guys going for the championship. Not two guys going for a race win. Two guys going for a championship.
Yeah, and what we've seen the last 2 weeks at Phoenix with Matt Kenseth leading the race, a late race restart there, just trying to protect his position, and that's what you have to do. The restarts are just crazy, and this was just another example of that.
Yeah, but I do want to go back to Carl stepping up on the toolbox, walking through the pit area of the Penske team, shaking those guys' hands. That took a lot for Carl Edwards, and that was a great sportsmanship moment.
I was standing in the 22 pit when that happened, and when Carl Edwards walked up, all the crew members in the 22 sort of bowed up, like, what's going to happen? They thought maybe it was going to be a fight situation. Carl, walked up the ladder, shook Todd Gordon's hand, and then talked about what Marty gave that report. Said, I take the responsibility. It was a racing deal, and I think all the crew members at that point started looking around, going, wow.
There it goes.
Just a few feet from us, so you can definitely hear it.
He looks cold now.
Well, Rutledge, did you make it there?
Krista, I can tell you this is all kinds of exciting. Did you see that? Was that great or what?
Man, Rutledge, I swear.
It was awesome.
I'm telling you, man. Seven.
Hold on. Hey, what? I don't know how to say this nicely. You know your guy didn't win, right?
I'm crying because of that. Between Joey Logano and the Chargers probably moving to L.A. next year, I'm crying because I'll never see a champion.
Who knew we were going to get an NFL reference in here tonight, you guys? This is huge. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. I left my wallet right up here. There is. I'm going to guess we got a couple hundred people in here. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. Can I get a picture? I'm just going to scoot right by you. Just going to get a picture up here. So, yeah, you guys just saw the goggles and champagne. Hey, how you guys doing? What's up? How you doing? Hey, nice to. Oh, you're a 48 fan. All right. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Life is
How you doing? Nice to see you guys. Hey, I'm so sorry. Are you on the phone? Who are you talking to? Tell them you're on TV right now. I'm so sorry. Oh, it was Ma. Oh, we hung up on Ma. I'm sorry. Guys, I gotta be honest. It's pretty thrilling. Oh, they're gonna give out free stuff. Free stuff. You can't beat this. Krista, oh, I thought I had it. I can tell you, being here with all these fans that came down through the grandstands afterwards, I think this is what it's all about. Coming down here for the last race.
Get us a hat,
Rutledge. More champagne.
Rutledge, get us a hat,
that's
man.
That's a bad idea.
Get us a hat.
Kyle, you know this is my wife's favorite part.
Yeah.
It never makes any sense.
Get us a hat, Rutledge.
I'd like taking a couple tough dudes and a $4 bottle of champagne, huh?
I think if we give you one more segment, Rutledge, one more commercial break, you'll make your way to the stage.
Yes, we need you to get to the stage, Rutledge.
Oh, don't injure yourself.
Rutledge down.
Oh, my God.
I still have my mic. We're okay. We're okay. Savage is down here.
Well, now you have to stay tuned. Not only will we hear from the championship team, we'll see if Rutledge survives with the fans. NASCAR America is brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road. Pretty safe to say that fire suit is a little bit wet. Champagne flowing on the championship stage. See Jimmy Johnson with Jeff Gordon. This one is special. 7 championships. We had some crew guys just come over to us and offer us some champagne. That was very nice of them.
And Krista wouldn't let me have it.
I wouldn't, because I'm responsible and a professional. But you are of age, so you could.
Okay, we'll go with the professional
We'll
part
go with
for
the
Dak.
professional.
I feel like this is
We'll go with that part,
this
maybe.
is the part
Just
of the
because I
night.
get paid. That's the only reason.
Yes.
I'm not saying I am professional.
This is the part in the night when sort of anything goes and you just don't know what you're going to see or hear. But Rutledge is with someone who is very happy that Jimmy Johnson won number 7.
That's right. I have found perhaps the biggest Jimmy Johnson fan in the world. It is his dad, Gary. Tell me what today was like for you.
Oh, I don't have any fingernails left, and I did drink a few beverages to calm my nerves, and I prayed a lot, and I didn't think it was going to happen. But, oh, my God, then the end of the race, things started changing, and the 19 wrecking, and it's like, hey, we got a chance.
I mean, at the beginning of this race, when they were starting from the back, at that moment, did you think, well, we're in Miami, we'll make the best of it?
No, I knew when he had to start in the back, that pissed him off. I go, that first set of tires is toast. He's coming. So because I know what he's like. So, you know, he wasn't no saving that first set.
How old was Jimmy when you guys first started racing?
He was 5 on a little Pee-wee motorcycle.
5 years old.
It wasn't really racing. It was cute, and all the kids rode around. They all got a trophy. So it wasn't like serious, but...
And when you think about him and looking up to guys like Ricky Johnson, and now here he is on the same likes of Earnhardt and the King. I mean, what?
Yeah.
How do you figure out how all of that just happened?
Oh, my God. Because when Jimmy was little, we'd sit on the couch and watch Earnhardt and the King race. And, you know, and it was just so neat to me to be able to meet him. I mean, to meet my heroes and to be in this sport. And for him to accomplish all this is, I'm still pinching myself.
I mean, it's unbelievable to think of that little guy right there going off on those jumps.
Yeah, that's
right?
at Verona. Look, this is he has no lenses and he has socks on his hands for gloves.
Because that's how you had to do it, right? It was a little bit of a low-budget backyard race, and now here he is, 7-time champion, on the stage with this beautiful family. You guys are here. Like, this is insane.
It's amazing. I'll tell you, it's just amazing. I don't know what else to say.
That's it. We're so glad you're here. Congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. All the fans, too.
I mean, how could you beat this guy, Krista? Gary is the best. So cool that they are here.
Well, and I was actually talking with Gary on those closing laps, and I videotaped Gary watching the last lap. And I told him, he's like, can I see that? So I told him I would send it to him.
That's pretty cool. But as you can see, Gary's on the same workout program that Jimmy's on. Chad laughs. Chad laughs. I'm sorry, Chad.
Really?
Championship crew chief Chad Knaus. We said this is before we went to commercial. Before you got here, Chad, we said this is the part in the night where anything goes.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter.
Clearly.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this show. First of all, I mean, I talked to you up there on the stage, so I do want the guys to jump in. But congratulations. I want to know how many of your over-the-wall guys or just your team guys were around for the championship in 2013. How many of them this is their first one?
We've got, in 2013, I think we probably have maybe 5 over...
Carryovers?
No, not over the wall guys. Probably 3 guys over the wall that were here in 2013. There's only 3 of us that have been here since 2002. That's Jimmy, Ron Malik, and myself. So it's, man, it's been a great ride. We've had a lot of amazing teammates, team members through the course of these 7 championships, and it's an honor to be here with Lowe's, obviously. I mean, think about it. 1 driver, 1 crew chief, 1 team, 1 sponsor for 7 championships in 14 years is pretty spectacular.
Not pretty spectacular. Damn spectacular, dude. Honestly. But watch this last restart here. I mean, Jimmy, we talked about it all night and we talked about it during the week. got to run the high side, got to get up next to the wall, got to do this.
Yeah.
Jimmy does it on the bottom and never comes off. That's what he did the first part of the race, but got a spectacular restart here.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen. We knew the 42 had been fast all day long. And honestly, Jimmy was getting frustrated because we couldn't produce the speed that we needed down on the bottom through the middle portion of the race, and he started to waver a lot. We started to get up towards the top, and it wasn't producing anything for us. So for us to have the opportunity to have reasonably fresh tires, restart on the bottom, I felt like we had a shot. Had really no idea what the 42 was going to do or where he was going to be because he's been fast all night long. But man, Jimmy just did a fantastic job. I can't, you guys know, you two know more than anybody else what that position is like, what that situation is. I have no idea, and I don't think anybody in this audience can actually fathom what was going on in his mind and his gut and his body at that point in time. And man, the guy's ice. He's just fantastic.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. He steps up whenever he has to, whatever it is that he has to do. Okay, so that's the end of the race. Let's go back before all of this started, how your day started. As I walked into the garage area.
Definitely took the gloves off for this one.
Yes, we did. Here we go.
I saw cars over there being worked on. So what were the issues?
We just had to get back. We had to get the car back into NASCAR inspection and just kind of look over some things. There was some stuff that they didn't like that, look, it happens. It happened. We've moved on. We've rectified it. We started 43rd, and lo and behold, we won the race and won the championship. That's all that really, or 40th, excuse me, 40th, and won the race and won the championship. That's all that really matters.
Great PR answer right there. I love that. That was good.
A lot of training, man. I've been in trouble a lot.
That was good, man. That was great. Okay, let's go back to, how about the restart with Joey and the 19 car? I mean, what was your reaction as you saw that? I mean,
stay in the gas.
Yeah.
I just wanted Jimmy to continue to accelerate and get beyond it. I didn't know what, you know as well as I, once the car starts to spin, you don't know what could happen from behind. And I haven't even watched it a whole lot. Look at me, I'm like, oh, go. So I don't really know what happened there. I don't know if he got pushed down. I don't know if he ran into the 19. I don't know exactly what all happened. It was hard for me even to see right there. But all I know is when those situations arise, we try to capitalize on them as a team. We've been very fortunate throughout the course of our career to take bad situations and maximize the opportunity. And I'm very proud of my team for being able to do that. Clearly, Jimmy is a huge part of why we're able to make that happen. But honestly, the guys, the preparation, the work that they do on this team, that's what puts us in position a lot of the times.
A couple of pit stops before that, you decided to make some significant changes there. What were you trying to help Jimmy with the car?
Well, we knew that early on that the car was going to want to be kind of like such. And then as the day progressed into the evening hours, we had a pretty good idea what we were going to need at night. Unfortunately, we just didn't know where we were going to be. If we had a fast car up towards the front and in the top 3 or 4 where we had reasonably clean air, I think that we could have managed to have kept the car where it was. But being 10th at that point in time with 12 cars on the lead lap, marred back in traffic, we knew that we needed to make something happen. So we pulled some Packers out of the front to get the front of the car a little bit lower in traffic. That's important. And we made some significant adjustments on the car, and the guys executed a great pit stop. We came back out 11th and were able to march back up to about 5th, I think it was at that time before it all started to happen, and had a good result going.
And this may be a tougher question, but just in your words, explain. You won 6 under the old format. This is a brand new. This is 7, so it's special. Yeah. But how was this championship? Forget the 7 part. How was this one different than the other ones?
Just from a structure standpoint, it's completely different. We had not actually competed in this format yet. Honestly, it's very stressful, but it is more like a weekly event than any of the other structures that we've raced for points in before. Yeah. Because you come into the racetrack, you have 40 or 39 guys that you have to race, and you have to go out there and race them, and you have to try to win. So honestly, throughout the course of the weekend, we really approached it like a normal weekend, because that's really what it was. We had to race the best cars out there. And now, honestly, if we'd have gotten to 80 laps to go and, things had happened and we could have coasted, we would have done that for certain. Yeah. But we didn't approach it that way. We knew we had to come in here, we had to try to win the race and do the best we could, just like we try to do every weekend with this low Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Chad, for coming over and joining us, and congratulations on championship number 7.
Yeah, you're a 7-time champion.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's
big, dude.
Wow.
Give it
thanks. And it's a real honor, and I hate to drag this out too much, but for Jimmy even to be in a position where he's mentioned with Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt Sr., I'm just glad to be a part of it. I'm very proud of that man. He's an awesome guy.
A very big part of it. And we're going to hear from that 7-time champion. Jimmy joins us next. No longer a 6-time champion, because today he makes it 7. No doubt he's also a future Hall of Famer. Well, Hall of Fame broadcaster Ken Squire puts this into perspective.
Since winning his 6th championship in 2013, the possibility of standing alongside Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt has weighed on Jimmy Johnson's mind. But a feat of this magnitude cannot be ignored. By him, by history. 7. Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, now Jimmy Johnson.
I don't even know what to say.
What Richard Petty accomplished placed NASCAR in the public consciousness. His wins eclipsed only by the number of fans that he drew toward the growing sport. Richard Petty showed us the standard by which the sport could be measured. Through dominance, character, loyalty, and consistency, he became the people's king. And with his 7 titles, the precedent was set. What Dale Earnhardt accomplished elevated NASCAR from folktale to national narrative. His collection of 7 gathered a bit more aggressively than Petty's. But Earnhardt had someone to chase. And he showed us 7 could be achieved with a little more gristle behind the charm and a little more physicality in the dominance. What Jimmy Johnson can accomplish is inspiring. Equally loyal, same crew chief, same team, equally dominant. His tally of wins and versatility on tracks and point formats cannot be disputed. He may not fit the rose-colored good old days heritage of Petty or Earnhardt. Johnson, a kid who grew up in California, in love with racing, but not the stock car type.
Jimmy Johnson, watch this, folks. He is going to be one happy 19-year-old.
What he is perceived as, on the outside, is no match for the fact that he is just damn good when he climbs inside a race car. A common man like Petty, like Earnhardt, Johnson chased the number 7 and wrestled with the myth of matching.
Make room, Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt.
We can say we witnessed Jimmy Johnson, 7. It begs only one question. Will there be an 8?
Wow. Does it soak in a little deeper when you hear and see that?
To hear Ken's voice and all of that, I mean, I've got the goosebumps. That is unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah. What are the emotions of 7? I mean, you're the only guy on this earth. What are the emotions of 7?
Just, I don't know. Proud, thankful, blessed. As we all know, we all started racing because we love this sport, and our families were involved. It's what we do. I never dreamed of being famous. I never wanted to be famous. I never wanted to be a champion. I just wanted to race. And then to have everything transpire to what it has today, and to be here and to tie those 2 legends is surreal and just amazing. I'm just so honored to be here, to be honest. I don't know how to really put it into words.
Well, you put yourself in another class that only 2 others are a part of. But go through the feelings of standing on that stage and seeing a group of individuals that are a who's who that have come through this sport come to congratulate you for championship number 7.
Yeah, it was amazing. Even before the car was turned off, Eric Amarola ran off the end of pit road and chased me down. My teammates, Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, multiple drivers, Richard Childress, before I got out of the car in the championship area, was in there. In the look in his eyes and the emotion in his eyes, Dale Jr. coming and saying, my daddy would have been so proud. He'd be here shaking your hand. So moments like that, it is so special.
Yeah, and I think we all feel that way inside the sport. We talked about it with Tony retiring, the admiration of your peers, and how great that is. And I think we all feel like we truly were a part of a historic moment tonight, and thank you for that. But I want to take you back to the very beginning of the day. when you're standing here on pit road and you see your car disappear back into the garage area for one more round of inspection, what was that emotion?
I definitely, my heart rate went up. I mean, there's no way around it. I'm like, okay, well, looked around and the swarm of people started crowding in, and I don't think many of the fans knew what was going on. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. So I went to the transporter and hung out in the back of the transporter until I knew the car came back to the grid and we were in good shape. Fell to the back and knew it was just going to be a long day, and we're going to have to buckle down and just get to work.
Hey, you know in this business that restarts are going to be a huge part. A couple of years ago, you went through a thing saying, I need to learn how to restart better. Well, you made a couple of pretty spectacular restarts there at the end. Walk us through kind of the range of emotions as you're sitting there, basically the fourth car of the 4 championships, and then have all of that change in front of you, and then the restart of your life on that last one.
Yeah, the second to last restart with the big wreck. I was busy looking in the mirror trying to, was worried about the 2 and what was going on with him. And as I looked up, the 19 and the 22 were in all kinds of trouble, and that was taking place. Then we came to that last restart, and I knew the guys behind me were going to lay back, so I was trying to work my range that I had on the 42 without getting called on it. And got to the gas, started accelerating. Didn't spin the tires, fortunately. And honestly, when I went into turn 1 and I heard clear about halfway through 1 and 2, I couldn't believe my ears. I'm like, really? I cleared the 42? I mean, he's been so good all day long. And I was very thankful he left me room so I could get through there and have a good exit off the corner. I have to imagine that Kyle was paying the championship for some respect and giving me some room and letting it play out as it did. And I'm so thankful for his judgment on that at that particular moment in time.
We always love when the families are a part of the celebration. We saw Genevieve was a little upset for a little bit up there. We were showing some shots, but she's 6. I mean, this is a long night for her. But Lydia was only, 2 months old the last time you won a championship.
That's right.
Do they sort of process what's going on? I
think so. They're both tired, and Genevieve's very good at putting herself to sleep, and she started crying and said, I just want to go to bed. I'm like, okay, we'll get you back to the motorhome. Lydia has incredible stamina, and she was ready to rock and just keep on going. But it is so special to share it. And I've seen my wife in some pretty emotional situations through having children and these championships, and we've been through all this together. Her expression on her face when she came, when I saw her at the car, when I pulled up into Victory Lane, I've never seen that look on her face. I mean, I'll never forget it. It was amazing.
All right, I'm going to go back to our pre-race when our stage was right down there, and you were gracious enough to come over, and we had some artistic work on the wall. Willie was here.
That's right, good old Willie.
Did you think about Willie during the night? And I want you to go over there because everybody knows Jimmy was here, but what about Willie was here?
You know what? I forgot all about that till now. You're totally right. It's here somewhere. Thank you, Willie.
Yeah. I just want you to go sign over there before you leave here tonight.
That's funny.
You did in the pre-race with Jimmy, so fans can sign the wall. And Willie was here, and Kyle pointed out, Jimmy, if you win this, you're going to need to come back and make sure that Willie knows Jimmy was here.
Yeah, I think Willie knows Jimmy was here. For sure.
Jimmy, congratulations.
Thank
you so much for
congratulations, man.
Starting your day with us and finishing it with the 7th championship.
Yes.
We're honored to be a part of your history.
Yes. Thank you so much, and I've known you all for a lot of years, and thank you for the friendship and the awesome experience tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
We're soaking it in right along with you. Rutledge, what's going on where you are? Did you make it to the stage?
Made it to the stage, and I caught up with Jimmy's spotter, Earl Barber. Earl, I'm going to be honest, I saw you this morning with a different smile on your face. Someone had taken your parking spot, and you were not the joyous man that we all know you are. How did the day start for you?
Well, it started just like that. Man, I had the same spot all weekend, and come in and it's missing. I'm like, oh, what the heck? And then, we had some issues before the race.
When you say issues, you mean how you guys had to start at the back of the pack?
Yeah, they didn't like something.
Yeah.
It was, just a handicap, a little challenge for us. Never give up 48, and vintage 48 is what that was.
That was exactly it. For you and Jimmy talking together in the car, is there any kind of panic for a moment like that when you go, okay, well, the work's definitely cut out for us today. Let's just start at the back and run through these guys.
That's what he said. That was his attitude. And I think for the first caution, he was 15th. And, after that was it. It was on. We didn't have the best car. And with 30 laps to go, I kind of told him, I said, hey, anything can happen. Just keep going. And holy cow, a lot happened after that.
When I saw you yesterday with a big smile on your face, you said, we've got it, but I can't tell you why because I don't want to jinx it. What was it that you knew?
Well, I didn't really know anything, that we were going to win. I just Man, I really am kind of embarrassed now, but humble too at the same time. But I kind of marked my spot in victory lane back there. You know, I was, all the good luck and all the good wishes I could think of. You know, fingers crossed, praying, everything else yesterday. Marked me a spot, topped it off.
You know what, Earl? It paid off. Thanks for being here with us. He sure smells like champagne. Wow, that shirt's wet.
Remember, you save 5% with your consumer credit card at Lowe's every day.
How about that PR plug, Kyle? That's better than Chad's.
That's huge right there. That's huge right there. 5%, Mr. Lowe's.
So spotter Earl Barban loses his parking spot, but the team picks up right where they left off, parking themselves, not just in victory lane, but on the championship stage. Lydia's only 3. She knows how to count to 7. Daddy wins his 7th Sprint Cup championship. Mr. H is next. Oh, yeah, it was a celebration. Look at Mr. H, team owner Rick Hendrick, getting involved in the champagne celebration on the stage. And Mr. H is here with us now. And I talked with you. That stage, by the way, was rocking. We had everyone up there in that championship celebration.
That was, you know, that was so neat. I mean, it's been so many different ways. The guys were just celebrating, all the drivers coming by, Tony, and it was just, I can't even explain it. It was a surprise because we started off in the back and didn't look like we had the speed. Then things happened in the race, and you just, you know, you got about 3 or 4 or 5 laps to get ready to, oh my goodness, we're gonna win. Hey, we're gonna win the race and the championship. So it was unbelievable.
You know, if we go back to the very beginning and Harry Hyde and Jeff Bodine and starting at that moment.
Yeah.
Did you ever dream that
your dad was supposed to be my driver?
I know he was, the idiot. The idiot? What was he thinking?
I ask him every time I see him, I said, how many championships would you have had?
I ask him the same thing. What are you talking about? But did you ever imagine at that point in time where the sport was and where you guys have been the catalyst to take the sport?
Kyle, if you think about it, we had 5 full-time people. I was renting the gears, the tools, the shop, the transmissions, and Harry was working for $500 a week. We went to Darlington, we crashed, and I said, you know, we got to stop because we didn't have a sponsor. And we went to Martinsville, and Harry talked me into it. He said, Bodine's good there, and Jeff, if you're watching, thank you, buddy. And we won the race, got a sponsor, Northwestern Security Life, and you know, the rest is history. Yeah. But man, it's unbelievable.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit. But how about the conversation when Jeff Gordon comes to you, who was driving for you and championship driver, and said, hey, I got a driver that we need to really look at here and need to sign, Jimmy Johnson. He hasn't done a whole lot, but I think he can.
Yeah. Well, you know, actually, my son Ricky and Jimmy were buddies, and Ricky said he's going to be a superstar. And I used to take him to the races when Ricky was driving. And I remember in St. Louis, we had an alternator went out, and I had to wait like 3 hours for Jimmy and buy him a hamburger and then give him advice. And then Jeff raced him in Michigan, so I had the 2 of them double teaming me on it. And man, what a great decision that was. And what a great decision. You know, Lowe's was saying, can this guy win? You know, and you know, you think back through all those things and you think, man, just a little twist of fate here and there, and you just wouldn't be here, or you wouldn't have this guy, or, you know, it's just amazing. It's been an amazing run.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier, and it dawned on us sitting here. Jeff Gordon has been the team leader there for so long.
Yeah.
This year, that responsibility fell on Jimmy Johnson. And he not only picked up that responsibility, I heard an interview with you on the radio the other day, and he has not only picked up that responsibility as the leader of the team, but he's continued to be the leader on the racetrack. How have you seen him develop into that role this year?
It's been amazing. Before the season started in January, he said, you know, we need to get together. Let's get the crew chiefs and drivers, and let's go somewhere. And we came down here to my house in Florida, and we just spent 2 or 3 days, and you know, we just did different things, just hung out together, and they bonded. I mean, it was like Alan Gupson and Jimmy and Dale, and they developed a relationship and a friendship. And Jimmy has just taken the leadership role. And, you know, in debriefs, and I've seen him get out of the car when maybe Casey was struggling. He'll walk over there and talk to Keith. And, you know, he's just been amazing. And, you know, someone told me today, I don't remember who it was, I don't remember who it was. One of the Xfinity drivers said that, it was Elliott Sadler said that Jimmy called him and said, gave him advice. And so the guy just goes about his business here in this garage, helping people, helping children. But, man, he has really taken a role in our company.
Yes.
Well, he's definitely learned the art of leadership from you, and what makes this 7th championship even more special, as we talked about on that stage, in 2 months, you go into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Thank you for coming over here. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Well,
enjoy
well,
this
thank you guys for covering our sport. It's been, I don't even believe it yet. It's just still hard to believe.
Congratulations.
And that seems to sort of be the theme, is disbelief and shock. The next time we see cars on track, the Daytona 500.
Drivers, start your engine!
What an exciting way to get the season started off. The biggest race of the year.
Dale Earnhardt will win the Daytona 500. At the line, and he wins the checkered flag. Matt Kenseth. Jeff Gordon's going to win his 3rd Daytona 500.
Unbelievable. I'm on the Daytona 500.
Daytona 500. Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
I see the championship stage, but the trophy's still there in one person, right?
Krista, I think we're really closing out history when you think about it. I mean, 7-time champion, the trophy here soaked in champagne. It looks like a bad frat party went down up here, but this is what it's all about. This thing's going to Jimmy Johnson's house. It smells of really fine $4 champagne. I mean, can you believe this? He has 7 of these. Like, where do you put one, let alone 7? And you know what? Since I think the right thing to do is make all these people over here a part of history, I found all these hats from the hat dance. I think we should just let these people be a part of it too. Look at you guys. Boom.
Are you
7
allowed to
is
do
done,
that,
Krista.
Brett? Are you allowed to throw those hats?
Oh yeah, as far as you know, I totally checked on that. I did.
Yeah, those were Jimmy's personal
Thank you.
ones.
Yeah, those are the ones he was saving.
That's it. You guys, I can't believe it. It happened, though. Jimmy Johnson, 7. We're done.
I know, and as we close out this season, you know, you see a dozen of us on TV every week, but it takes hundreds more to bring these broadcasts to you. So for every man and woman who runs a camera, touches a replay machine, rolls cable, thank you to each of you and to all of the fans who watch our broadcast, whether it's 6-hour rain delays or championship celebrations like this. Thank you for coming along for what has turned out to be a historic ride.
Yeah, incredibly historic night. Thank you, too, for putting up with me. I appreciate that more than you know. Thanks for the babysitting. Thanks for the lullabies. Thanks for all of that. No, but thanks to all the fans, everybody that tunes in and watches us and allows us to come into your house and just have fun up here on stage.
Yeah, such a great time. Thank you.
It has been a historic season. History is made. Lucky number 7 for Team 48. It's been an honor, of course, to sit next to Kyle and DJ and bring these pictures and images to you. Jimmy Johnson is your 2016 Sprint Cup champion.